Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? That's an accident. Freaking Vito. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Dinell, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished.
Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes.
Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him $50. What is up, everyone? All 10,000 of you. How's everyone doing? Oh. Today we're gonna do some stuff. Also gonna check some stuff here. Yeah, today we're gonna do some stuff. We're gonna be playing a game called Higher or Lower. Oh. The hell was that, Pink? All right. Let's get into it, actually. Boom. I don't know if anyone knows what this is. What's up, guys? Today we're going to be playing the higher-lower game. And basically, if you don't know what it is, this is the game. You guess higher or lower. Springer Spaniel. Which has more guesses or searches on Google? Wayne Gretzky or Springer Spaniel? I'm going to say Wayne Gretzky. Boom. We got 1 point right there. You know, Chiqui Nandos, I don't even know what that is. Boom. We got 2 points right there. Our goal today is going to be to get 50 points. So, yeah, let's get into it. Chiqui Nandos. Silence of the Lambs is probably more. Easy. We got Blade Runner. Blade Runner has more? Okay, yeah. Blade Runner is pretty famous. The Beach Boys. The Beach Boys is famous, but like probably less famous than the Blade Runners. Only 74,000, damn. Easter Island, that's going to be higher? Oh, just barely. We're doing good for the first time. Jim Brown. I don't even know who Jim Brown is. Nice. And then we got Toronto Raptors. That's, you know, basketball or whatever. Restaurants. Like, come on. 45 million searches for restaurant. It's actually going better than I expected. Microwave meals. Microwave meals or restaurant? What's up, Dino? How you doing? Today we're going to try to get 50. A score of 50 in this game. Okay? I don't know if you know this game. You think lower microwave? Yeah, I think lower too. Hey, there's only 5,400. Damn. Gal Gadot, that's Wonder Woman. I'm going to say higher. Jeez, 4 million? You know why people are looking her up, right? You know. The Simpsons. This is actually kind of hard. I'm not going to lie. This one is hard. This one is the first hard one. We're 11. We have a score of 11, but this one is hard. Hey, look at that goddamn score right there. The Simpsons. The Simpsons is still kind of relevant, but I don't think it'll have 4 million. I'm gonna say lower. Oh, good. 550,000. Pluto. Pluto or Simpsons? Pluto has lower. Oh, just barely. Okay, cool. Truman Show is gonna have less. Yeah, that one was easy. Smoked salmon more? No! Okay, well that was our first try. We got 14. The score in the top 10%. That's pretty decent. We're gonna try to get 50. 50 is goddamn hard. Bryan Adams, that's the guy from AC/DC? I think? I don't remember. Luxury hotels. Luxury hotel. No one searches up luxury hotels? Bruh, come on. Slow down, bro. It's hard. Beidou? I don't even know what. Big Brother. That was dumb. I mean, why slow down? How am I supposed to know? Pokemon Go has 20 million? F1 I'll say is lower. Jesus Christ. Currency converter is definitely lower. Huh? I guess that makes sense. All right. We had a fluke. We had a fluke in the beginning there. Plumber or Mickey Mouse? Come on. Everyone loves Mickey Mouse. Yeah, you got Disneyland. Everyone's going Syrian Civil War. Yeah, who cares about that? You have Mickey Mouse, baby. No one cares about that. Dictionary. I'll be higher than the Civil War. White water rafting. That's so random. 90,000 people, though. 90,000 a month. Machu Picchu. Higher? I mean, I feel like I've looked up Machu Picchu recently. I'm going to say higher here. Yeah, 1 million. Jesus. Hi. Hi. How was your trip, though, overall? I know you sent pictures and stuff, and you said you enjoyed it, and you're still scared of planes, but do you feel like you're going to ever go back to San Diego? Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing, bro? Judo, you're saying lower? I think judo's a hard one, but I'm going to say lower, too. Maybe hundreds of thousands. Yeah, there we go. You're moving to San Diego. That's wow. Grand Theft Auto 5. I'm going to say higher. Probably like 1 million people look this up. Yeah. GTA is really big. MySpace. Who cares about Huh? 1.2 million? Jesus. MySpace or Black Eyed Peas? How you doing, Chris? MySpace or Black Eyed Peas? Yeah, I'm thinking Black Eyed Peas is higher. Ah! Bad chat. Bad. Ah. Damn it. I was on shrooms my second day there. Oh, wow. Wow. What? Why is there a picture of a rooster for KFC? What's going on here? Or Apple? Apple? Yeah. At the college, UCSD. What? No, he went on vacation. Dino went on vacation to San Diego. How did shrooms feel? I was seeing this picture and played Mario Kart. Okay. Interesting. What's up, pigeons? Glad you asked. 50 in a row. Getting these correct. So far, our first one was like 18 or 14 or something, but we're not doing that well now. Kuijong. I don't know what that is. Is that like the Chinese people at the parks just going like, "Ah"? If it is, then ESPN is definitely higher than that. 25 million. Max Factor. I don't even know what that is. It's some whammon thing. Whammon don't matter, so that's low. Augmented reality. Oh, this is a hard one. Augmented reality. Higher? Yeah, just barely here. Picture was just moving like if it was a video. And when I was at the beach, the ground was beating. Damn! I'm glad you had a good experience on it. With it. Inception must be higher. It's still pretty popular, yeah. 800,000. Jesus. Hinduism. Haha, who cares about that? No one. Let's see. Next we got 7. Anything with Morgan Freeman has to do well, but it looks like he was younger here, so I'm going to guess lower? Yeah, that was a good guess. Nocturnal animals. I don't even know what that is. Basically, it's Google. This game is you have 2 Google searches, and you have to guess which one has higher monthly searches. So like this 7, people searching up 7, which I guess is a movie, versus Nocturnal Animals. Which one has more searches on Google? I'm going to say Nocturnal Animals because there's a whammon, and people want to search up the whammon. Let's go! We're at a score of 9 right now. We got to get to 50 over here, okay? Look at that score of 9. My phone looks so vivid, and I walked to Target and looked at the picture of the product for an hour. That's actually mad funny. That's crazy, bro. Knott's County. Who the hell know? Oh, wait. What is this, soccer or something? It says football club. Well, they're saying soccer wrong, so it must be less than 1 million. All right, next we got IMDb. IMDb, people looking that up. 11 million, Jesus. Babe Ruth. I feel like less than 11 million people look up Babe Ruth. I'm going to go with lower. Yeah. You might be stuck here for decades. I mean, we're at 12 right now, which is pretty good. Mariah Sharapova. She seems more relevant because she has a nice tennis racket. She's a good player. So, but Babe Ruth is like, everyone knows who Babe Ruth is. I'm going to go with lower. Oh, no, I should have gone with my gut. I was thinking she's more relevant. So, damn it. 12 is not bad, though. 12 is not bad. What? I'm sorry. Should be. No, it's okay. I thought lower, too. Ugly. Golf. Golf is higher. We got golf and home insurance. I mean, people actually need to look up home insurance. I'm gonna go, apparently not. No one gives a shit about home insurance. Guinness or CrossFit? Guinness is lower? Yeah. Guinness or vegetarian? Vegetarian's higher. That's easy. Vegetarian. We got crystal meth is... Why'd I go higher? That's obviously lower. All right, we're going to do a speed round. If I get up to 20 really quick, then you owe me a subscription. That's right, I'm talking to you. Okay? Let's go. Anfield is the lower. That's easy. Who the hell even knows what that is? Next, we got ice hiking is higher. Jesus, barely higher. Okay, next we got currency converter. We already got that before. It's like much higher. Curb your... Anyway. It's all rigged, bro. Tas Papas. The Office is definitely higher. I don't even know what the Tas Papas is. Sailing. Look at that beautiful, majestic being over here. Look at his... Oh my god, he's so hot. I'm gonna go with slower. Who cares about sailing? Then we got Melania Trump. Everyone loves her. She's so pretty. Okay, we go Moscow Mule. It's gonna be lower. That's quite a bit though. 600,000. Princess Diana higher. She's a princess, and her name's Diana. Dentist. Dentist higher. Yeah. Oh, look at those teeth though. Jesus Christ. You see those teeth? Now look at this. Look at this. This is what you want. Animal rights. Who cares about that? Say like no one. 33,000 people care about that. Lamborghini is definitely higher here. I want to try a mule. What's a mule? Ben, no, yes, oh, ho, ho, ho. What? Wally is definitely lower than Lamborghini. Wally. Monaco Grand Prix. I don't even know what that is, but it says Grand Prix, so it's important. Not important. Idiot. All right. iPhone 8. Michael Flynn. I'm going to say low. Why are people looking up the iPhone 8? Jesus. Tom and Jerry is high. Quentin Tarantino is pretty high, though. Look at that. 670. Life is Beautiful. No, it isn't. Not tricking anyone there, so it has to be lower. Broadchurch. I don't even know what that means, but apparently 550,000 people know what it means. Pythagoras is definitely high. Back to the Future is definitely higher than Vandalism. Boomer. Xbox One is high. 5 million. Watch it say PS5 now. Shang-Chi Earthquake, no one cares. Literally no one cares. I'm sorry. Jeremy Clarkson, like, come on. You're not going to have less than 1,000. Yeah, that would be like Ping Pong Masters or something. Kellogg's is really high. Kellogg's is not that high. China. Everyone loves China. You've been living under a rock? No, I haven't. I've been living on terminally online and at home. European Union. I feel like it's definitely looked up a lot, but as much as China, you know, China. I think this game comes from like 2017 searches. If it was now, maybe EU is higher because of Ukraine, Russia stuff. I'm gonna say lower. Yeah, that was a good guess. Harley Davidson. Ugh. This is hard. I'm gonna say higher here. Hell yeah, listen to me and not you, Dino. Let's go. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he's popular, but not 2 million people popular. Because I don't know what that means, pigeons. I'm not living under a rock. I just don't know what you're... Do you know what this means? Like, do you know what that means? Yeah, that's what I thought. Rome. Rome is higher than a basketball player. Who cares about basketball? Sorry. Refugee crisis. That's a long word to type into Google. No one's gonna do it. Yeah, no one really cares. BuzzFeed. Everyone cares. 5 million people care. We're at 11. Triathlon. That's a very niche thing. I'm gonna say lower. Yeah. Next, we got The Sixth Sense. This is a bit high. Rome was definitely high. I also know what this means, boomer. I'm not a boomer. But yeah, then do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? Yeah, that's what I thought. Next, we got Sixth Sense. Higher? We're at 13. We're getting consistently around 13 to 15. We need to bump it up. We need to goddamn bump it up. Oh, I did the wrong thing. You see, I was trying to do bump it up. Okay, we need to bump this up. We're not playing well enough. 7 was like 100 or 200,000, but it was less. It was kind of similar. Gymnastics, football results. Football results? Yeah. Try it out, you know. Barcelona. No one cares. Everyone cares, obviously. 20th Century Fox. Come on, who cares? Tree surgeon. Who's typing in tree surgeon? We got cruise. That's going to be higher. That's an easy one. Tom Cruise. Victoria Falls, no one cares. No one cares. It's all about Niagara. Like Viagra. William Shakespeare. Yeah, he's a bit popular. Everyone likes him. No, it's not it's not a flute, it's a recorder. So you're wrong actually. Vanta Black, I don't even know what that means. But 200,000 people. Yo, David Blake. David, you suck, bro. You only have 200,000? Share. Hey, what's up, Haley? How you doing? Is the black is black? I don't even know what that is. I'm going to say higher. Damn, Cher is still popular? Cher. Hepatitis. No one cares about hepatitis. Let's be honest. Cher is more interesting. Mount Everest. Yeah, I think it's higher. Oh, it's the same. That was soon. That was close. Emily only comes for the community games usually. You're surviving? I'm surviving too. I'm surviving. I literally said recorder. You said recorder / flute, so technically you're wrong. Sheldon Adelson? Who the hell is that? Yeah, no one knows you, bro. L+ ratio. Rolling Stones, everyone knows. Not many people know them, apparently. Okay. The Shining. We always get off around 11, and we're at 11 right now. I'm going to say Shining is more, though. I feel like I've heard that before. All Blacks. That's racist, so we have to go lower over here, you know? Hashtag all lives matter. Kite surfing. Higher or lower? I feel like who looks up kite surfing? Are you winning, son? We're doing okay. That's a cool emote. What the hell, pigeons? I love it. Higher, lower, lower. You guys thinking lower? I think lower too. Nice. 74,000. Chat actually helped. Wow. Chicago White Sox is definitely higher. Red Sox, White Sox. They don't have Black Sox, though. It's pretty racist. Stopwatch is going to be higher. Everyone is going to be using stopwatch by looking it up on Google. Save the children? Haha, who cares about the children? Well, not many people. That's why we got that one right. Lion King is definitely higher. Everyone loves Lion King. Photoshop. This is the furthest we've gotten, by the way. You're not new, Chris. This is the furthest we've gotten, by the way. Lion King or Photoshop? Which one do people search up more? Higher? Streamers search up Photoshop. I'm going to say higher, but I'm... Okay, that's like 6 times higher. Okay. Find My iPhone, no one gives a shit. Well, less people give a shit. Body odor. Body odor. I'm sure people look it up, but not 2 million people. I don't think 2 million... Huh? That's like no one. My armpits smell good. Jesus! Everyone loves Jesus. Yo, we passed the 20 mark. We passed the 20 mark, guys. Can we get some applause in here? Can we... Let's go. We're almost halfway there. Blade Runner. Oh shit, we had Blade Runner before. I think it was lower. Ah! No! Have I ever done 50 in a row? No.
Goodbye.
No, don't leave. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. That was a fluke. That was a fluke. That was a fluke. I just gotta. That's it.
Wow.
Just slap myself in the face and it gets better. Loser L. No. Kurt Angle. Who is that? The hell is that? Beach volleyball. Penis. Whoa. I think that's TOS, bro. I don't know if I could I don't know if this could be on Twitch or YouTube. But we're gonna go with lower. If you looked up girls volleyball, that would be different. China. That's not how you spell China. Well, we'll go with higher. Because it looks like a celebrity. Kim Kardashian is definitely higher. No one knows what that is. We got hearing aids. All the old people looking this up on Google. Or their nephews are because they don't know how to spell. Cult. Oh, it's the same. Okay. Fleas. Fleas is high. Come on, bro. Everyone's looking up fleas for their dogs, bro. Come on. Who the hell is that? No one knows who that is. It's like a like a loser YouTuber. Like no one knows that YouTuber probably. Oh, Yasser Arafat. That's actually a famous guy. Apparently not that famous anymore. Well, he's dead now, but Lebanon. It's gonna be higher. We got Django Unchained. That's... Damn it! Really? Well, I guess it's olds now. Esti Lahador? I knew that was wrong. Pluto. Wait, we had Pluto before. Okay. 500,000. Beaver Stadium. I don't know, bro. Higher? No. This game's hard. Facebook's gonna be really... Billion! 2 billion! That's the highest we've ever got. 2 billion views. Whatever is next is lower. Like, by far. Oh my god. Harp. IMDb is higher. We had that before. Like, since we got some of these before, it's kind of getting a bit easier to guess. Che Chow. No one cares about you. Taekwondo. Some people care about Taekwondo. It's over 500,000. Saudi higher? I mean, it's a country. James Brown is a famous blues musician, which no one gives a shit. Wow. An okay amount of people give a shit about him. South Park's going to be higher for sure. Next, we got Tony Blair, which was the previous prime minister of Britain or something. I feel like South Park's more popular. Tiananmen Square. It's going to be high because of the stuff going on. Shit! Ah! Hey, thanks for the sub, bro. Thanks for the sub.
Liquidity just resubscribed for 8 months.
Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, Chris. Whenever someone subs, I have to do that. Arsenal. Trigonometry. Who cares about... okay. The Stand. No one cares. Stephen King. No one cares. Window cleaner. Everyone cares. How was your pee-pee? Nelly. Nelly's popular, but he's not Tesco popular. I don't really know who he is anyway. And I don't even know who this guy is even more, so he's definitely less. We got periods. I always look that stuff up. Really good information on periods here. Celtics is going to be high because everyone likes basketball. Wow, AK-47. Huh. Well, we got Russian people probably looking this up, but I'm going to say less. I think that's an easy one. Masseuse. I'm going to say less for masseuse too. That's a weird one. If you looked up like masseuse porn, then maybe, but mass surveillance. Ah! Huh? Ah! For those saying I'm going too fast, no. You're going too slow. I have to go fast, okay? The establishment, famine. I have to go fast to you know, rapid eye movement. It's going to be less. You going to stay up all night? No, I'm not. We're going to get this. Albert Einstein is more. Everyone loves him. Look how sexy his face is. He actually has a... Can we appreciate his face for a second? Pokemon's going to be higher. For sure. Bro, we got Pokemon. We got a Master Ball right here, bro. We got a... Oh, yeah. Hanging Gardens. No one cares. No one... Literally, no one cares. Penn and Teller. Oh, they're good. They're good They're like the most famous comedians. Ah! No one cares about them! God damn it. If you slow down, we could help with some. Well, when I feel like it's a bit harder, then yeah, like you guys could try, you know, to help. But stumble up in, I don't even know what that is. But if I slow down, it would take forever, like way too long. Game of Thrones is gonna be higher here. Peter Thiel, no one cares. No one cares about you. You're not like a beautiful woman. Inglorious Bastards. Is it still popular enough to be higher? What do you guys think? Is it still popular enough? Lower? If we did all this in one swoop, you'd save more time. But that's assuming you all get it right. Which, no offense, I don't know. I saw it from Safari. You saw Inglorious Bastards? Oh. Higher? You see? Like, what do I do now, DNL? Huh? One person says higher, one person says lower. And you copy pasted? Wait, so you don't even know? So why you calling me a boomer then? Don't trust me, I'm a woman? True. That's a good point. I'm gonna go lower here. Damn it! I shouldn't have trusted the women. Alright, we'll play again here. Don't trust me, I'm black. We got Toyota is gonna be a higher here. Alien will be higher because everyone is dumb and looks up aliens. DuckDuckGo, no one cares. Oh, Jesus, a lot of people care. Why are you looking up DuckDuckGo on Google? Well, I guess that makes sense. Gillette. Gillette or wrestling? What do you guys think? If you get this right, I'll do a thumbs up. If you get it wrong, I will end stream. Lower? Good job. I'm not ending stream. Thumbs up. Ask yourself, would a kid look it up more? Ah. Anna Kournikova. A kid would not look her up. You messed me up, bro. What kid looks up Anna Kournikova? Come on, bro. The Dark Knight's going to be higher here. That's obvious. Bankruptcy is lower. I would look up bankruptcy. Wimbledon. What kid looks up Gillette? What kid knows how to spell Kanchakov? All right? They would rather look up Gillette accidentally. What is Wimbledon? Well, what is more popular? Wimbledon? I feel like no one cares about Wimbledon. You guys didn't tell me, and I got it completely wrong. Everyone cares. Border Terrier is definitely less. That's easy. Pot Noodle? The hell? Who looks up Pot Noodle? I don't even know what... What? Higher? What is Pot Noodle? No one looks up Pot Noodle. We're on score 1, so... Yeah, I'm thinking lower. Pot Noodle. That's like... Cup noodle they would look up. Cup noodle. Not pot noodle. The heck is pot noodle? IAMs? What are these things? What is an IAMs? I don't know what IAMs is. Alright, it's the same. Dry cleaners is definitely higher. That's an easy one. I don't need you guys for that one. April the Giraffe? Who the hell is... Who is April the Giraffe? Wait, can we stop here? Who the hell is April the Giraffe? Went viral with 2017 birth is dead. Who is this? And why do I... The birth was watched live by nearly 1.2 million viewers? What? Who cares? She was a pregno giraffe. IAMS is a bougie dog food brand. Oh, dog food. Selena Gomez? Well, we know Cher is like 1 million. Let's go! You see? We play this enough, we're gonna win, baby. That's the plan. We're gonna get so good, we're just gonna, you know? Like human rights, no one gives a shit. You see? Easy. Easy. You watched it? It was beautiful. Bro, why do you guys care about pregnant giraffes? April is dead. Get over it. I'm just joking. I'm sorry. Tara Palmer Tompkinson. Who is that? Bruh, indeed. I'm sorry, Haley. Do you guys think higher or lower? Numana Ultra Microscopic. Apparently you look it up, pigeons. I like being mean. It's fun sometimes. Tara, okay, I'm sorry, okay? April is a beautiful giraffe. Well, it's not beautiful anymore because it's dead. But, you know, I'm sure it was beautiful when it was alive. Okay, I don't know who the hell that is. But apparently 300,000 people kind of do. Jennifer Aniston is popular. She's too skinny right now, though. Boris Becker is I don't even know who that is. Which means no. Cosmetic surgery, no one cares. Literally no one cares about surgery. Wayne Rooney, I don't know who that is, but he's probably popular. We got Adele is definitely more popular than whoever that guy was. We got Benjamin Franklin, popular, but not that popular. Air hockey. Air hockey. Air hockey. Why? That is not what it's supposed to be doing. I don't know about air hockey. Now I'm just that smart. Oh. Lower? Yeah, good job, guys. Of Mice and Men. I remember reading. Oh, horny. It says horny. It says horny. It says horny. I kind of want to say lower. I feel like, I don't know. You're saying higher, do you know? Hornby? Well, they crossed out the B, you imbecile. What do you think, Haley? Higher or lower? Higher or lower? Lots of high school students look it up. Yeah, but it's monthly searches. So they're looking it up like at 1 month out of the year. Higher because of Cliff Notes. All right, if chat is wrong, then you guys owe me something. And YouTube people watching this owe me nothing. You guys owe me nothing. Oh, you guys were right. Good job. Next, we got The Undertaker. Oh, I actually saw The Undertaker live. Bro, it was very entertaining. He's a wrestler, pro wrestler. Well, he was. I feel like it's higher. If chat is right, I get mouth kiss. No, you don't. Okay. Haley down tremendously. You get mouth kiss from your dog if you have a dog. You ever mouth kissed your dog, guys? It was a joke. Oh. Well, maybe a man's joke to Undertaker. Is he lower or higher, guys? Undertaker. I feel like he's lower. I feel like he's lower. I feel like he's lower. I'm gonna say lower. Damn it! Ah! Higher. Wow. Thanks, Dino. You said higher right after I guessed. I'm not 30. I'm 47. Beauty salon. Bro, who cares? No one cares about women. That's gonna be lower. Celine Dion. People care about women again. They went back to caring. Muhammad Ali. He's dead. So, okay, people still look him up. Have you ever mouth kissed your dog? I say it. Donkey Kong doesn't care because electricians are cooler. Leukemia. No one care. Ghost in the Shell. Twitch. 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 Twitch sub. Prime sub right now. If you want to give me money. Twitch. Check out my Twitch. Self-promo. All the people watching on YouTube, check out my Twitch. 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 Twitch is definitely gonna be higher here. I love my anime, but Twitch is definitely higher. Twitch is gonna be higher. Damn, Ghost in the Shell has quite a bit though. No. Seattle Mariners. We've had this before. I think it's lower. Yeah. I ain't giving you more money. Bro, you give so many streamers money. Honestly, you should just stop giving. You should stop spending money on Twitch. I'm not even lying, Dino. Or like, you know, the 1 sub a month to me, you know, maybe, you know, Amazon Prime if you have Amazon Prime at least, you know. But then like, you know, I'm stopping. I hope so, bro. You're spending a lot of money. You got to save up. Angelina Jolie is going to be higher. Angela Merkel, the former German Chancellor of Germany. Who cares? She's not as hot as Angelina Jolie. Next, we got Tom Hanks, which is hotter than Angelina Merkel. The Green Mile. I'm unsubbing from people now too. You too. All right. Do what you gotta do, bro. Don't let me or other streamers tell you how to spend your money. The Green Mile, less. Tom Hanks is a big sexy boy. Tourette's. Tourette's is kind of cool. I mean, it's not cool, but I'm gonna say. What do you guys think? I'm thinking higher. But it also might be like 45,000 or something. Haley says higher. Tourette's or a movie? Tourette's. Agriculture, agritexture. What? That's a good hint. I'm gonna go with higher. Damn it! I know I should have gotten lower. Why am I listening to Haley? Buddhism is higher than the Sabbath. Unfortunately. Oh, we got Tom Hanks again. That's easy. Sex positions. Lower. Huh? Bro, it's Tom Hanks. I guess that makes sense. I don't know if this song's copyright free, so we're going to change playlists. Shawn Michaels. Yeah, it's goddamn Microsoft, bro. Higher. Rule number 1, sex is always looked up more. Oh. Words are hard, the short you uploaded. Oh. Yeah. Wait, did I say agritexture? I said architecture. No, I was trying to say architecture for the Japanese things.
Thanks for checking out my short. I hope you enjoyed.
Adderall. All the kids in college are looking that up. That's an easy one. Next, we got Tesla. All the kids in college are looking that up. That's an easy one. Next, we got Borussia Dortmund. No one knows him. Okay, a lot of people. But Eminem, bro. You can't take Eminem out of there. Plumber, no one cares. No, literally no one cares about plumbers. No one cares. Yosemite National Park. I'm gonna say it's pretty high, but lower. Because you gotta type out 3 individual words there. WikiLeaks. Higher? Yeah. He's one of your favorites? I don't even know who he is. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Are they still relevant? Let's go! They are. Bill Russell. Famous basketball player. Or Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'm gonna say he's like in the 800,000s. Ooh, not even. Okay. KKK. Yo. All my friends look that up. I mean, what? I'm gonna say... The thing is, I don't know how many people want KKK in their browser history, but they could just go on private browsing history, right? Like, who's gonna search up KKK? Dinell says higher. I want to hear some more opinions from chat. What do the rest of you guys think, if that's okay? KKK, is it gonna have more or less than 135,000 Google searches? Higher? Maybe lower. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a hard one. I'm going to say lower. Jesus! 1 million people looking up the KKK. Sheesh. Ooh, Manny Pacquiao or anxiety. This is hard. Anxiety is... million people. I'm gonna say lower. Yeah, 500,000 is still quite a bit. I have no idea who that is, and so does the world. The Joe Rogan Experience is definitely what the hell? I guess they would just look up Joe Rogan, not the Joe Rogan Experience. SpongeBob's probably gonna be higher. Rugby union. Audi is definitely higher. Car companies is going to be in the millions. Pistol. Lower? Yeah, because you got to remember globally. Cocaine. Higher? Let's go. People would rather have cocaine than buy a pistol. Suicide Squad is going to be lower. Apparently it's lower. HIV. Everyone loves that. That's going to be higher. Female genital mutilation. Pittsburgh Steelers is going to be 1 million. Yeah, they're pretty famous football team. Hotmail. I mean, MySpace had a couple of million, so I'm going to say it. Jeez, why are people looking up Well, I guess people still use Hotmail. Dark Knight is definitely lower. Legal Highs, I don't even know what that is. It looks like a brand of cod weed. I don't know. Lennox Lewis. I don't know who that is, but... more relevant than Legal Highs. I feel like people are usually above 60,000. I'm going to say higher here. Yeah, that was a good guess. Downton Abbey is definitely higher here. That's a pretty famous thing. Manchester City. That might be... this is a hard one. I'm thinking it might be higher, to be honest. What do you guys think? Manchester City. City. Gonna say higher. Yeah, higher. 3 million. Jesus. We had Jesus before. He was less than 2 million. News. I don't know about news. I feel like news would be higher. Really high. Yeah. Yeah. 55 million. Notts County. No one gives a shit. Higher. Thank you. 1984. That's pretty. Huh? Bro, everyone's reading that for school. Really? I thought 1984 would be higher. It's also a year. It's like an actual year. Fuck 1984. Chicago White Sox is not okay. There's a delay. Oh yeah, that is true. Pot noodle we already know sucks. We're getting repeats, which is good, which means 50 is gonna almost be here. We're 40 goddamn minutes in. We're gonna get this. I hope. Who the hell are the Corinthians? Yeah, no one. What the hell is that? Okay. Pensions. It's gonna be lower than Samsung over here. Ain't that cheating? I don't care if we get 50 in a row. Hepatitis we've had before. Well, and I have to remember how much it was. I don't remember how much it was. Vietnam is gonna be higher here. That's easy. Higher, yeah. Carolina Panthers. Lower? Lower? You've never had hepatitis? Aw. I'm sorry. I feel like Carolina Panthers is going to be lower here. What do you think, guys? Since there's a delay, I'm going to drink some water here. Higher? More than 1 million? Is it a really famous football team? I don't know. Like, I don't recognize that football team. I recognize the other one that had, like, around 1 million. I'll take your word for it. No! I was right! Oh, it's okay. I was only 3 in. No one cares about Jaguar E-Type. Oreos are definitely higher. Oreos are not that high, though. Suffragettes, those are women. No one cares. Next, we got hunger. No one cares about hunger. Why would I? Okay. I want Oreos now, too. Higher. Lennox was around 90,000. Sports Direct's higher. I don't even know what that is. Calvin Harris, famous musician. I'm going to say lower. People don't usually have that many. Johnny Cash, another famous musician. Lower. Damn, million people looking up Johnny Cash. Or eat 4 boxes of Oreos. Why? Nicki Minaj is definitely very high. She's at 4 million. Colombia is going to be lower, but pretty high. At 1 million over there. We got F1 is going to... I don't remember what F1 was. I think it was slightly... No, okay, it was higher. With milk? Well, of course I would eat it with milk. Skrillex is not going to be as popular as Dexter. Car wash is going to be lower for sure. What? Just go on Google Maps, people. Flute! Flute! Higher. Oh. This game is hard. Doctors Without Borders. Pretty popular, but apparently no one cares about them. David Copperfield will be higher than Doctors. We got Blood Moon. That's going to be higher too, if you're dumb. Whoa, what a cool emote. When was this made? I think it was 2017. PS4 is going to be higher. That's an easy one. Calcium lower, which is weird, but because people can't spell it. Tesla is definitely higher. Doctors Without Borders. I feel like I've seen that. Lower on Flute. Yeah. Great Barrier Reef. Higher? 3 words, but it's still higher. Justin Timberlake is in the millions. I mean, he's posing with Obama. Apocalypse Now is going to be less. That's an easy one. I don't know what it is, really. The Dress. The hell is that? I'm going to go lower. I never wore a dress. The Glastonbury Festival. I don't know what that is. But a lot of people might know what that is. Glastonbury Festival? That sounds like somewhere in the UK. It might be a popular festival. If it's a popular festival, it might be higher. But if no one knows what the hell it is, it's going to be... I'm going to say lower. Yeah. Because this is worldwide searches. I don't know this guy, but people are going to be more popular. Joe Montana is more popular. I recognize the name, which means it's more popular. David Blaine is more popular. I actually know who that is. Ebola is more popular. People in Africa get it. They search it up. Taipei is more popular. It's the same. I've been there. Jimmy Carter was the former president. Is he popular? We're at 14, guys. We're doing really good. Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter. I feel like lower. Shit! 400,000 people. Who's Zoelle? We got Subway with 6 million. CrossFit was high. Gonna Houston Texans. I mean, CrossFit's is pretty high. Tom Hardy. Damn, he's very popular. Why is Jimmy so well, I mean, he was a former president. I don't know. I guess that's why. Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy's pretty popular, but people usually don't get high. Okay, never mind. He is still very popular. Delta. Everyone's got Code Computer Love. I don't even know what that is. All Blacks, lower. Halong Bay, lower. I don't know what that is. Field hockey. Higher. Yeah. I don't know why I went higher. Valentine's Day. What? I didn't realize we were going up against Bing. My bad. Handball is pretty popular. Not in the States, but Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They might have 1 million. Okay, no one cares about them. Robert Wadlow. He looks important. Bro, like, can we get one right? Limousine. That's the president of China, and he only has 200,000 searches. Rothschild family. People, conspiracy theory. Oh, okay. Never mind. Getting a good idea, though. Facebomb's going to be lower than O.J. Simpson. Facebomb to O.J. Simpson, though. Wayne Rooney sounds popular. I don't really remember. Tesco is going to be higher. That's a famous company. Christopher Columbus. Who gives a shit? 300,000 people do. Game of Thrones is in the millions. Easy peasy. Next, we got Bill Gates. Bill Gates or Game of Thrones? I'm not sure, actually. Bill Gates or Game... I feel like people would search up Microsoft before Bill Gates, right? So that would be lower. Yeah, people don't usually get searched up that highly. Christmas is going to be high. Oh my god, it's the same. Refugee, no one cares. Things that actually matter, people don't care about and people don't look up. That's why if you see refugee crisis, hunger, all these things, people will not look it up. That's what I've learned from this game. North Pole is going to be lower than Audi. Gawker. I don't know what that is. If anyone knows what Gawker is, let me know. Because if Gawker is like a famous TV show or something, I feel like it'll have more than 100,000. I just don't know what it is. Which makes me want to go lower. Gawker is like sex stuff? Wait, is it actually? Why does it keep... Oh. Why does it keep zooming in there? That's the wrong zoom in. The hell? This is the right zoom in. This is the right zoom in. Why is it doing the wrong zoom in? Well, I gotta fix this. What do you guys think? Higher or lower for that, though? Wait, it was the right zoom in. I don't know why it's not working. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Higher? I knew it was lower. I didn't recognize the word. See, sex isn't always higher, but good guess. Greenpeace, apparently 300,000 people care about it. Bobby Moore, I don't know why I did that. Oh well. What do you mean, oh well? We were so cool. Betty Boop is really popular. Betty Boop is popular. Bobby Charlton, I don't know who that is. Higher. You guys were wrong on that. Pigeons, you have a big delay. HIV is high. High in popularity. We got Lebanon is in the... Bro, how did I forget? Terrorism. Higher? Yeah, terrorism and Goldman Sachs. Chihuahua. Whoa! Golden Terrier, no one looks up, but Chihuahua, everyone does. Capitalism, no one cares about capitalism. Like, why are people, why? Converse are very popular. Let me get my PC. Aight, cool. Flintstones. Gonna be lower. Aton Senna. Don't know who you are, but apparently people know who you are, so. We're gonna get Beauty. Beauty is pretty beautiful. You're gonna go on TV? Alright, cool. Mickey Mouse was in the millions last time. We got Ashley Madison. Who? Who? Rosa Parks. Who? Who? How to Train Your Dragon. Who? Who? Virgin. Yeah, we like virgins here. We accept virgin. Pink Panther. Anything that's older is not going to have as many views, I feel. Damn it, we've had James Brown before. I think he was higher. Yeah, he was in the 400,000s. Refugee, no one cares. Literally, no one cares. Hunger, refugee shelters. No one cares about that stuff. Judo is going to be higher here. Just barely at 301,000. Will Chamberlain. This is a hard one because this is an older basketball player, but very well known. Damn it, really? Burrowed Barracks. No one cares. Literally no one. Like less than 1,000 people. Yoko Ono. That's a popular man. You obviously know. Yeah, I know How to Train Your Dragon. What the? Why is OBS dropping frames? What? OBS has no reason to drop frames. Stop it. I think it stopped. Yasser Arafat. I thought he was really popular. Apparently he's not. Yeah, I know How to Train Your Dragon. It was a good movie. David and Goliath. Yeah. Phil Collins. He's popular. I recognize the name. I don't remember who he's from. Spa. Everyone's trying to get spas. All right. H&M. Higher? Whoa, that's a lot higher. We got Arrested Development. Great show. But I'm going to say, you know, it's not international, so it's definitely less. Los Angeles is not international, but people look it up. That's higher. Carolina Panthers. I think that was lower. Yeah, we got one wrong on that before. Earth. Bro, everyone looks up Earth because why? Let's go. You're on your PC. Let's go. Churchill is going to be lower. Very famous, but people don't get that many clicks. Austria is going to be higher here. Just barely, actually. Maroon 5 is going to be higher. What's up, Cortez? How you doing? Gal Gadot is in the millions. Ooh, Manuel, I don't know who you are. So you're irrelevant. UFO. Guys, we're almost halfway to 50. Do you guys think UFO was searched up more or less than Manuel Neuer? This is a bit... I'm thinking maybe higher. Higher makes sense, right? Higher. Yeah. Hugger? Yeah, I'm going to go higher. Yeah, that was a bit scary. Nescafe? Nescafe sounds so familiar. What is that, for coffee or something? I feel like this could be easily higher or easily lower. What do you guys think for this one? Nescafe. Higher? Lower? Lover. Gonna go with... Damn it! It was lower. Shit. Hey, Cortez! What the hell? Cortez just redeemed VIP redeem. Bro. Cortez with the Bro. What the? Yo. Congratulations. Doctor will not be alone in VIP chat in anymore. Oh my god. 100,000 points. You've been quietly just gaining. That's insane. I did not expect that at all. What the hell? Oh my. Yo. Been saving for a while. Yeah, that's, bro, 100,000 points is a lot. Wait, let me give it to you right now. That's what she said. Damn, Daniel, bro. VIP. That's it. It's definitely a good stream now. Wait, I gotta add you as VIP. Jesus Christ. You are officially a VI goddamn P, baby. Officially a VIP. Oh my god. That's crazy. I'm putting the music again because I don't know what to. Damn. Technically, I don't know what to say. Good shit. Let's go. First message as a VIP. Ipara pizza. Flex on though. Lower? I'm gonna go higher just because 33,000 is pretty low. Auschwitz. Let's go. Not let's go for Auschwitz, but what game is this? Basically, people search things on Google, right? So this game is, which term do you think is searched more on Google? This term on the left or the one on the right? So if I think Saudi Arabia is more, I'm going to say higher. You see? But it was the same. If it's the same, you get it right either way. Paul McCartney, I'm going to say higher. They're the same. What the hell? General Motors, I'm going to say... Oh, well. See, I got it wrong. I'm trying to get 50 in a row. Oh. Wait, I got to put you on the Discord as well. I gotta put you on the Discord. Damn. You're one of two now. Doctor won't be alone in the Discord chat. Oh, this is so cool. Hey, give me a second. Just chatting. Let me find you on the Discord. You are on the Discord, right? There you are. You are officially VIP on the Discord as well. Let's go. Hell yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, General Motors is here. Lower. We already knew it was lower. Narcos is higher. Narcos is... That's quite a bit. 9/11. Yeah. 1 million people, but... Trigonometry is lower. That's easy. The Catcher in the Rye lower. No one cares about books. Okay, it's the same. Marshmallow Test lower. Yeah. That's a very specific... That's 3 whole words people have to type in. Marie Curie is higher. PlayStation VR is higher. No? Okay. God damn it. Bombings, no one cares. Don Quixote. Tony Hawk, everyone cares. Alright. Edward Snowden. I feel like he's very American-centric, so I'm going to say higher, though, yeah. A bit of a hard one. Wimbledon, no one... Okay. We actually lost on Wimbledon before. I forgot it was like a couple of million. Breast cancer is lit. No, it's not lit, but... Rape. Rape. I think it's worldwide. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest. Is higher, lower, worldwide? Higher or lower game? I don't know. Hey, yo. I didn't say no, nothing about rape. Lower? I think higher. Yeah, rape is one word. It's easier to look up. Chow chow? What the hell is chow? Is that the Japanese dog? Oh, that's probably the Japanese dog. Orange is 15 million. Okay. I'm starting to remember a lot of them, so Jeff is popular, but not that popular. Raging Bull is popular, but not that popular. Stranger Things is more popular. That's easy. City of God, I don't even know what that is. So our score right now is 4. We got 4 in a row. Moobs! No one's looking up Moobs. They're too self-conscious to look it up. Inside Out, famous movie. Pretty good movie, too. I remember watching it. Flute! We got Flute again. Flute is higher. No! Flute is lower! I forgot. God damn it. Is 50 too much, guys? No one cares about banks. But everyone cares about asthma. Asthma's at only 500,000. Austria is higher. Bro, therapy. How could I get 50 if I go slower, though? Because you gotta remember, like, going slower doesn't mean that, like, all right, let's try going slower. Let's try going slower for once, okay? Let's try a new strat of going slower. Austria or therapy? I feel like a lot of people go to therapy, but not 673,000. Not that many people are going to look up therapy. Good. Oakland Raiders. We've had football teams in the past. If they're football teams that I recognized, they were usually higher. Well, I was right, Dinell. People don't search up therapy because they're self-conscious. They go in incognito mode to do that. Oakland Raiders, I feel like, is lower. Football teams are all over the place. Okay. Well, like how am I going? Okay, engagement rings is definitely higher. Let's go slower. Raiders is big. Oh. Anyone else keep buffering? No, you're buffering? No. My bad, Dino. Suicide Squad. We had this one before. It's going to be lower here. Tai Chi. Higher? Got Messiah Mara. I don't know what that is, which means it's lower. Eurovision is going to be higher because I know what it is. It was over 1 million? Oh. Wait, are you that delayed? Stanley Kubrick. I don't know who that is. You had this problem yesterday? Sag. Vietnam War. Would people search up the Vietnam War over 300,000 times? I honestly don't know. This could be either way. When it's someone I don't know, I'll ask you guys. Like, Dinal, you knew that Raiders was big, so. Yeah? Alright, let's go Vietnam War. Nice. Charles Darwin. Popular, but is he... A lot of the famous people get around 500,000 to like 600,000-700,000. This one's a hard one. It could be either, to be honest. I'm gonna go lower. Yeah. Aston Martin, higher. Usually car companies are higher. Mr. Evolution, yeah. New York Yankees. I even know who the New York Yankees are. I'm gonna say higher. Houston Rockets. I know who they are too. But I don't know if Yankees... Baseball is more popular worldwide than basketball? Question mark? I know baseball is huge in Japan. But the Houston Rockets are huge too. Even I know that. Lower? I'm thinking lower too. Damn. Psoriasis. People are gonna spell this wrong, so I'm gonna say lower for sure. What? People don't spell that right. Okay. Let's go a bit quicker here. Skype. Toy Story is famous, but not Skype famous. Tetris is insanely big. Hotmail. We had Hotmail before. I think it was like 33 million or 300 million. Yeah, there you go. So anything next, it'll be lower. That's like insane. Baseball is not worldwide, but basketball isn't either, though, right? Hinduism. Okay, this is 246,000. Celine Dion was like 1 million. Barbara Streisand. Damn. Who's more popular? This might be equal. This might be equal. Barbara Streisand. What do you guys think? I'm tempted to say lower. Just because Celine Dion is... You think Barbara's higher? I feel like Celine Dion is higher. 1.5 million is a lot for an individual. I'm going to go lower. Yeah. Jay-Z is higher. That's easy. Nelson Mandela. You love her? Nelson Mandela or Jay-Z. I feel like Nelson Mandela's talked about a lot, but Jay-Z is like more current. So I'm going to say Jay-Z. Yeah. 12 Angry Men. I'm going to say is lower than 1 million. 1 million's a lot. Sangria. Sangria. That's pretty popular. I'm tempted to go higher. What do you guys think? Because we had a drink earlier that was really high. I'm tempted to go sangria here. Higher? Yeah, let's go higher. Nice, nice. VIP guy knows what's up. Iran is a country. Usually countries are pretty high. But Austria was around, what, 600,000? And I feel like Bahrain is less known than Austria. So, I'm not sure. What do you guys think? I think it could be either here. It might be even, to be honest. It looks like... Oh, this is a scary one. Things that will happen in the next 24 hours. Lower? You think lower? Lower, maybe. Let's go lower. Yeah, it was equal. That's actually what I said. Toronto, never heard of this place? Oh, I've heard of it, yeah. I know it was less known, but it's a country, so countries tend to be high in search history. Toronto Maple Leafs. What do you guys think? I don't know if that song's copyright free, so I skipped it. 365,000 babies would be born? Shit! That's a lot of babies. Higher? But this is literally only Canada. But Maple Leafs the most popular, I'm guessing, hockey team? It's hockey in Toronto? Yeah, I know, but how popular is hockey worldwide? I'm trusting you, Dinel. If you get this wrong... Oh, thank God. Good shit. Good shit. Oh, another hard one, bro. Ferrari? Do people look up Ferrari more than 1 million? I feel like it's more than 1 million. It has to be higher, right? I mean, it's Ferrari. You know, my chopsticks still taste like the ramen. I still taste the ramen on it. Isn't that crazy? Crazy? Higher, definitely? Yeah. Okay, 2 million. Car rental. I'm tempted to go lower just because 2 million is a lot. But a lot of people probably look up like washing washers or something was pretty high. I had the spiciest ramen in the world. Well, I don't remember what I have a command for latest video or something. Well, you can see it on my YouTube. It's the latest video on the YouTube channel. I did watch them. That's why it's crazy. Yeah. I'm really tempted to say that car rental is higher. I did watch the chopsticks. But I still taste the spiciness on my tongue. But it's like okay. Yeah, well, it was not as spicy as I expected, kind of. I'm going to say car rental is it was Korean, I think. Yeah, I think it was Korean. I'm going to say car rental is higher. Oh, it's exactly the same. Santiago Bernabeu. Nah, that's hard to spell. That's not going to be that high. LA Clippers. I think higher. What do you guys think? I think higher. We're nearing 20, by the way, which is close to our high score of 22. I'm thinking higher for LA Clippers. Higher? Higher? All right, let's do it. No! It was lower! No! Scarlett Johansson, everyone loves her. Look at her boobies. She's at 3 million. Tom Brady, everyone loves him. But not as much as Scarlett Johansson. Oh, we had Beidou before. For real, what the fuck? That's just how it is, bro. That's how it is, guys. Narcotics Anonymous. I'm going to say lower only because 2 million is so high, and I was right. Samsung's going to be huge. Serengeti is going to be lower. We had this person before, right? I don't remember. 300,000? I don't know who they are. The Jester? And okay. Johan Krifilip? Christianity only has 500,000. Cervical cancer is going to be higher here. Bible's going to be higher for sure. Only 2 million, though, which is kind of surprising. Selena Gomez is more popular than the Bible. We have Brave New World's going to be lower. 7 million is just way too much. Raphael is a popular guy, I guess. 1.5 mil. Pringles. Pringles. I want to say higher, but I don't know if it's international. I'm going to say high. Shit! Really, guys? No one looks up Pringles? 13 reasons why. Okay. Why I'm going to stay up all night. 13 reasons why. No Man's Sky is 500,000. Wow. Okay. Okay, let's take it slow. Let's take it slow. The Little Prince is going to be lower. New York Times is going to be really high. Oh, I thought it would be around 1 mil, but it's lower than 1 mil. Diet Pills is going to be lower. Tennis is... Bro, it's tennis. The Dark Knight Rises is going to be less than tennis here. Movies usually don't get up to 1 million, I feel. The Los Angeles Lakers. I feel like people don't type out at Los Angeles Lakers. They'll type out like Lakers or something. So I'm going to go lower here. It's apparently 500,000. Suicide Squad. I always forget what it is. Suicide Squad was higher? I don't know if the delay means that you were saying higher for something else. Do you guys remember what Suicide Squad was? Because we've gotten it a couple of times now. I'm thinking lower? Okay. Yeah, 200,000. Let's try to remember that. It pops up a lot. Huffington Post is at 7 million. Jesus. New York Times was less than 1 million. Huffington Post is 7 million. Estee Lauder is less than 1 million here. Britain's Got Talent. Ah, no one cares. Why did I go higher? Who cares about Britain? Okay, it's okay. LinkedIn is high. LinkedIn is high. LinkedIn is high. China Mobile's low, apparently. No one cares about China Mobile. Tampax, let's go. Oh, no one cares about Tampax? Bro, like, why are people looking up female genital mutilation more than tampons? Tampax. Countries get pretty high, so we got 3 million. Hulk Hogan is huge, but not big enough. Border Terrier is lower. We're getting some repeats, which makes it easier. Wall Street Bombing. Yeah, it's not gonna be high. Fidget spinner, a million? 11 million people looking up fidget spinners. Homelessness, no one cares. Gotta remember that no one cares about homelessness. Hurricane Matthew. I guess it was popular. Oh my god, that's so close. Darren Aronofsky. I don't know who you are. Therapy we've established was pretty low. NWA is high. Not that high though. John McHenry. Fidget spinners was definitely 2016. Good point. Good point. I think this game's 2017, so that's a good point. Do you know who John McEnroe is? He might be higher. I don't know who he is. Why is my stream like? Is Twitch having problems? My stream shouldn't be dropping frames at all. Like, there's nothing that the stream is using. There's nothing going on stream. Let me look. Twitch down. It looks like there are no problems with Twitch right now. Never heard of him? Alright, I'm gonna go lower then. Stream looks fine? Okay, cool. On OBS, it says it's dropping frames. And the connection's not that good. US Open's definitely high. Got 1.5 million there. Narcos, we've had this before. I think it was high at 1.5 mil. Water pollution, no one cares. No one cares about the environment. Super Bowl, everyone cares. That's what you gotta remember. Kyle Fields, I don't even know what that is. Roma's gonna be higher. Just because Kyle Fields is way too low. The Spurs, honestly, basketball is like hit or miss. I guess they never miss, huh? So I'm gonna go lower here. The Secret Garden's gonna be lower. No one cares about books. We gotta remember that, you know? Russia is definitely higher. At 2.24 million. Builder is gonna be lower. Usually, jobs are not that high. Child labor. Oh, this one's hard. See, stuff about like child labor and things that actually matter in the world are always low. But I'm gonna say it's child labor or builder. Well, child labor or 74,000. Is it higher or lower than 74? Child labor. Higher? It's such a hard one, though. Let's try higher. Nice. You were right, Dinell. Teacher training. What? No one looks that up. Next, we got Phil Collins. He's higher. Mexico is higher. Countries are usually in the millions, especially famous countries. AIDS. Wasn't HIV like a million? Or I don't remember. AIDS. Lower? I don't know, man. I feel like AIDS could be higher. I feel like AIDS could be tens of millions. I feel like it's a very tricky one. And we're at 18. We're doing pretty well. Yeah, let's go lower. Nice. Whew. Canoeing is lower. No one cares about canoeing. Carolina Panthers. We've gotten this before. It was higher. Tattooist. If we get this, we'll tie our high score of 22. Lower? I'm thinking lower too, but if you're gonna look for a tattooist, you would look for a tattooist on Google. Right? I'm gonna say lower though. Yeah. There's definitely not many people that are tattooists. Birthday cake is higher. Jesus, 2 million people search up birthday cake. Why? Asthma was lower. Yeah. Oh, that was kind of scary. I thought it was in the 4 millions. We're at 24, baby. Let's go. If we get this one, we're halfway to 50. Is diabetes higher or lower? I want to say higher. I don't know about this either. Yeah, this one's hard. 50-50. The thing is, asthma is... I feel like more people would look... Do more people in the world have asthma or diabetes? Like, there's a lot of fat people in the US. I feel like there's more fat people than... I feel like... Well, that doesn't mean they have diabetes, but I'm gonna go diabetes. Let's go! 1.5 mil. Birth. We're halfway, baby. We're halfway. Halfway to victory. Only 25 more. Look at that. Look at that score. GG. Birth. Like, who's looking up birth? But also, birth is just a one word, easy to spell, birth. Like, pregnant woman, maybe look up birth. If I'm a pregnant woman and I'm looking up birth versus I'm looking up diabetes, not every woman is pregnant, so I think birth is lower. I'm gonna go lower here. Ooh, let's go. Star Wars is definitely higher. That's easy. Got 6 million. Steven Spielberg. People are usually not that high. Even Steven Spielberg's not gonna be that high. Oh, I feel like DC Comics is lower. Me and my brother were talking about how manga is like insanely popular and anime versus like comic books. Comics are definitely not that high. I'm gonna say lower here. Ooh, that scared me. That is the same. We're at 29, baby. Let's go. Comics make it harder. You think Empire State Building higher? Yeah, actually, I'm inclined to agree. The same. Jesus. Beagle. Bro, we had one dog type that was like less than 400,000, one that was more than 1 million. Beagle could be higher. It could be like 1 million. Beagle's very weird. Because we had another dog breed that was like 1 million or a couple of million. And we had another one that was like lower. I want to say higher. I'm gonna go higher. Let's go. 1.5 million. We're at 30, baby. We're at 30. Whew. Protein shakes. It is higher, yeah. I think protein shakes is definitely lower, yeah. 200,000 is still quite a bit. Toy Story. Shit. We had Toy Story before. Does anyone remember what we were on? I'm going to guess higher. Like, Toy Story must be higher than protein shakes, right? It's 1 million? Okay, I'm going higher then. You were right. Let's go. Melania Trump was like 4 million. Whew. This is getting scary. Oh, Victoria's Secret. Yes. This could be in the tens of millions, or it could be in a couple of million. Oh, this is hard. This is the furthest we've gotten. We're at a score of 34. Is Victoria's Secret more or less popular than Melania Trump? This is in 2017 too. Yeah, exactly. It could be 10 million or 1 million. I want to go. I'm gonna go lower. I'm gonna go lower. No! 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 Of course, all the horny teenagers are looking it up. God damn. Jeez. You know what, though? We got confidence. The fact that we got 34 means that 50 is 100% popular. Pepsi is... Okay. No one cares about Pepsi. DC is less popular than Prison Break. Prison Break. I used to watch that show. Autism. Higher? Dr. Dre, lower. Just human beings get less searches. That's really it. Why did I put higher for Powerpuff Girls? Loans. Higher. There's so many 450,000 ones. I don't know what that is. Next will be, am I pregnant? What? Lower? Who looks up, am I Well, I guess women that just had sex and unprotected sex. Hair transplant. I don't know what this is. This guy was kind of popular. Probably popular. Any soccer player is insanely popular. Ooh, Sydney Opera House. I feel like this is insanely popular, but it's a 3-worded search. I'm gonna go higher. Damn, I'm a dumbass. Lower. Manchester United is 11 million. Deer Hunter, Cartoons will be pretty high. Jaws. Just because movies are lower, I'm gonna say lower. Yeah. Mary Korea, I think, is higher. Breast implants, should be higher. Dentist is high. 1 million here. Disney is only 2.7 million. FaZe Clan. That's not internationally known that well. Only 74. I thought it would be higher, to be honest. Kobe is definitely higher. 800,000. I don't even know what this is. Missing persons? Higher? And who looks up Business Insider is big. Not that big, though. Mortgage Calculator or Business Insider? Mortgage Calculator or Business Insider? I'm actually not sure. What do you guys think? Mortgage Calculator. Business Insider. Like, it might be higher, but then, like, people are not mortgaging their house every day. Right? And this is monthly searches, so I'm going to assume it's lower, actually. 3 million people? Okay. Popeye is lower. Okay, still popular. Popular. Popeye. That was so funny. Charles Darwin was like 300, 400,000 here. Refugees, no one cares about them. Well, actually, they're kind of high, 200,000. Harley Davidson was a couple of mil. The Beatles, not as popular as one may think, I guess. YouTube, bro. Almost 2 billion people. Table tennis. Come on, Ping Pong Masters. Only 200. That's actually quite a bit. 200,000. Magic the Gathering. Oh, that is way too neat. 300,000 people looking up Magic the Gathering? Las Vegas is lower. Long Island iced tea is lower. Barcelona is a country. It's not a country, but women's rights, no one cares about women's rights. Easy. Rolex is higher. For sure. Instagram is higher for sure. 100 million people. Jesus. Theresa May is like 1 million. As a British person, I think. Condoms. Oh, condoms. I feel like condoms are pretty popular. Condoms. People must be looking up condoms to buy. But no, people don't want to buy condoms on Amazon. Because then it's kind of sussy baka. But they don't want to go to the store and buy it. So I'm going to say higher. Really? Come on. Practice safe sex. San Antonio Spurs. HSBC is a famous company. Twitter is an even more famous company. The Rock is... Wow, 1.5 million. That's a lot. Putin. I'm going to say lower. Just because not everyone's into politics. Munich Olympics massacre. That was indeed a massacre. This is going to be like 10, 20,000. Not even. Jewish-related stuff is going to be low. Facebook's a 2 billion like YouTube. I go to the store and buy then so people know I have safe sex. Nice. Toy Story was around 1 million, right? Very nice. Easter Island is going to be a couple 100,000. Not even 200,000. Mike Tyson. I think he's higher. Yeah. Mike Little. Who? This is like Ping Pong Masters. Like if you see Ping Pong Masters, this is what you'll see. 0. Obsessive compulsive disorder is definitely more. That's the easiest one. I hope we have more of those. Bryan Adams is higher. The Pope. Does the Pope get more than 500,000 searches? Well, we got to think Bible had like 500,000. So would the Pope get more than 500,000? I don't think so. Yeah. Louis Vuitton is very popular. 6 million's a lot, though. Wonder Woman is very popular. I'm going to say 1 to 2 million. 7 million people looking up what? Did the movie come out in 2017? Is that why? All right, hunger. Hunger, no one cares about hunger. The establishment, I don't know, man. I don't know. I forgot books no one cares about even more. Car companies are always in the millions. Jerry Rice, don't know who you are. Bad picture too, which means you're worse. Grand Theft Auto is 1.5 mil, right? Yeah. British Airways. It's only British. I guess people are flying all the time. Alcohol is going to be high. Alcohol's not even at 1 million. That's so weird. Roma was like high. Conspiracy theories. Okay. Why do people search that up? Plasterer. Jobs are always low. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. ADHD. ADHD is more common to search up than all of that. So I'm going to say lower. Yeah, that would be weird if it was higher. Paul McCartney is higher. I don't even know who that is. Mercedes, millions. Millions over here. Bovril, don't know what that is. Vietnam War. Shakira. Shakira is very popular. 3.3 million. Christian Dior. Lower. Allen Iverson. Bro, do people even talk about Allen Iverson anymore? Wasn't he popular when I was like a kid? Was he popular in 2017 for some reason? I'm thinking right away lower. But I'll wait to see if anyone has a suggestion. Oh, there's a new Pokemon series out? I'm gonna take a drink. I'll give chat 10 seconds if they want to guess. We're doing much better though. Well, not really. Our highest was 34, but I'm gonna go lower here. What? Okay, well, he was popular apparently. No one cares about suffragees. Suffragees nuts. Rothschild was low. I remember thinking it was high, but it's low. Allen is high. Damn it! Wait, is the delay that big? Or you're just like busy or something? My bad, my bad. I should have waited a little longer. Damn it. Wizard of Oz. How much was Allen Iverson? I want to remember for the future, but I don't remember. Manchester is 11 mil. Downtown Abbey is pretty popular. I don't think it's 11 mil though. Boris. No one cares about you, Boris. The New York Times was like 800? 600,000, okay. Fleas was not as high as expected. 13 Reasons Why is high. We got American Express. BRB? Alright, cool. See, my gut says go higher, but logic says go lower. But then who looks up 13 Reasons Why? So I'm going to go higher. Okay, it was the same. 6 million. Apple Watch is going to be... Huh? Really? Apple Watch is 4 mil. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Matrix is 300k. Senegal is more. Okay. Places are high. I got to remember that. Marshmallow is very low. Recipes is 1.2 mil, huh? South Park is what? 1.8 mil? Kit Kat. I want to go higher, but I know they have them in Japan. That's what's going to make me... Okay. Nope. Okay. No one gives a shit about Kit Kats. Skrillex was lower than I expected, but no. I don't know who you are. AIDS is 500,000. AIDS is 500,000. AIDS is 500,000. AIDS is 500,000. I gotta remember. I don't know what Petra is. Reggae is pretty popular. Doctor Who, 1.5 mil. Pampers is 600,000. Britain's Got Talents. It's only in Britain, so it's lower. Still pretty high, though. Reservoir Dogs. That's very popular, but very old, right? So I'm going to go lower here. Marshmallow Test is definitely lower. Next, we got Pope is higher. Only at 165,000, though. Train Spotting? I don't even know what that means. What is Train Spotting? What is that? Bro, I always forget with this Whammon. But she's 300k apparently. Hawthorne effect. That's very... To me, that's more interesting than this Whammon. But I'm going to say lower. Yeah, psychology terms won't get that high. Obesity is definitely higher. Only at 200k though. James Brown. I think he was higher. Yeah, next we got World Hunger. No one cares. You see, no one cares about that stuff, I'm telling you. Steven Spielberg is popular. Robert De Niro is probably more popular. Greenpeace. Oh, it's 300,000. Flamengo. Soccer players are just... I've just learned, even if I don't know them, they're just really popular. So that's why I put 9 million there, or guessed. Vegetarian is only... It's kind of high. NASA is going to be high. 2.2 million here. Tattoo artist is going to be low. Anything related to tattoos is not that high. I don't know what this is. I'm going to say... Damn it! What is this? Wuthering Heights? Gran Torino... VR is what, 1 million? 2 million? 3 million? Peter Thiel... That sounds familiar. Weightlifting, I think it's 40,000. Let's go, I remembered. Fargo is going to be higher. Close to 1 million, wow. Depression is going to be 1 million, yeah. The whole world's depressed. PewDiePie. Holy shit! 1.8 million people looked up PewDiePie. Leonardo da Vinci or ABBA? ABBA's... Jesus, people still look up Leonardo da Vinci, okay. The white helmets, I don't know what that is. Birth. Homophobia is going to be high. That sounds funny to say. Adolf Hitler is going to be high. 1 million people look up Adolf Hitler a month. That's very weird. 24 made a comeback in recent years, so I'm going to say high. There we go. 5 million. Faith healing. What? Kite surfing will be higher. 74,000. Penis! All the middle schoolers are looking that up. Greek salad. That's the vegetarian people, which is like 300,000. Dark Knight Rises, I think, 400,000. There we go. Next, we got Jim Carrey. I'm going to say he's higher. He's very popular. Ryan Air. This is hard because airplane stuff usually are pretty high. But I don't know what Ryan... I don't know. I don't know airlines off very well at all. I'm going to say... I'm going to say lower. Shit! I should have gone higher. Like, I should have known. Duran Duran is awesome, but it's... Oh, okay. Apparently it is awesome. YSL... Okay. I don't know. Earthquake, no one cares. 9/11 is 1 million. OJ Simpson is high. Notch is going to be lower. Notch is the creator of Minecraft, right? That's still pretty good. Adolf with 1 million. We got Despacito. Oh, shit. Why would I go lower? Despacito is obviously higher. I just saw the picture looked really weird. All right, I'm not thinking now. Let me take it a little slow. Old Boy. What the hell is that? Okay. Pan's Labyrinth. What the hell? What are these things? No, Chris, we got 34. All right, we got 34. What do you mean lower to 30? We got 34. The hell is the OC? Jurassic Park's going to be pretty high. How do I suck? Watch this. Watch this. You're saying I suck. Chelsea Manning. Lower. Oh, Orange County. Oh. Faith Healing. Lower. Whatever's next is higher. Porsche. Higher. Yeah, you say I suck. Watch this. PNG. Higher. Shit. I thought PNG was insanely popular. Okay, watch this, Chris. I'll get it this time. Meningitis, higher. 1 million people. Cool. Quran, higher. Damn, Quran's much... MySpace, MySpace, higher. If it's the same, it's equal. Border Collie, lower. Shit. Cadbury, what the fuck is that? Lower. I'm getting lucky. Islam, higher. Easy, baby. Sexism, higher. I'm getting a lot that are the same. I'm getting lucky. Huffington Post, higher. Let's go. Tattooist, lower. Jerry Rice, who the hell are you? But you're more popular than a tattooist. Robert Redford, you seem more popular. You have a better picture. Nescafe, lower. Person of interest, higher. Ooh, that was so close. La La Land, definitely higher. Definitely higher. Darren Brown, who are you? No one knows who you are. You don't exist. Nelly, higher. Oh, shit. Boston Red Sox. I think higher. No! Shit! 17, though. That's not bad. That's not bad. Catcher in the Rye. Why would that be high? Why would that be higher? Outlook. What? What? Oh, Microsoft Outlook. Okay. Mark Zuckerberg. Higher. Feminism. You lose. Animal rights. No one cares about human rights or animal rights. Indiana Jones. Higher. We got Spain. Higher. Countries are pretty high usually. Pest controller. Who cares? Literally. That's actually a lot of people who care. France is high. Just like everyone in France. Audi is high. Audi. Car companies have much higher. Paris or Audi? This one's actually hard. I feel like people would look up Paris more than they look up France. Lower? Damn, they do, but it's still lower, yeah. I don't know who this is. Yeah, I don't know who you are. Sydney Opera House, lower. State surveillance, lower? Skin cancer, let's go. Water pollution, no one cares. No one cares about the environment. UPS, mad high. 6 million. Pomeranian, Jesus, 1.2 million. Cool Runnings, I don't know what that is. Terrorism, higher? That was kind of scary. I don't know. Thanks for the hydrate. Craft or terrorism? Craft. Shit! See, we're doing better. We're doing better here. Of Mice and Men is higher. Or I guess the same as Pest Controller. Sigmund Freud has to be higher. Come on. I know it's psychology, but Eminem is in the millions here. That's easy. Twerking? Ugh. Thank God it's not that high. Uber is going to be insanely high. 20 million. The Beach Boys is going to be, yeah, nothing. Even though I like them. Pirates of the Caribbean is going to... Wow, 2.2 mil. Royal Robbins, don't know who you are. Which means you're useless. Wizard of Oz. Oh, less than half a mil. Body odor, no one cares. Cadbury, no one cares, but people care more than body odor. Green Bay Packers, people care. That's a popular team. Converse, shit, this is hard. Converse is definitely big. I think it's very big, actually. Damn, just barely big. Washington Redskins, no, you're not gonna have anything on 2.7 mil. Shit, this is hard too. Schindler's List. Movies usually don't rank that high. Yeah, there we go. Syrian Civil War, no one cares. Damn it! Enough people cared. I don't even know what this is. Marlboro is definitely higher. Usher is going to be high. Not as high as I expected. I don't know what this is. Anything in black and white is like less than 100,000. Kite skiing. The hell? Who looks that up? Paris attack. Oh, I remember when that happened. Brazil is 100% higher. Not as high as I expected. Gymnastics. Lower? Okay, that was a bit scary. David Bowie. David Bowie's huge. San Francisco 49ers. That was hard because they're pop. Yo, it's so hard with the football and basketball teams because a lot of them are very popular. Vanta Black is, I don't know. Oh yeah, this person was popular. I don't know who she is though. We got Skydive. Skydive could be really high, but skydiving I feel like would be high. I'm gonna go. What do you guys think with skydive? I'm thinking lower. But I could see it being higher also. This one's actually hard. I see nothing in chat, so I'm gonna go lower. Oh, it was much lower. Best diets. Vegetarian gets a couple 100,000. I'm gonna say best diets gets a bit high. Yeah, just barely though. Look at that. Nintendo Switch is insanely high. 11 million. I don't know what this is. Houdini. Houdini is insanely popular, but not 1.8 million popular. Dry cleaners is high. You're gonna search up dry cleaners on Google. Ariana Grande is definitely higher. She's mad popular. Princess Diana is high, but not that high. She probably gets high sometimes too. Fight Club. Fight Club. Fight Club is really popular, but not that popular. Ooh, it's actually really popular. PewDiePie is in the millions. Lawrence Taylor, I don't know who you are. Seoul is, come on, Korea. Capital of Korea or whatever. Baltimore Orioles? What are you? No! What are you? Shit. Fidget spinners is high. Catcher in the Rye is low. You gotta slow down, but then I won't get high enough if I slow down. Pampers is around 600,000. Plus, a lot of them repeat, so I've gotten a good idea of a lot of them. Yes, you will. No, I won't, bro. I slow down on the ones that I'm not sure about. But you're right. I guess I should slow down more on them. Like this one I'm not sure about. LSD or Thailand? What do you guys think, chat? LSD or Thailand? Lower? I don't know. LSD, I feel like people look up LSD a lot. But yeah, drugs are not... Wow. Okay. 670,000. Nice. Rich is higher. I felt like people look up drugs more than rich. But I guess rich doesn't make sense, huh? Okay. Missed period? The hell? Nicki Minaj is huge. Houdini was, we just had him. HSBC is in the millions. When I'm not sure, I'll pause a little, you know? When I'm not sure, I'll try to pause. When I feel confident, I'll just press it. Shooting gets 1.5 mil. Jesus. People usually get less than a mil. Pug. Pug or David Fincher? Would a pug get... The thing is, a lot of dogs get over 200,000. But I think one or two got lower. I think it's higher. Yeah. Pythagoras, no one cares. That's still pretty high. Houston Texans. That's high. Sports is very tricky. Dachshund. Ugh, another dog breed, bro. They could be really high or really low. It's so hard. But this one's kind of hard to spell. But it is very popular. I think this is the hot dog dog. I honestly don't know. I'm going to go lower. All right. Actually, Kevin Spacey... Not many humans get that high, but Kevin Spacey is huge. Yeah, we got 2.7 mil there. Jesus. The Boston Celtics or Kevin Spacey? Celtics are definitely big, but are they as big as Kevin Spacey? Like, the fact that Kevin Spacey got 2.7 mil, it must have been around his controversy or, like, when he was in House of Cards. I want to say Boston Celtics is lower. Yeah. 1.8 mil is still quite a bit. Mitsubishi. Car companies are pretty high. Oh, this is tough, man. Car companies are pretty high, usually. But Mitsubishi is not, like, insanely popular. Bean, yes. No. I think Mitsubishi is lower. Shit! Oh, well, I'm learning. You see, there we go. Border Terrier is only 165,000. Donald Trump, 13 million. Tiger Woods is going to be less for sure. Max Martin, who are you? No one knows. Goodfellas is gonna be higher. Popular movies seem to get around 450,000. Reggae is 550. Christian Dior, nope. We got Pampers is around 600,000. I don't know. I've always memorized that. Shakira's like in the millions. Mortgage calculator. Shit. This is the one we lost, I think, 34. Yeah. 3 million people look it up. The pill. What? Teeth whitening. The pill. Teeth whitening. This is hard. I feel like this is going to be very close. Like, how many people look up teeth whitening? What's up, Nathan? How you doing? Nathan, do you think people look up teeth whitening or the pill more? Like, do you think people look up teeth whitening on Google 30,000 times a month or more or less? You think teeth? This one is hard. Yeah, I'm thinking higher also. Nice. Good job, guys. The pill is higher? Nah. Shit, we had pensions before. I don't remember what number it was, though. I don't remember. I think it was kind of high. I don't remember. What do you guys think? Does anyone remember? Lower? I think I thought it was lower, but it was pretty high. And pensions is like when you're old and you retire. I guess you're gonna whiten your teeth more than you get pensions from the government. Higher. I feel like I'm thinking it's like 100,000. Let's see. Ooh, okay, yeah, it's like 50,000. It's nothing.
Hip hop is definitely higher, and I am sad. I am goddamn sad. I'm a goddamn sad monkey. It's so hard to be me. Ow! I get punched in the face. I get disrespected. No one loves me. And my buttons don't work. I hate my life.
I don't hate my life. Yeah, what's up? Hey, that's a good picture of my cock. Higher for Skype? Yeah, Skype is definitely higher. We've had Skype before. It's very high.
Monkey do bad.
Monkey do very bad. Oh, whoa. What did I do, bro? What did I do? Why am I being put in jail? Sheesh. I didn't do it off.
Caught in 4K.
What did I do, bro? What did I get caught with? Sheesh. Okay, no one cares about people. Who even is that? Picture of cock. Aurora is gonna be higher. Jesus, look how many people. DuckDuckGo was insanely high. I thought it was low, but it's insanely high. Quran. Shit, I don't remember. Quran was pretty high, guys. We've had it before. No. Islam and Muslim was higher than Quran, I think. Oh, no, Quran was higher. You're saying low, guys, but Quran is very high. We've had it. We got it once before. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was like higher than you would expect, but it still might be lower. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Good job, guys. Good job. Meningitis was 1 million, right? Wasn't it 1 million? Meningitis has a lower than 1 million searches, right? Low? Yeah, let's go low. Yeah, it was 1 million. Oh my god. Bro, Power Rangers is popular, but is it... We got Power Rangers once also. I think it was 400,000 or 4 million, but 400,000 makes more sense, right, guys? Should we go lower here? Why not womeningitis? You're saying high, low? Yeah, I can't remember if Power Rangers was at 4 million or 400,000. I think 400,000 makes more sense though, because usually TV shows don't go up to the millions. Yeah, I'm gonna say lower. No, it was 4 million. Nathan was right. Damn it. Oh. Hell yeah, look at my muscles, even though I suck at games. Let's go.
Wow.
Thank you, I'll try. Thanks for the hydrate, Chris.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay.
Let me stretch.
I guess.
Orlando Magic or LSD? The Magic are pretty popular, right? But are they more than 500,000? Most basketball and football teams, I don't think, cross 500,000. I'm going to go lower here. Netflix is definitely like in the tens of millions. People, let's go. I did it. Oh, I did it again for you. Archery is going to be less. Archery is only 368,000, huh? HTC Vipe? That's definitely less. What? How is this more than archery? What even is that? No one cares about animal rights. Janet Jackson. Damn, she's pretty popular. Dark Souls 3. I'm going to say higher. Really? I thought a lot of people would search it up. New York Giants is high. Kite surfing is low. That's easy. Who is that? What is that? Roland Garros? I never heard of that. Okay. These are hard, bro. Bulldog's gonna be high. 1 million. Horoscope is low. Jesus Christ, that actually saddens me that 7 million people look up their horoscope a month. Okay. One Direction's almost 2 mil. Deforestation. The thing is, we're getting familiar with the numbers by screwing up a lot, so it's okay. Comic book is high, but not that high. I don't know who you are. Starbucks is in the tens of millions. Or 9 million, okay. Alicia Keys. Yeah. Only 1 million. I thought maybe a couple of million. Life Hacker, lower. Still quite a bit. iPhone 8 is higher. I don't know why it's so high, but... Pokemon, shit. Higher? Bro, like, why? That's dumb. Pokemon should be higher. Triathlon, not many people do triathlons. Uber is going to be insanely high. We've gotten it before as well. Ebola is high, but not that high. It's actually not that high. Alcoholics Anonymous. Black Eyed Peas. Nope. Okay. Gran Torino. Cancer. Cancer doesn't even have 1 million. Soccer players are usually high, but not this dumbass. Damn it. Masseuse is going to be high-ish. Spa is higher. IP address? Jesus, 500,000? That's a lot more than I expected. Twin Peaks was a lot. Coca-Cola high, but not that high. 1.5 mil. I don't even know who that is. European Union. Shit, we had this before. I think it was high, yeah. BNP Buddy Bus. Is that an airline? I don't know. Lower? Shit. I should have gone higher. Things that are like banks. It's not looking good, guys. It's not looking good. But we're gonna get it. Bipolar is lower. Still a goddamn a lot of people. Cars are... I thought cars are always higher, but apparently not that car. That's a specific car. Maybe that's why. Countries and places are pretty high usually. Barnes & Noble's higher? Yeah. Nadia Tofa? I don't even know what that is. The Chimp Paradox? Books don't do that well. Homer Simpson's going to be higher. Tokyo is definitely higher. Oh, not as much as I expected, though. Curb Your Enthusiasm is lower. Apple Watch is higher. Only 4 million, though. US Open is pretty high. I think, yeah, 1.5 mil. Shakira was higher. Estee Lauder is lower. The Prestige lower? I almost went higher there. Movies don't do too well. Hurricane Matthew is lower. Taxi. It's such a weird thing to look up on Google. Milgram Experiment is very interesting, but psychology doesn't do that well. Haiti earthquake. Does the Haiti earthquake have more? Well, the hurricane had 100,000. So would another natural disaster have more or less? I'm tempted to go higher. What do you guys think? We're pretty much halfway to our high score, which is cool. Almost. I'm thinking it could be higher or lower. Haiti earthquake. Like, this looks international, whereas Milgram experiment is, like, the same. I'm going to say higher. Ooh, it's the same. Mozart's higher. That's easy. Google is definitely higher. People Google. Anything else is lower. Yeah. Oh, that's very low. This is the president of China, only has 200,000, but he's higher. Bing is going to have a lot. 13.6 million, Jesus. Taipei is going to have less. I thought Taipei had more, but Jurassic Park has more. Alcohol has less than 1 million. I remember that. Ooh. One of the best movies of all time. Or Alcohol. This one's hard. So we had a lot of famous movies getting around 800,000. So I'm going to guess higher because of that. Really, bro? Really? At 24? No one's looking up. Why are people looking up? You look up SEO, not search engine optimization. I don't know who that is. Wizard of Oz is high. 500,000, almost 500,000. No, what am I doing? Soccer players are almost always high. I mean, not high, but, you know. Miniature Schnauzer, that's my dog. Only 165K, huh? Miniature Schnauzer, only 165. Maldives is a place. And apparently a very popular place. Synesthesia? What? Switch has 11 million. Bret Hart will have more. Hang gliding. Oh, this one's a hard one. I don't know. 90,000 seems a lot. Like a lot, yeah. I don't know who this is. I'm gonna go. It seems like he has a nice face. Cocaine. Cocaine was pretty high. Yeah. Manchester United is like 11 mil. What do we got next? Cleaner is gonna be less. Ooh, still a lot though. 1 million. Shakira's 3 mil. Malala, she was very popular. I don't know what years she was very popular. Damn, she might be more popular than Shakira. I'm saying less. No. Not everyone knows about her. Kama Sutra, definitely less. What? 1.8 million? The heck, bro? This is so frustrating. Cello's at 200K. Apple cider vinegar diet. That's so specific. Still has 200K though. BuzzFeed is in the millions. 5 mil. Mick Foley's what? Not even 100K. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. Come on, you're telling me 165,000 people a month are searching up some random sequence? The establishment is nothing. Jennifer Lawrence is only at 2.7K. Narcos is at 1 mil. 1.5. Flights would be more. Why would I press lower? Celine Dion is 1.5K. Mil. Arsenal is less. More. We had Arsenal before. Austerity will be less. That's an economics term. Is the most famous sequence 11 1 1 2 3 5 8 3. Oh, then I'm just a dumbass. Chlamydia. Let's go. Everyone's looking up chlamydia to see if they got it. Snapchat is sheeshing out over here. I don't know who this is. We had this before. Bankruptcy. Was it 200,000? Okay, good. Suicide. Oh, that's so sad. More than half a mil. Mirror's Edge. Movies don't perform too well. Blacksmith. This one's hard. I feel like not many people are searching to become blacksmiths, but they might just look it up. I want to say lower. Yeah. Oh, God. That was kind of scary. Twerking is higher. Diabetes is higher. Because of Americans. Elvis Presley is gonna be. Elvis Presley is more popular than diabetes. What? UFO is high. No one knows about the bombing. Tom Hanks is in the millions. Don't know who that is or what that is. We got Sin City. I don't know what that is either, but it's in English, so I assumed it's higher. Powerpuff Girls, let's go. Come on, bro. Powerpuff Girls should be at the billions. We watched an Italian culture class. Oh, that's cool. It's an Italian film. Guitar's only 1.5 mil. Back to the Future is going to be high. I don't remember how much Paris had, but it was pretty high. Yeah, 3.3 mil. Jesus. Air hockey is going to be less. London's going to be high. So Paris is more popular than London. Milgram is 40K. Charlotte's Web. I read that as a kid. Oh, this one's hard. I feel like from an American point of view, Charlotte's Web is more popular because it's kids. But in an international point of view, I mean, E.B. White is internationally renowned, right? But then Milgram Experiment is very... You think higher? All right, let's go higher. Nice. Burge... I don't know who this is. We've had her before, too. I think she was lower than 100K. Yeah, she was just a random person. Contraception's going to be higher. Who Mega Lol, exactly. Adele's going to be higher. Ooh. Immigration. So I think this was taken in 2017. So you have to remember. I'm going to say higher. Shit. No. Bitcoin is at 11 mil, though. Interesting. Pot noodles is nothing. Bobby Moore is going to be higher. We got That was kind of high. Nope, it sucked. It's low. Vaseline's going to be higher for all the teenager boys. And we got Lamborghini is definitely high. 3 million. This Whammon is not known. Who Megalol. Rose Bowl. It looks like a big stadium. Does anyone know this stadium? If this is a well-known stadium, I could see it being more than 60,000, but I don't know. If anyone knows Rose Bowl and that has a second, let me know. If not, I'm gonna guess higher. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, it looks like. Let's go higher. Ooh, okay, it was higher. Carpenters. Lower? Shit. I wanted to guess higher too because there's a band called the Carpenters too. Oh, why did I do more? Dexter is 1 million, yeah. I went too fast there. Wimbledon is high. 2.7 mil. Clockwork Orange is high, but not that high. Wow, it's actually not as high as I expected. Colgate, I guess, is higher. Racism is definitely higher. Only at 0.5 mil, though. Hurricane Matthew is not that high. Next, we got Barcelona is high. Barcelona, that's how you say it. Ramadan, ooh. With Muslim-related stuff, the thing is Islam wasn't that high, so I don't think Ramadan's that high, yeah. Glastonbury Festival, that's going to be lower. Miniature Schnauzer, it's going to be slightly higher, yeah. Oscar Wilde, oh, he's very popular, but I'm going to say higher. Next, we got Blackfish. I feel like lower. I'm not sure. I don't know how popular a blackfish is. Anyone think blackfish are popular? I mean, it looks like a shark. I don't know. This one, I'm not sure. I'm thinking lower, though. Since no one's answering, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go with lower here. Nice. Prostate cancer is higher. Ford is definitely higher. At 4 million. Flute is lower. Flute is actually very low. Egypt's gonna be high. 1 million people look up Egypt a month. Winnie the Pooh. Lower. Jesus, 500,000 though. Women's rights, no one cares. Global warming's gonna be higher. Miami Heat. Shit. Basketball team, Miami Heat. Hello? Yeah. I was right though. Miami Heat. I don't know about this one. The basketball and the football ones kind of scare me. I'm not gonna lie. I think lower. Having more than 600,000 is quite a bit. I think lower. That's my guess. Lower? Let's do it. Shit! 1.2 million! Oh my god. No one cares about Daffy Duck either. Friends will be... Jesus, Friends is that popular? That's double. Yeah. What is QI? Mark Zuckerberg is higher. That's easy. Chicago Bulls was high, I think. But lower than Mark Zuckerberg. That's definitely going to be low. Chicago Bulls, a million. Harambe! Let's go! QI is a British game show? Yorkshire Terrier. So dogs are very weird. Miniature Schnauzer was around 160,000, but we got a lot of them that were around above like 500,000. Yorkshire Terrier, I feel like, are more popular than miniature. Dicks out for Harambe. Let's go. Than miniature Schnauzers, but it's also 2 words. I'm thinking it's gonna be close. It might be like 200,000. Yeah, but I feel like it's very popular, so I'm gonna go higher. Let's go. I was right. Deer hunting is like 70,000. Establishment is even lower. That's easy. Carolina Panthers is almost 1 million. I forget it. Christ the Redeemer. I don't even know what that is. Pug is 1 million, I think. 1.5 million. See, the dogs are all over the place. Nepal earthquake. 50,000. Okay. Family tree. I feel like people look up the family tree pretty often. Yeah. That was kind of scary. I wasn't sure on that one. What do you guys think about this one? I don't know what Bayer is. Is Bayer an international company that's very popular? Have you had one in the hundreds? I don't think so. I think the lowest the lowest we had was 0. Yeah, it looks like a very big company, and it kind of looks familiar, though. So I'm thinking Bayer might be something big, but I'm not sure. I gotta go pee, so I'm actually gonna go pee, and hopefully maybe someone will know about Bayer.
Hello there.
I have done the pee-pee. Bing bong, I'm gonna stream with ping pong. What's up, gamer? Oh. Badge. Wait, what? There shouldn't be an ad playing now. Bayer. Is Bayer higher or lower? I've never heard of it, but I'm going to say higher. Shit, I should have gone lower. I think I know. Oh, it's too late. Sorry. Mahjong is popular, but Jesus, it's really popular. Oh, you looked it up? Oh, I would have gone higher anyway, from what you said, Pigeons. I would have gone higher, because that looks like it's really popular. Basketball is at 2 million. Apple's going to be higher. 16 million here. Madden 16 is going to be lower. Oh, that's like nothing. Rhinoplasty, I don't know what that is, but it's higher. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because it says multinational company, so I would be like, Golden Gate Bridge is pretty popular. I don't even know what this is. And neither does anyone else. Forrest Gump's going to be higher. 1 million. Forrest Gump hits at 1 million. Psycho is less. Moobs is going to be less. No one wants to look up their moobs. Gordie Howe. I don't know who that is, but Malala's going to be higher for sure. Louis Vuitton is higher. 6 million. Jesus. Serengeti is around 500,000? Not even. Okay. Gym is going to be higher. 2.2 mil. Malaria. Malaria? Huh. By the way, what's up, gamer? I don't know if you're here now. But, malaria's lower, right? Okay. 500,000 though. Syrian civil war is going to be lower. Still pretty high, 200,000. Abraham Lincoln. Shit. Abraham Lincoln. I feel like he must be higher. Jesus, much higher. Palm Islands, don't know what that is. Chicago Bulls definitely higher. Chicago Bulls at 1 million. Calculator. Calculator has to be higher. 24.9 million. Orange County is lower. Chelsea is pretty popular. Even I know that. 7.5 mil. Wuthering Heights is lower. Tyler. Shit. Tyler. I feel like this must be lower. Okay. Prada is high. Eating disorders. Ooh, that's a tough one. I feel like eating disorders is definitely high, but I don't know if it's going to be higher than 800,000. That's the question. You had like vegetarianism that was around 800,000 or 600,000. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say lower too. Okay, good. Joe Frazier. Oh, that's a famous guy, but he's old. I'm gonna say higher. No, Joe Frazier. That feud didn't last long, but we got 26. That's pretty cool. I think we're gonna get this. We're gonna get 50, baby. If I get 49, that would be crazy. Yeah, the Beach Boys, I would like them to be popular, but they're not. Whatever's next will be higher, probably. We got 2.2 mil there with Russia. Mobile Strike will be less. Jesus, that's a lot for a mobile game, though. Kenny Rogers will be less. Jesus, that's a lot for an individual, though. Bulimia? Yeah, I don't know. Rod Stewart is more. There Will Be Blood. Don't know what that is, so I'm going to go lower. Gonna say that's lower. It's the same. Grand Theft Auto is in the millions. 1.5 mil. We got climbing. Bulimia is like some disease, I think. Climbing, this is a hard one. I want to say lower. Yeah. It's actually much lower than I thought. Liposuction is going to be lower. Oh, it's the same. 200,000 people. Teeth whitening, we guessed before. It was around 300K. We got Colossus. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Which means most people won't, because, yeah. Australian opening is going to be high. 1.8 million. That's a lot. Brian Clough, don't know who you are, so you're going to be lower over here. Pet insurance. Pet insurance. Let's go higher. Munich. I don't know this guy. Does anyone know this player? Bayern Munich. Is he like really famous or not really? If he's really famous, he could be over 246k. Nope. Let's go. Shit, you see what I mean? Oh, bro, soccer is always confusing. Call of Duty is at 3 mil. Oh, that's interesting. Call of Duty is at 3 mil. Yoga's at 1.8. Jimmy Carter is pretty high, guys. He's in the million. Oh, no, he's not. He's at half a mil. Builder is going to be lower. 74k. Harvey Weinstein's going to be high. 2.2 mil over there. Nelly, I think, is 1 million. So we got that. Terracotta Warriors is going to be less. Thought maybe it would be a little more. Scuba diving. Scuba diving. Scuba diving is more. Yeah. Manny Pacquiao is more. Pretty popular fighter. Cinema was less. The Italian movie Cortez mentioned. Islam's going to be high. Got around 1 million for Islam. Athletics. I want to guess higher. But also Islam. But also, I don't know. This one's hard. I'm thinking higher. What do you guys think? Higher? Let's go higher. Damn it! No one's looking up athletics. 200k. Super Bowl is definitely high. 1.8 mil. Yao Ming is only at 246. I don't know what this is. Microwave meals is low, but I don't remember how low. Very low. That's just how it is, bro. Venus. Oh. Elvis Presley was high. 1.8 mil. Powerball. Ooh. I know about the New York Powerball because I live in New York. I don't know if this is like national. I'm going to say, well, I guess everyone's buying the lottery. 6 million. Spain's going to, nope. Okay. Alzheimer's is at 1 million. Air pollution is going to be not that much. People don't care about the environment, so that's an easy one. This jungle was not much. What else we got? HIV is a lot. 800k we got there. Next is cello. Cello's 1 million. Why did I think it's 1 million? It's the cello. Who cares about the cello? Solo's going to be quite a bit, though, here. I do like searching up planets to learn about them. Ah, there you go there. Then. Yoko Ono is underrated on Google search. What the hell? What the hell's a Burberry? Mass surveillance is nothing. Plato is going to be high. Kind of higher than I expected, to be honest. Deadpool is going to be high. 2.7 mil for Deadpool over here. Hay Fever? Less than I expected. The Lord of the Rings will be high. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Football high? Yeah, football is international. Sergey, I don't know who you are. Old Boy. I think lower. Shit, what is Old Boy? Play-Doh sounds like Play-Doh? It does. Barcelona's high. Subway. Damn, Subway's high too. 6 mil. Despacito is going to be high as well. 13 mil. Jesus. All right. You know what? We make a lot of mistakes, but it's going to make it even better. Hawthorne Effect is famous. But psychological things are not that big. Häagen-Dazs. Only 368. David Flinchard, don't know you, bro. Boston Celtics is over 1 mil. John Lennon. 1 million. Wow. That's a lot. Cannabis. I'm going to say lower. Yeah. Just because cannabis is not international per se. Victoria Falls is going to be lower for sure. Springer Spaniel. Like, I don't know if that's... I feel like we've had this before and I fucked up on it. I want to go lower, but I'm thinking it's higher. Oh, it's the same. Okay. BMX is higher. For sure. Lung cancer is going to be lower. People don't look up cancer as much as one might think. Hair transplant was... Oh, this one's hard. We had this once. I don't remember. I want to say lower. I don't know 90% of these things. Really? I want to say lower. Okay, good. Groupon. Groupon's going to be higher here. 16 mil. Hey, what's up, Ratty? The one that owns several rats. I remember you. How you doing? How are you doing? Howdy, Ping. Hope your Monday is going good. My Monday is going good. I hope yours is going well. Cannabis was definitely higher. Oh, I get it. I get it. Cock. Mount Sinai is gonna be less, but quite a bit, I think. Oh, glad to hear. How's your Monday going? How I Met Your Mother is gonna be high. A mil. Cosmetic surgery will be less. Wow, that's very low. Goodwill Hunting more. Yeah. The really famous movies tend to do around 300,000. Max Martin, I don't know you. We're trying to get 50 in a row. Cornflakes? Cornflakes? Let's go. Just had some dinner and a smoothie. Nice. Is The Salvation Army a very famous movie? What is that? Is this David Goggins? I feel like not many people know about him. I want to say lower. Is this a very famous movie? What do you guys think? What'd you have for dinner, by the way? Oh. I'm thinking. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how famous this movie is. Bean, rice, and cheese. Oh, you're making me so hungry, bro. I'm gonna have to eat after stream now. What do you think, though, Ratty, about this? I'm gonna say higher. No, my gut said lower, and why? The thrift store? Oh, yeah. Oh, the thrift store. Oh, that makes more sense. What was the answer? I already forgot. Whatever. This girl was... Oh, okay. She was not high. Cosmetic surgery is low. We already saw it. Bro, airlines are always in the millions. Namibia is a country, but doesn't get much attention, I guess. Pac-Man's gonna be high. 5 mil. Jesus. Anti-aging? What is that? Like, no one searches that. That's kind of cool, though. This people search. This is called higher or lower. You have to guess if people search this on Google more than the one, like, if people search, in this case, Duran Duran, more or less than 1984. 1984, I thought a lot of people search up, but they don't. That's how we lost. We had a high score of 34, and we lost on 1984, I think. So, damn, Rugby World Cup is nothing. This guy was kind of popular, I remember. We have some repeats here, too. This is in the millions. We got 4 million average monthly searches. Heineken is not as popular. Ashley Madison is going to be more popular here. Yeah, we had 34. But it's okay. We're coming back. I don't know what Paris Saint-Germain is. I have no idea what this is. So I'm going to go... Bro, all the soccer stuff are so high. I should just always guess higher. Why did I guess higher? This is LA. When I see that, I should just guess higher. Great Barrier Reef has a lot more than I expected, though. London's going to have a lot. Imagine not knowing that. Piano. You would expect piano to be high, but okay. I was right. It was high. You're about to tell me? Oh, Botox. Every whammon wants Botox. Football rules the world? Yeah, I guess so. Carpenters was pretty high, but reggae is around, yeah, that, I guess. Paramount Pictures. Piano was high. It was like 6 or 8 million, right? Paramount Pictures. We never got this one before. I'm thinking higher. Actually, yeah, I'm thinking higher. What do you guys think? Movies themselves get like 200,000-300,000. Paramount Pictures is like a... Hey, tell him I said hi back. I'm going to go higher. Why would I go higher? You know, it's low when the photo is black and white. True. Mozart is higher. Gotta be high with Paramount Plus. Oh, it was like 40,000. Chocolate cake lower? The only reason I thought lower is it's specific to chocolate cake. Okay, soccer is always higher. So, reset. Yep. April the Giraffe. Oh yeah, this shit was mad high. Yeah. We lost a good run on that. Manchester bombing is gonna be high. I'm gonna say it's still lower. Code Computer Love. What the hell is that? We got manslaughter. It's gonna be higher. I don't know why 60,000 people are looking that up. Chris Evans is definitely high. I mean, I don't know if he is, but don't know what this is. Which, well, Budapest, I know. The Departed is very famous, so it's gonna be higher. All right. Well, we got some famous tennis or player, it looks like. I don't know. I have no idea. We'll just go higher. Anytime I see soccer or tennis players, it's just higher. Wii is... Come on, bro. Nintendo Wii is not millions? Only 200,000 people look it up. ISIS. ISIS is going to be lower. Damn, ISIS is at 1.8 mil. Cremation is going to be lower here. Sus people. Yeah, right? Great Wall is going to be high. Poor? Why are people looking up poor? Am I poor? Queen Victoria. I feel like... Why? Why? Why are almost 1 million people looking that up? Hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids. Nope. Black and white is low. iPhone 10 is 10 million. It's easy to remember. 11 million. How to Train Your Dragon is not that much. Next we got Strictly Come Dancing. Don't know what it is. And I'm a dumbass. When I don't know what it is, I think it's lower a lot of the time. Stopwatch is 1.5 mil. Jesus. Bipolar is going to be a lot, but not that much. Next we got Stonemason. What? No one's looking that up on Google. And air pollution. People don't care about the environment, but they care more about that than Stonemason. X Factor is not more popular? I thought X Factor was insanely popular. Elvis is 1.8 mil we got here. Venus Penis is at 1.2 here. We got Nestle. Ooh, with coffee. I'm going to say lower just because 1.2 is a lot. And I was right. Dr. Dre is pretty popular. 0.5 mil over there. Beauty is going to be higher. And in the name of the beholder or whatever, the Curb Your Enthusiasm is lower. But Friends is like in the millions or something. Bulimia. Didn't we get bulimia before? What was bulimia? I think Pigeons asked what it was. I think bulimia was high. I think it was pretty high. Yeah, it was. Okay. 0.5 mil. Kama Sutra also surprised me by being higher than I expected. I think it's high. Yeah, there we go. 1.8 mil. They repeat a lot, so Tai Chi is going to be lower, even though it's pretty popular. HSBC is in the millions. We got some easy ones in a row, which is nice. Lego. Lego my ego. I want to go higher, but 9 million is a lot, so I'm going to go lower. 6 million, though. That's pretty crazy. Django Unchained is definitely less. Secret... I always confuse myself with Secret Garden. I think it's lower. Whitney Houston's going to be higher for sure. 1 million, baby. Floyd Mayweather. Ooh, higher? Yeah, 2 million. Erectile dysfunction is going to be lower. People don't want to look that up. Some bombing, no one cares about. Next will probably be higher. United Kingdom, yes. 1.5 mil for UK. Tattooist is definitely lower. All right, we're almost up to 20, which is nice. Sex positions is in the millions. What do we got? We got Into the Wild. I'm going to say less, for sure. Movies don't get in the millions usually. Usain Bolt is in the millions. 880, I know, right? The Dalai Lama. I feel like it's not that... this one's hard. I think we had him once before. I feel like he could be 1.8 million or 1 million. Yeah, finally the hundreds. What do you guys think? Higher or lower? Dalai Lama or Usain Bolt? I feel like people look up Usain Bolt more. This is in 2017 Google searches. Lower? But then again, yeah, let's go lower. Ooh, okay. It's only 0.5 mil. Low. Nice. Goodwill Hunting is... Shit, I don't remember. We had it once. I think it was around the same. I'm going to go higher. No! Oh, we had 23. Shit, it was around the same, but it was less. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to get these. We're going to get these. they repeat so often that we're starting to get them, okay? Like, I already recognize them. We got Putin. Putin's going to be higher, of course, at 1 million. Look at that beautiful face. Of Mice and Men's going to be lower here. Everyone did it for school, but no one cares after that. Triple H? Lower? Yeah, I don't know who he is, bro. Like, come on. Red Nose Day? What is that? Revenge porn has 200K. Suicide has like 600, unfortunately. It should have more. I'm just joking. Duran Duran is going to be lower. He's from WWE. Yeah, that's what it looked like, but I didn't know he would be so much. Airlines are always high. Greatest Guy movie is going to be low. Let us try and answer. Yeah, I ask you guys sometimes, but if I know right away, I'm just going to answer. Bon Jovi is going to be higher. It's going to take too long if I let you guys answer every single one. Like, whenever I'm not sure, I'm like kind of unsure, that's when I ask you guys. Like this. Bon Jovi or Tom and Jerry? Which do you think is higher? I would say Tom and Jerry is higher, but is it internationally known? But do people know about Tom and Jerry all over the world? And then you also have to remember that it's going up against 823,000. So it has to be 1 million or higher. So, yeah. Bro, why are you saying definitely higher? I don't know if it's that clear. Maybe you're right. Like most shows get lower. Let's see. Nice. Okay, good job, pigeons. Weather. Do people must search weather in Google a lot. I'd say low, but I don't know. It's okay, we got Tom and Jerry because of pigeons. Let's go. Weather? I feel like people must search up weather on Google more, right? What do you guys think? Weather? Like, 1.8 million is a lot, but weather is also something that I feel like, I don't know. I'm going to go higher. Yeah. You see? 150 million. Anything after that is lower. Hurricane Irma. Bro, the hurricanes are so tricky. Do you guys know Hurricane Irma? Yeah, that was a lot. Hurricane Irma could be higher or lower. I feel like it's lower. You don't know it? I'm going to go lower. Ah! Well, it was 7 million. Conspiracy theories is around 200,000, I think. There we go. Italy is going to be higher. Anti-Semitism is going to be lower. It's funny because I'm Jewish. What? Okay. Back to the Future is higher. Tommy Cooper is lower. 7 is going to be higher. It's some movie with Morgan Freeman, so it has to be higher. Pittsburgh Penguins? I don't know what the hell it is, but okay. Apparently you're 1 million. Bro, the soccer player is like just... Oh. This is just a random guy. L'Oreal is definitely high. Not even in the millions, though. That kind of surprises me. Payday loans. Going to be lower over there. Next, we got liposuction. I think it was lower. Yeah. Next, we got Corinthians, which I don't know what it is. I didn't know what it was last time. And it was high. It was high. And I forgot. No, higher. Sorry, I read that late. I should have waited. Teenage pregnancy. Okay. I felt confident, that's why. Okay. Inception is high. That's an easy one. Yorkshire Terrier is lower. When I get around like 10, 15, 20, that's when I'm more scared and I ask you guys more. Because, yeah. If I screw up in the beginning, it's like whatever, you know? The Fa Cup. Lamborghini is high. Cadbury is low. Yeah. Algeria is a country. Or whatever. Carolina Panthers is high. We've seen it before. Aston Martin's a car company, so it's definitely high. Stalking. Stalking or Aston Martin? I'm going to assume people don't look up stalking on Google that often. Low, right? Yeah, I'm thinking lower too. Let's go low. Jesus, that's still a lot of stalkers, bro. Yeah. How about skin cancer? Skin cancer we've had before, actually. Well, I don't have skin cancer, but we've had it. We've searched it before. I don't remember what it was, but I'm thinking lower. Pigeons says lower. Yeah, I'd like to think lower. Nice. Tommy Cooper is that no one knows this guy. Rape. That's gonna be high. Albert Einstein. I think he was 800,000, but he could have been 450,000. Shit, I don't remember. Does anyone remember? Hey yo. I don't remember Albert Einstein. I think he was 800,000 or 450,000. I'm thinking higher. Higher? Yeah, I'm gonna go with higher as well. Whoa, 1.5 mil. Never mind. David Blaine's around 200K. Human trafficking. I want to say lower. I have no idea, but I want to say lower. I feel like it's an American-centric political issue. I mean, it's not. It's internationally spoken too, but lower. Human trafficking. Yeah. Ooh, it's the same. 201,000. Magic the Gathering was a lot more than I expected last time. So 300. Sheldon. This was some random guy. I don't remember if he was like 400,000 or not. I think it was lower. Oh, he's 40,000. The numbers confuse me. Islam is definitely higher. 20th Century Fox. I'm thinking higher. What do you guys think? Oh, but actually maybe lower because it's literally 3 different words. 20th Century Fox or Islam. Basically, does 20th Century Fox have more than 800,000 Google searches a month? Yeah, lower seems to make more sense. Low? Yeah, I'm going to go with what you guys are saying. Nice. Good job. Good job. Kenny Rogers. I think he was... we had him so often. I think he was over 100K. High, right? Yeah, I think he was over 100K. Yeah, there we go. 300K. Quran is definitely higher. America's Got... We're at 20. Whew. What do you guys think about America's Got Talent? Remember, we've had Britain's Got Talent, and it wasn't as high as I expected. Higher? Middle? Low, high, middle? Low? I'm thinking lower, too, to be honest. Pigeons. Because this is Google searches, so it's not just in America, you know? Let's go lower. Nice. Okay. Red Nose Day. What the hell is that? Ooh, it's still pretty popular, so I could have screwed up there. Munich was high. I remember being like, what the hell is that? So that's easy. Ooh, Shutter Island's a good movie. Movies usually don't get that high, though. I'm going to say it's less than 1 million, so I'm saying low. What do you guys think? I got to think outside the box. Yeah, you got to think international searches. Lower? Yeah, I'm thinking lower, too. Low? Low? Yeah, let's go lower. Ooh, that's still quite high, though. 500,000. Muslim. I don't know. I want to think higher. I want to say higher. We're halfway to 48. Let's go. I want to say higher, but Islam had 800,000. So are people searching Muslim as much as Islam? Right, you guys got to think about that. High for sure. I don't know. All right, let's do it. No, I was right. No. Oh, Muslim was less. I was right because Islam was 800,000 and people would search up Islam more than Muslim. We did pretty well, though. We did pretty well. We're almost halfway. That's okay. We'll make our way back pretty easily. There's a lot that repeat here. Gold did not repeat, but Ronaldinho? I'm going to say lower. I don't know who the hell that is. That's not Ronaldo. Biggest religion in the world. What the fuck? No way. Yeah, but people look up Islam. They wouldn't look up Muslim. Right? Like, Islam gets a lot, but Muslim didn't get much. Senegal had like a couple 100,000. Mahjong. I don't remember. I think it was high. Yeah. HTC Vive was high, but not 5 million high. 500,000 here. Suicide was 600,000-ish. Next we got strip club. Wait, we haven't had strip club before. What do you guys think? I feel like strip club is less. I think people wouldn't search strip club on Google as often. Imagine not knowing who Ronaldo. It wasn't Ronaldo. It was Ronaldinho. Yeah, I don't know who that is. I'm thinking strip club. Yeah, I don't know who that is either. I think it's trolling. I'm thinking strip club is less. What do you guys think? I think it's less. Like, for more than 600,000 people to be looking it up? Nah, it's definitely less. Whoo, okay. QI. We had this one before, but I don't remember how much it was. If anyone remembers, let me know, but everyone knows what a strip club is. Gotta be low. Exactly. But still, 673. I think QI was higher than I expected, but not insanely high, so I'm gonna go lower. I was right. Tinder is definitely higher. Arsenal was like 6 million, I think. 9 million, okay. Bobby Charlton, I don't know who that is. Serial is gonna be higher. It just sounds like it will be. Andy Murray? Who is that? He has a tennis racket in his hand. Is he a famous tennis racketer? Do you guys know? Is he higher? I feel like we've had him before, and he was like 100K though. I'm not sure. Lower? Yeah, I think lower. You don't know him? Let's go with lower. Shit! We did have him before. Bro, these goddamn tennis players. Okay, soccer is going to be higher. Okay, nope. God damn it. Lion King's going to... Nope. Mad Men is definitely higher. Wasn't in Mario Tennis. I don't know. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Apparently no one cares about PTSD. Space Odyssey will be higher. Good movies are usually 200K. Oh, World War II should be high. 200K range. Big Bang Theory is pretty popular, so we're going to get 2.2 mil there. It's quite a bit. Italy is popular, not that popular. Inglourious Bastards, I don't remember. But okay, it's lower. You see, movies don't do that well usually. Translate? This one's weird because I feel like people look up Translate. For sure. Yeah, 277 million. Meghan Markle is popular. Jesus, she's really popular. Plaster is definitely lower. That's easy. Marathon's going to be higher. Triathlon was like 200 or 300K, so. Dating websites. Is dating websites more or less than marathon? That's a hard one. Dating websites. I'm inclined to say higher, but I feel like people don't really use dating websites as much as they use Tinder and stuff, but they might look up dating website. I'm thinking higher. I'm going to say higher. Bro, it was no one. No one uses it. Yeah, I thought high too. Picasso's not as popular as Gal Gadot. She's too pretty. 24 is popular. 5 mil. Batman Begins is not... Wow, Batman Begins is still pretty popular though. Jordan's a country. It's going to be higher over here. We got 2.7 mil. Cleveland Cavaliers. Of course. Bro, the basketball ones are all over the place all the time. Algebra no one cares about. Whoa. Still a lot. Gawker was lower. I think we lost a good run to Gawker. Plaster might be higher. Yeah. Back on my phone, my PC. Your PC died? Oh, that sucks. Trumpet should be higher. Just barely. Hilton Hotel. That's definitely high. Jake the Snake, don't know who you are, and neither does the internet. You're low. ADHD. I don't remember how high it was, but it was higher than 27K. San Antonio Spurs is going to be higher. Badminton should be... Jesus, only 1 million? El Rubius, what are you? A YouTuber? What is this? Manus Island is virtually unknown. Welcome to Lagland. Aw. Oh, Lent is unknown too, but it's more known than Manus. The Temptations should be high. No, come on, bro. The Temptations is a good band. Bank of China wasn't that high. I don't know what Jake the Snake is. What do I know? Vaseline's always higher because middle schoolers. Police is only 1 million? Isn't that a YouTuber? I don't know. Boston Red Sox is shit, not that high. 1984. Tennis is only 1 point. Why are sports so low? Oh, this is an interesting one. I'm going to say lower, though. Still quite a bit, though. 300K. Child marriage. Hopefully low. I don't know why 27,000 people a month are searching that up. Manchester, 11 mil. Earthquake is definitely 1,000. Only 1,000 people know. Lifehacker is definitely more. It's a game I play in gym class all the time. Oh. Oh, Estee Lauder I think was 800,000. Yep. James Foley is going to be less. Peru is definitely going to be higher. Peru is pretty high, actually. 1.2 mil. Spotify is definitely high. Transgender is going to be lower. Still pretty high, though. 673. Ooh, Vin Diesel or transgender? I'm not sure about this one, guys. This one's hard. Because it depends when the movies came out for Vin Diesel. Oh, this is my outro song. Why is it playing? We're running out of music. Never rope you gotta jump over. If you get caught by the rope that someone is swinging in the floor, then you gotta do a lap. Oh. The last one wins. Oh. Yeah. Jake the Snake? I actually played that with kids in Japan. I didn't... It was called something else in Japan. I don't remember, but... With a jump rope. A long, like, rope, actually. Not a jump rope. A long rope that would swirl. And people would have to jump and see... they would jump, like, in a row. But I guess that's slightly different. Vin Diesel or transgender? Vin Diesel is so popular, but I'm going to say lower. 2.2 mil. I should have said higher. I only have two choices there. Boots is Boots, bro. 4 mil for Boots. Color Purple I had to read for high school. Vagina. Let's go. Quran was pretty high. Oh my god. People look for vagina more than the Quran. That makes sense. Gran Torino was high, but not that high. That Fast and Furious. Yeah, that's why I wanted to put higher, but I wasn't sure. Berlin Wall, 246K. Probably more popular in the 80s. The Departed was really big. So we got 300K here. Whiplash. Oh, yeah. 600K. Cool Runnings. That looks old, so probably not as good. Michael Schumter. I don't know who you are, but the world does. Ayo, vagina. Maria was 500K. Insomnia. I feel like a lot of people look up Insomnia. What do you guys think? Higher or lower?
Hello there.
Yo, what's up? What's up, guys? It's Jimmy Chudo. How you doing, Chudo? I have not seen Cool Runnings. No. What do you guys think of Insomnia? Chudo, how you doing? Was Triple G streaming today? Is that why you and Ratty are here? Have you high? You think higher? Gotta watch it, it's a classic. Okay. Some people, you know, they can't believe. Pangarang! I'm gonna go higher. Nice. 1 million. I don't know. Michigan Stadium, no one gives a shit apparently. Vin Diesel, he's back. He's back, boys. Look at that face. Super Mario Run. I was definitely lower, but 1.8 mil. Jesus. Spirited Away. Oh, I love that movie, but it's less. Beach Boys is less. He retired. What did he retire? Tightrope Walking? I think Tightrope Walking was either in the 100,000s or like 40,000. I don't remember. Does anyone remember? Damn, this song is so intense. But it's copyright free. Chilling, enjoying this game. Ayy. Tightrope Walking. I kind of want to say lower. But yeah, I'm going to say lower. Let's go. 10,000. North Korea is definitely higher. 9 million people looking up. Nah, Tightrope Walking. No. Godfather. Oh, this one's hard. Movies don't do that well. So because of that, I'm going to go lower. 450K. There's a whole 30-second delay. Oh, that sucks. Back to the Future. Shit. Does anyone... I think it was 500K. Yep. Ooh, that was kind of scary. Climate change. global warming had 600K, I think, or climate change had 600K. It was very close. No, it's less. No one cares about the environment. Come on, Ping. Who is this? Harry Potter. What is that? Usher is high. Halloween is higher. Samsung is higher. Shanghai is lower? Yeah. Oscar Wilde was pretty high. I don't remember how high he was. Shit, bro. When they're close by 100,000, it's so like crazy. Flintstones are so unknown, or on periodic table will be more. 3 million. I guess all the students are looking it up. Heineken is less. We got William Shakespeare at more. Come on, William. How are you not popular? Goodfellas is really okay. Nope. Bulimia just is so popular. KFC is in the millions. Pest Controller is low. They use the same picture for a lot of these. Plato's higher. Yeah. I hate my math teacher. She's so strict. Oh, that sucks. I don't even know what Uncle Ben's is. Looks pretty nasty. Mariah Carey is going to be high. See, we need more of these, like some random thing and then like some huge thing. And New York Jets is huge. I'm going to say higher. Only 246,000? Are you kidding? But the Yankees were like 1 million. You could go for a Heineken? Bro, I got you. I just opened one here. Bob Dylan is definitely high. Both in the literal sense and also in the game. Profiteroles. Don't know what that is. Bruce Springsteen is goddamn God. Discrimination. What do you guys think? Discrimination higher or lower than 600K? That's such a general term that I feel like it could be high. But also, how many people are searching up just like discrimination? Maybe a lot. Lower, you think? Interesting. We got lower from Ratty. Uncle Ben's is Spooderman's uncle. Oh, I get it. Low? Alright, let's go lower. You guys are right. I don't have any beans, no. Athletics were lower than we expected, right? Yeah, it was 200K. We had it once before. New York Mets should be high. Only 200K, bro? Yankees are so high. Vandalism. Vandalism. 400. Why are people looking up vandalism on Google? Alright, this time I'm going to concentrate, okay, guys? Uno. Higher. Come on, Uno. How do you not beat out Nicki Minaj? Personal assistant. Okay. Low. Donnie Darko? I don't know who that is. Truman Show is lower, but I do know what that is. Wall Street Bombing is lower because no one looks up historical events. Grand Theft Auto is 5 mil. 1.5 mil. I always screw that up. 1.5. What was London, guys? Does anyone remember? Was it higher or lower? I feel like it could have been 1.8 mil. I think it's higher. I don't remember. Yo, this song is way too slow. Can we get some funky music in here? Or some, like... Get some funky music. I'm gonna say higher. Okay, it was higher. 2.7 mil. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, lower. Or the football teams trigger me, bro. Star Trek, higher. Damn, Star Trek is still popular at 1.2 mil. Istanbul. Ooh, this one's hard. Istanbul is very popular. But is it more popular than 1.2 mil? I feel like it is. Oh, it's the same. I think high. Passover, that's a Jewish thing. No one, that's definitely not high. Still pretty high. Nadia Tofa. I think this was very low. No, it was high. We had it once. Shit. Bro, half the delay, I hate you. Yeah, that sucks. Star Wars at 6 mil. Shakira's 3 mil. If we get enough repeats, we might do well. Anti-Semitism is at 200K. Pluto is high. Venus has more searches, though. Hotel Rwanda, lower? Haven't heard of that. I'm assuming it's a movie. Scented Candles, higher? Come on. Come on. I'm doing terrible now. Okay, I didn't even think with that one. That was terrible. Hawthorne Effect. My brain is trying to remember everything. Wayne Gretzky should be much higher. Bayer. Bayer was higher than we expected, right? Oh no, lower, but it is still 300k. Drug addiction. Drug addiction is higher or lower than 300k? I feel like it's higher. No one cares. No one fucking cares about drug addiction. Wuthering Heights was like 200k, I think. Yeah. Wii Sports. I mean, Wii U was low, but Wii Sports is goddamn Wii Sports. No. I should have known it's low since Wii U was low. IBM is huge. Not even a mil, though. Okay. Teletubbies, I'm going to go low. Bro, like, some of these old shows are higher. Some are lower. Why? John Lennon at 1 million. We got Mozambique, which is a country, but we're going to have it at less than 300k. Badminton was 1 million, I think. Good, I remember that. We got Magic the Gathering at like 300k. Uno was 500k? No, 1.8 mil. Jesus. I don't have gambling anymore, no. Ronaldo or Uno? Ronaldo or Uno. But there's other stuff. Like if you type in Sag, it'll do that. If you type in IQ plus, you'll increase my IQ. And then the channel point redemptions, there's a bunch. Is Ronaldo bigger than 1.8 mil? I feel like he has to be. Everyone talks about him, Ronaldo. Yeah. Ooh, Islam. Remember we screwed up with Muslim? I think Islam was... What was Islam? Does anyone... Thank you for increasing my IQ. Does anyone remember what Islam was? Was it 6 million or 9? I think it was 9 million, yeah? Nah, don't just keep doing it. Do it if there's a reason to do it. I'm gonna go higher. No! Quran was 9 million? Bro, my brain can't take this anymore, bro. Low? Ah, that's too late. I should have waited for your response.
Upset 5 butter, upset 5 clout, upset 5
What's up,
upset
Nathan?
5 raid, upset
LSD
5
is
rage,
higher.
upset 5 hype, upset 5 gasm, upset 5
Valentine's
tipsy,
Day is
upset
lower.
5
Why are people searching up Valentine's Day every month? This is stupid. Sigmund Freud is stupid. No one cares about him. The Falcons, 1.5 mil. Okay. Budvar, yeah. If Heineken was high, then... We're trying to get 50 in a row, by the way, guys. Periods, let's go! Got over 300k. Tom Brady, mad popular, yeah. Even I know that. OCD is going to be lower at 100k over here. We have white water rafting. Lower? Yeah, that one is a bit tough. Pink Panther should be higher. 300k there. 12 Years a Slave. Ooh, I guess it came out around that. Nope, it's lower. Are you serious? Like, this is so hard. That's what she said. Blade Runner. Ayo, periods. R. Kelly. R. Kelly. Tinder is higher. Yeah, we need more of these. I don't know how we got to 34. We need more, like, really easy ones. Like Tinder, Good Will Hunting. And then Dior is pretty huge. Like some huge companies. Tom and Jerry was big, right? Nice emotes. Jesus. American Beauty. What is that? It's a movie, probably. Algeria, an actual country. I don't remember what Algeria was. Does anyone remember, higher or lower? I think it was... I don't remember. I want to say higher, but I honestly don't remember. I feel like it was lower. I don't know. Algeria, higher or lower than 368k? I feel like it was close to same. Yeah, I'm gonna go higher. No, it was close, but it was lower. Oh, that's a great emote too. Samaritans were slightly higher. Manchester United, 11 mil. Indian Ocean Tsunami, no one cares. Moobs, slightly more people care. Mick Foley, slightly more people care. Allen Iverson, people care. Jim, definitely millions. I knew it was close. Yeah. The dress is less. It's okay. We're already back at like 10. Louis Vuitton is more. We're getting very lucky with these. These are very easy to distinguish. SeaWorld is less. Oh, that was kind of scary. I feel like SeaWorld is a lot. The Sabbath. That's no one searches it. Only Jews. Smoked salmon was more. Rape was more. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Cavaliers were 1 million? 3 million. Jesus. Oh, does anyone remember how much Popeye was? It was in the millions too, I feel. Oh my god, you're not one of those. Salmon. Because Salaman is a famous historical figure. Okay? And he has an L in his name. And you pronounce the L. So I want to say
Monkey do
Salmon.
bad.
Okay?
Monkey do very bad.
Ayo, Rabe again. Low? Was Popeye's lower? It was like 1 mil, yeah? It was. Okay. Mike Tyson. What with Mike Tyson? Does anyone remember? I don't remember if he was higher or lower. Mike Tyson, higher or lower? I'm very good at. Is he higher or lower, guys? Higher? I think he was lower. I feel like he was lower. Definitely low, right? We had him before. I think he was lower. Yeah. Penis! Oh. Anyone remember Penis? Penis was so good. I don't remember if it was higher or lower. Not that Penis is so good, but it was so good to get Penis, like, in the game. Not... I'm gonna stop talking. Higher, definitely. I don't remember Penis. It was either, like, lower or higher. Never heard of it. Was that in the background of Penis? Sosibaka. I know. What was Penis, higher or lower, though? I want to say higher. But Vagina, how much was Vagina? It was like 880,000, right? Oh, Penis. Was it lower or higher? I'm gonna go lower. Damn it, you weirdo! Searching up Penis! Oh, it was higher. It was 1.8 mil. You say hi... Bro, I was waiting for chat to respond, and you said hi, like, right after I guessed. Because of the delay. Shit. Tesco was high. My bad, man. It's okay. We're back, baby. We're back. Vagina was like 1.3 mil. Oh, damn. Bro, I'm going to wait longer for you guys to respond in the future. I'm sorry. That's my fault completely. Betty Boop is lower. Prostate cancer is higher. We're going to get back there in no time, though. South Park is higher. We're getting repeats. It's going to be easy. The hell is that? Reservoir Dogs is high. Ah! Reservoir Dogs is higher. That's stupid. Welder. Who looks up Welder? Nikola Tesla? Yeah. Delta's in the millions. 4 mil. Shawn Michaels. You're not going to beat Delta, bro. Karate is higher? Oh, that's me. Pizza definitely has to. Yeah, 7 mil. Let's go, pizza. Walmart higher? Oh my god, 45 mil. Oxfam. Fam, you're not even close to Walmart. Meditation. What do you guys think? Meditation higher or lower than 200K? No one liked Nicola. You guys tell me what you think while I go get water. You robbed our money. Thomas Edison would have given us free Wi-Fi. What? High? Yeah, I think meditation's higher. Nice. 600K. Don't know who you are. No one cares about you. L plus ratio. Depression is 1 million. Ayers Rock, no one cares. Wow, actually 100K people care. Shaquille O'Neal's definitely higher. Oh, it's not as high as I thought. Breast cancer? What do you guys think? Breast cancer or Shaquille O'Neal? Hi. You know what? I could just type it in chat because of the delay. Shaq versus breast cancer. HIV, I think, was like 800K or a million or something. Low? Oh, we got high and low. I'm going to go... Yeah, cancers definitely get low, but then breast cancer is pretty significant. Let's try low. Nice. Oh. Penn and Teller were lower than I expected, so. Low. Yoga is higher. Orange is higher. Shaq versus breast cancer. Ooh. Sherlock must be lower than 16 mil, right? Orange versus Sherlock? Orange has 16 mil. I feel like Orange has to be higher, right? Unless Sherlock sold out like insanely. Like movies don't get insanely too high. But Sherlock is a book and a movie and all this stuff, you know? I'm thinking Orange is higher. We're at 17, so I don't want to screw up as often, you know? Should definitely read all of that. I wouldn't waste your time. Definitely not. What? Low? Yeah, I'm thinking lower. Low? Okay, let's go lower. Jesus, a million. Malcolm X lower. Damn, he's pretty high though still. Johnny Cash. Does anyone remember Johnny Cash? Was Johnny Cash higher or lower? Huh. Johnny Cash or Malcolm X? Malcolm with... I think Malcolm is higher, so I think it's lower. What, you copy pasted? Yeah, I read it. I read it out. I read everything you... Oh, it might have been that the auto mod blocked your message, because I don't see a message you pasted. You think Johnny Cash is higher? Was it higher? We had Johnny Cash before. Was he around 800K or was he like lower? I don't remember. Do you remember or you're just guessing higher? High because of music? Alright, I'm believing in you guys. Nice! 1 million! Good shit. The Rock was over 1 million. Oh, that was kind of scary. Max Factor? I think Max Factor was lower, right? I think it was lower. This game is so goddamn hard. We've been at it for hours. We're taking it slow. 3.5 hours already almost. Max, I'm like almost sure it's lower. I'm just getting scared because we're actually getting pretty high in score. I want to say lower, right? Yeah. Okay, it's much lower. Juventus? Bro, come on. I don't know who Juventus is. Bro, Juventus, are you popular or are you a loser? Oh, no. This one I have no idea. I would guess higher because he looks like a soccer player. That would be my guess. I'll see what you guys guess, though. I'll see what you guys guess. Higher. We got higher from Pigeons, higher for Ping. Any other guesses in here? You don't have to guess if you don't want to, by the way. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, 7 point. He's a good player. Oh, okay. Oh, China has nothing on Juventus. Jesus. Beauty is lower. It's 800,000. Okay, we're at halfway, baby. We're at halfway. The Wind in the Willows? The hell is that? That's gonna be less, right? High because football, yeah. Beauty versus The Wind in the Willows? Beauty at 800K. I don't know what The Wind in the Willows is. I feel like this must be lower, right? Yeah, it must be. I really hope it is. I really hope it is. 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh, okay, good. It was only 49K. Homer Simpson's higher. That's easy. Loans. Damn it, I don't remember. I think Loans was 300K. Shit. I think Loans was 300K. I want to go higher here. We're getting close to our high score also. Doing it slower. You guys were right. Doing it slower is much better. Because the stuff I'm not sure with, I could like talk to you guys about. I think Loans was higher. High? Yeah. I think it was 300K, around the 300. High? Let's go high. Oh, it's 450K. Good shit, guys. Kim Kardashian has to be higher. 9 mil. Birgit Fisher, no one knows her. Let's go. Raging Bull has to be higher. Oh. Shit, we had the dress before. Does anyone remember if it was over 100K or not? I feel like it's one of those weird-ass shits that was like 164K or something. Oh. Oh, I don't remember. We're at 31 out of 50. The dress versus Raging Ty? You think it's Ty? Oh, that's so scary though. It might be Ty. High, I'd say. Let's go high. Oh, it is. How'd you remember, Pigeons? Your memory is amazing. Gareth Bale. He must be a big-time football player, yeah? Over 110K? We're at 32 out of 50. Whew. Whew. 32 out of 50. Jesus. I can't believe we're doing this. I'm thinking, I don't know who Gareth Bale is, but I'm gonna assume higher. High? Alright, let's do it. Oh, nice. Okay. Bill Gates, it has to be higher. 1.5K. A mil. Nice. Diet pills has to be lower. Melania Trump is definitely higher. Oh, we got some easy ones. High score, baby. Django is lower. Let's go. Let's go. Subway is higher. Let's go. Let's go. Tas Papas is lower. Oh my god, yes. Chelsea Manning is higher. Whew. We're at 40, baby. We're at 40. Let's go. We only need 10 more. Margaret Thatcher. Ah. This one's fucking hard, though. Shit. 4T Pagyu. 80% the way there, but Margaret Thatcher. I want to say higher, but this one's so hard. what a cute Pikachu. This one is so hard. I feel like she's higher. Like, but Chelsea Manning's also very popular. 10 away from our goal of 50. Come on. Low? You think lower? Shit, I was thinking higher. That's not a good sign. What does everyone else think? Oh. Margaret Thatcher. We had Margaret Thatcher before. Wait, did we? We might have not actually. Oh God. Oh, we got Pigeon saying hi, Ratty saying low. My brain, I don't know. I'm thinking she's like 600K. You don't know? Cortez, what do you think? I don't know who either are. Really? Chelsea Manning, I recognize the name. I don't remember who that person is. Margaret Thatcher, I think, was the previous prime minister or something of Britain or some shit. You don't know? We're gonna go higher. No! No! Come on, bro! Come on! Come on, Margaret Thatcher! God damn it! I should have listened to Ratty. Shit, 40 PV. That is true. That is true. We did pretty good. We did pretty good. I did not mean to do that. We did pretty good. And listen, we saw more stuff, which means it's better. I've heard of them, but no idea. That's okay. We're gonna get back there like nothing. All right, like nothing. Look how we're flying through these right now. Boom, boom, boom. These are easy. Poor shit. This is hard. I'm gonna go lower. Tesla, Porsche and Tesla. Come on. Tesla higher? Oh, that works. Mozambique slower. You ruined it? No, it's okay, bro. None of us knew. We were all guessing. I forgot about Wuthering Heights. When I get to around 10. Overwatch, cool. Yeah, I saw the high way too late. My bad, Pigeons. Messiah Mara. This is gonna be the one, guys. I could feel it. This is the one. PS4 is higher. We're getting some easy ones. Some easy. This is 11 mil. We're getting some easy ones. We're getting very lucky here. Strip Club is lower. 50 cents is higher. 50 cents is higher. Easter Island's lower. Nice dancing. Autism's higher. Don't know who you are. You're literally like ping pong masters. No one knows you. Oculus Rift is higher. I don't remember if Pistol is higher or lower than Oculus Rift. I want to say Pistol is like 800,000, but I also don't remember. It could be like 300,000 or 600,000. My initial thought went to 800,000 though. There's a lot of Fall Guys. This is some cute emotes. I like them a lot. All right, what do you guys think? Oculus Rift lower? Are you sure? I feel like Pistol is pretty high. All right, let's go lower. You were 100% right. 200K. North Pole higher? It didn't even matter. I should have asked you guys about North Pole, but I'm an idiot. My bad. Why would you Google Pistol? Kind of weird, champ. Definitely low. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Venus Penis 5 mil. Oh, 1.2 mil. The Home Depot 25 mil. Jesus. Definitely low. Oh, low. that was late. Sorry. Sumimasen. Interstellar higher. 1.2 mil. Jesus. Gambling versus Interstellar. I feel like this one's a bit tricky. Gambling or Interstellar? Actually don't know this one like at all. You think Interstellar is higher? Yeah, I think you're right. Gambling's only 100K. Wow. Epic rap battles. Oh, this one's hard. Epic rap battles. Like, we obviously all know that, but is that... Are we looking at it from a biased perspective? This is way too fun. Oh, that's so stressful, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. The longer it goes, the longer the video to edit. It is fun, though, yeah. Epic rap battles or gambling? Epic equals higher. All right, let's do it. That's what I was saying. We're all biased. I knew it was. Well, I didn't know, but I had a feeling it was wrong because we're all biased, like because we all know about it, but people don't know about it. You know, Michael Flynn. That was George Orwell. Not even as popular as Michael. Well, Michael Flynn was during Trump presidency, so that he would be looked up more often. That makes sense. Big oof. It's okay. Muhammad Ali is in the millions. Rosa Parks lower. 450K. Prada is high. 823. Golden State Warriors high. Yeah, 4 mil. Even I hear about them all the time. Clash of Clans. This one's hard. Clash of Clans or Golden State Warrior? I feel like Clash of Clans might be many millions, to be honest. But again, I feel like we might be biased. Because this is international. But then a Golden State Warriors is not necessarily international either. High? Honestly, I'm going to say... I should have listened to you. 25 million. Sheesh! Jesus Christ. Counseling is high. Counseling is higher than therapy. Interesting. Call of Duty 3 mil. I remember that because I love Call of Duty. Spectre, less. 450. That's 007. Anti-Semitism was like 200K. We're good there. Aston Martin was $1 million. Call of Duty Warlord. Audi was 3 mil. Oh, 4 mil. Shit. Bradley Cooper. Ooh, 2 mil? 1 mil. He's only 1 mil. Okay. Comic book is lower. 800K? No, only 200K. Them. Flights is higher. 5 mil. Let's go. Dementia should be lower. Still not as high as I thought. Qatar Airways higher. Airlines are almost always in the millions. I knew that because it is one, if not the world's #1 most downloaded game. Ah, shit. You're right. Oh, stupid dress. 110K. Oh no, we tied it. We didn't screw that up. Air pollution's higher. Okay, we passed 10, which is nice. Jay Chow, no one knows about him. 74K is actually okay. Dior is very expensive. 823. Okay. Cervical cancer lower. Madden 16 was like virtually no one. Gold or red? Red. Milan should be high. 3 million. This American Life? What is that? Okay, guys, I have no idea what this shit is. Rafael Nadal. Is he a really popular tennis player? I think we had him once too, and he was in the millions, but I'm not sure if I remember. We're at 20 here. Song from Pokemon XY. This is from Anister City, yeah. It's copyright-free music from Game Chops. Like one of the best copyright-free music places. And this is a Pokemon playlist that's been playing. I changed around the playlist, so it's not the same thing over and over and over. There's like a Pokemon one, a Nintendo playlist, a funk music playlist, another Pokemon one, a calm one, a chill one, you know? You think higher? I think higher too. Let's do it. Nice. 1984 we know is low. Alicia Keys is higher for sure. High says my wife. Nice. I already clicked it. Sorry. Sorry to your wife. Bank of America. I'm thinking lower. What do you guys think? Bank of goddamn America. I feel like my camera might be better in the middle on the bottom instead of in the top right, but whatever. It's too late. I need your guys' help with this one. Bank of America. Bank of China was really low, but Bank of America is probably, I guess, more popular. I would say it's lower than $1 million, though. I would guess Bank of America is low. $1 million's a lot. Is just America so low? Yeah, that's a good point, too. But there's 330 million Americans. How many of them are searching Bank of America? Like, probably less than 1 million a month, right? I want to say lower. Oh my god! Why? Why? Why is it 16 million? Oh my god! It was gold? Aw, that's 2 Sages in a row, Cortez. It was gold, and we just screwed that up. Dodge times 2. Yeah, I was thinking Bank of America might have transactions overseas, but I didn't want to say it because I wasn't sure. But that might be the reason why. British Airlines is huge. Dexter's a million. Oh, I accidentally smiled. Oh no, I made it sad. Okay, that's good. Tuberculosis, less than a mil. Oh, the music is fitting. Not at the moment, Nathan. I'm sorry. Unless it's like a 5-second video. Billy Joel, more or less than 673K? I'm not sure about this one. Hell yeah! By the way, for those that don't know, Cortez just became the second ever VIP member of this channel. And the only one to currently have a VIP badge, because Doctor became mod, so he doesn't have a VIP badge. It's short? Alright, send it. Send it. You think Billy Joel's lower? I could see that. Nice. 2001 A Space Odyssey. I think Space Odyssey is lower. PayPal is definitely high. Hip hop is high, but not that high. We got Kelly Clarkson higher. Well, I'm a dumbass, so let's click on your TikTok. Oh, that's how you feel about nose. This nose is nice though. A little triangle nose, I feel. That's pretty cute. Oh, we got some messages. Someone started following me. For those that don't know, I do post TikToks daily or almost daily. So you could check that out. They're pretty much from streams, so if you miss a stream and just want to see what happened. Isn't this the same spot we were before? And it's kind of cool. Yo, Winnie the Pooh, baby! Winnie the Pooh! Like, we found Winnie the Pooh in GeoGuessr. That was kind of cool. All right. Yes? Yeah, I understand. Why did I do that? Bruno Mars.
Ours is at 3 mil. I'm so sad, bro. It's just this. It's just I'm sad. I can't. I'm a sad monkey. I don't know what to say. This game is really hard, and I'm a monkey. No one likes monkeys. No one likes us. It's racism. What? It's not racism. I don't know. But Cortez likes monkeys?
Anyway, I'm gonna say Stolen Generation's higher. Yeah, Scarlett Johansson's 3 mil. Honda's higher? Yeah, 5 mil. Car companies are crazy. Reddit is higher, for sure. People look up Reddit on Google. This one is nothing. I don't know who you are. Deadpool is 3 mil? 2.7 mil, gotta remember that. Nintendo Wii is not as popular as I hoped it was. We got Camp No? The hell is that? Is this big, guys? Do you guys know what Camp No is? No? I mean, it says Barcelona, so I'm thinking it's higher, but how many people are searching this on Google? Have you ever Googled Google? I think Google is one of the options. It's like hundreds of millions or something. It's really high. Or 20 million or something. I think Google popped up as one. Earth or World also popped up as one. But I personally, I don't think... Maybe I've Googled Google? The fuck is a Camp Now? I don't know, but it shows Barcelona. So yeah, I'm thinking high also. Let's go high. Oh, barely higher. Revenge porn. We had revenge porn before, and I tried to keep it in my mind. Not trying to keep revenge porn in my mind, but the number. I think it was like 200K. Thank you, Ratty. Ratty Tatty. Revenge porn, I think, was around 200K. What do you guys think? Oh. Revenge porn. Hey, yo. You keep what in your mouth? No, I... don't TOS me. I think it's lower. It was 200K. I actually remembered that. Emoji's higher. Porn in your mind. 5 mil. Jesus. Brave New World is lower. 200K only. Okay, let's try to remember that. Scabbies? The hell? What? Ugh, stupid. Stupid. 9/11 is a mill. John Lennon is a mill. John Lennon is a mill. Yeah. BBC is higher? Yeah. You're 550. We get her a lot. Deutsche Bank, my dad works for Deutsche Bank. It's international, so that's easy. Blue Lagoon, I'm assuming, is lower. I think Scabble is like after when you lose a lot of weight. Like there's stretch marks, I guess. I'm not sure. Bro, why is Kraft... Oh. I feel bad for those 800K people. I know, right? Oh, I love the Eagles. Ooh, I did not expect them to be that popular. Amazon rainforest, maybe a mill? Jesus, no one's looking up the rainforest, huh? I don't know who you are. And fucking no one else does. Oh my god. Indeed. Death is at 368. Deforestation, 200K. All of the economics related stuff seem to be around 200K. I don't know what the hell that is. Thank God no one else does. Beyonce is high. Kite skiing is 1,000. Border Terrier is higher than 1,000. We got Aldi. I don't know what that is, but I want to say it's higher. It looks like a restaurant chain. Aldi's. Does that sound like something to you guys? I think it's higher. I mean, we're only at 7, so I'm just gonna guess 6 mil. Jesus. Tommy Cooper is 40K, 49K. Triple H, the guy in the underwear. Requiem for a Dream. Bro, this shit's hard, bro. I feel like it's high, but it's also 4 words, so I'm gonna say lower. Oh, it's the same. Damn. This was like a mil. 1.5 mil. Did not expect that, so I remember it. Okay, PTSD. Prison Break was like 3 mil. All Blacks, 368,000. Threesome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how many people looking up threesome. Triple H was a goat. Oh. I feel like threesome is gonna be low, to be honest. Like, why would you just search threesome on Google? It makes no sense. What do you guys think? La, 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 la. I'm so hungry. What do you guys think with threesome? I'm saying low. You know what? I'm gonna go low. 550. Why are you looking up threesome? You're not gonna get a threesome by looking it up on Google. God damn it. Yeah, I thought low too, pigeons. Atheism. Why is this some random guy feeding a... What is this picture? 1.5 mil. Mickey Mouse is high, but okay. Mickey Mouse is higher. I forgot. My brain is hurting. Election results, no one cares. Oh, good amount of people care. Broadchurch, I don't remember who you are. Damn, you guys must be really delayed or just really busy, which is fine too, but yeah. It was higher. Apple Watch is 4 mil. I almost screwed up there. Menopause is going to be less. Damn, almost half a mil though. Martin Luther King's higher. He's my boy. The Jester is like virtually nothing. Sangria is 100K? No, 450. Tunisia. It's a country, but not very well known, so that was a good guess. Ketamine. Lower? Oh, exactly the same. 301K. Saving Private Ryan. Higher? Jesus, why are they so close? I don't like that. Does anyone remember if this guy was higher or lower? I remember he was either really high or really low. I'm on mobile. It's a big delay. Ah, gotcha. Saving Private Ryan or Novak Djokovic. I'm hunting dinosaurs. Aren't you playing RuneScape? Didn't you say gold or red? Or are you playing Monster Hunter right now? Saving Private Ryan is at 368. 368. RuneScape, you could, what, there's dinosaurs in RuneScape now? You think lower? I think it's higher. Or, I think I tried to remember this specific tennis player because he made a weird stance. Yeah? Oh, that's crazy. Is it in a new update or is it just, it's just how it is? Novak, I'm gonna say, is lower. Fuck this game, bro. Oh my god, bro. Like, it was higher, guys. It's pretty old content. Really? Oh. Burberry at 1.8 mil. Identity theft, 90K. There's a movie called Identity. Michael Jackson should be high. 4 million people still look up Michael Jackson after his death. Sex positions wasn't as high, but it was pretty high. Fuck this game, yeah, right? Laser hair removal will be lower. Yeah, we're gonna do well. We're gonna do well one of these days. Flamingo. Okay, sure. Bankruptcy is lower. My bud Harambe. Pizza's 9 mil? 7.4. We gotta remember this shit. 20th Century Fox, only 110K. Cancer, I think, was not that low, but not that high. Tom and Jerry was in the millions. We're getting some nice ones here now, though. This earthquake was virtually no one knew about it. Photoshop is in the millions. Like, this is what we need more of. Lesbian. 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 Lower? I wanted to put lower, but then, like, you gotta think there's billions of people in the world. First world countries would probably look into lesbian more often because it's more, like, you know, socially accepted. And then half of those are women, and half of those would look it up. Or I kind of want to say higher, but you guys are saying lower. Let's go lower. Damn, it's still pretty high, though. Good shit, guys. Oscar Wilde is lower. MI5. That's not MI6. The fuck is MI5? I feel like MI5 is lower, right, guys? MI5 must be lower. We're doing good, though. We're almost at 20. I feel like, if anything, MI6. What's MI6 is British secret intelligence. It's like the CIA. It's like their version of the CIA. MI5, I guess it might be another section of the British government. I'm thinking lower because this is very specific to, like, Britain. I don't think it'll be, like, more than $500,000 a month. That would be pretty crazy. All right, since no one's saying much, I'm going to go lower. Yep, 200K. Jet Li, oh my god. Jet Li is an awesome martial artist that's played in a lot of different martial artist movies, but he's not as popular as Bruce Lee, obviously. He's still really popular. I think Jet Li is higher. Ooh, good guess, Pink. Base jumping should be lower. Birth, we know, is higher. Oh, just barely. Deforestation was in the 100,000s. Covfefe! Are you kidding me? Come on, bro. You can't put this. For those that don't know, Donald Trump tried to say coffee or something, and he said covfefe by accident. He tweeted it out, and it became this huge meme. I think the Google searches are during 2017, so it might be higher here. The colonists did want their government after the Revolutionary War. Yeah, but come on. This is 2017 searches, so why would Americans know what MI6 is? I misread coffee as covfefe today. Wait, did you actually? Oh, that's funny. But come on, this is such a, like, weird one. Oh. Despite the constant negative press, Covfefe. I don't know if it was coffee, but it was something. This was really trending. Like, trending is hard. It was trending, like, during his presidency. He was president from 2016 to 2020. I don't remember what year Covfefe was, though. I'm going to say higher. Oh, holy shit. 1.5 million. Neymar. Wait, Neymar is, like, really, really big soccer player, yeah? I think Neymar might be more than 1.5 mil. What do you guys think? I know nothing about soccer. The fact that I've recognized Neymar, I feel like it's higher. But I'll see what you guys think first. We're at 24. We're almost halfway. Stream might go for higher. Definitely. Good shit. Good shit. Assault? I'm going to go lower on assault here. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I remember saying no one cares about Plumber, but I don't remember if it was higher than 150K. I think it was like 200K. I think Plumber is higher here. What do you guys think? It's the ones that are like this that are tricky, bro. Assault or Plumber? 165K? Ooh, this is hard. This is goddamn hard. Do I have higher or lower as a game to play against other streamers? I don't. I'm gonna add it. You think higher? All right. What does everyone else think? I'll be back in a sec. Really, really fun. Probably higher. All right, let's do it. Whew. 450. It's a lot higher. Starbucks is higher. Yes, we need more of these. Starbucks. Hunger is lower. London's higher. Yes! El Rubius was lower. We're at 30. Michael Flynn was at 400K. No, 367. Oh, that was kind of scary. Shit. We're at 32, but Barry Manilow or Michael Flynn? Michael Flynn, for those that don't know, he was in the Trump. There was some like controversy with him when he was in the Trump administration. Barry Manilow, his name looks familiar. I think he's higher. I don't recognize who he is, though. And obviously, we see 368K. Oh, I don't know about this one. Manilow looks like a famous singer. I feel like he's higher. Does anyone know who he is? He looks kind of familiar. I want to go higher here. I really want. I shouldn't say I really want to because I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure. I know Barry Allen. Yeah, if it was Barry Allen, I would pick Barry Allen. That would be an easy guess. Or actually, I don't know. That might be hard. Low? I don't know. I'm thinking high. Thinking high here. 368K versus Barry Manilow. But yeah, it might be lower because usually the people that get higher than like 300K, oh, some of them are pretty well known, but not like insanely well known, and they get around 300K. This one's hard. Should I go lower? His face looks so familiar, and the name kind of looks familiar, which makes me think he's a very famous guy. I don't want to make this decision. Can I look up who he is, guys? Or is that cheating? Or if someone tells me, you know, something. I don't know. For those wondering, this is his face. This might be better to put my face in the middle over here. What do you guys think? I might just keep my face here. Ugh. Barry Manilow or Michael Flynn? I mean, it's 50-50. We just gotta guess, right? You could look him up. All right, I'm gonna look him up. I'm not cheating. I'm just looking up. Making plans for tomorrow. Yeah, he's a musician. I mean, I'm gonna go higher. Come on, bro. Come on. Oh my God. What's up, Nico? How you doing? Shit. Donald Trump was in the millions. Yeah, he must be high. Adderall. You're doing good? That's good. Shit, come on, Jerusalem? Like, that could be high or low. I don't know. Oh, it's the same. It was literally in the middle. Jim Brown's lower. Homer Simpson's 200. We got Anna Kournikova. Oh, I thought she was in the millions. She's not. I don't remember. Come on, bro. When they're like 50,000 away, it's so frustrating. Imagine not trusting your viewers. You said, I don't know. I actually, when you said lower, I actually considered it. 480, sand kiting. That's a new one. You heard what is Crunchyroll doing? What, with Funimation? That's already happened, huh? Mount Sinai. Vanta Black was higher. These are way too close together, though. I don't like it. UAE. Very famous country. Uno's in the millions. We got News is definitely in the tens of millions. HTML. Only a million. I'm doing okay. Quentin Tarantino was good, but not that high. Is this the same? Ramadan was like 600K, I feel like. Oh, it was the same. Thank God. Free climbing will be less. 10-year free subscription if you get picked with you and your friends. What? That sounds awesome. That's the French president. Nah, he's not. Oh, it's the same. Oh my God, that scared me. Jimi Hendrix. Come on, water. Oh, they're giving us new ones. Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix is so awesome. I'm gonna say lower though. I'm playing Far Cry. Oh, how are you liking it? Where are the animals that pop up on screen once you send a message? I got rid of that. It kind of got in the way of stream, I felt like. Everton was how much? A million? A couple of million? There are 6 winners, so only 3 groups are going to win. How do you apply for it? They were Pokemon, yeah. But you could also pick like things that weren't Pokemon. Guys, is Everton... Does anyone remember? I remember it was over 1 million. I feel like it wasn't over 3 million, but I don't remember. Anyone remember? I'm getting tired. Everton or 3.3 mil? Pigeons, I feel like you would remember. I want to say lower. Yeah. Oh, it was around 1.8. Nice, Pigeons. Rosa Park's lower. Is good. Is have Himalayan views? Cool. The Himalayans. New York, baby, let's go. World hunger, no one gives a shit. Literally no one. Jesus, 14.8. Great Dane. I don't know. The hell is that? Microsoft is high. Child labor is low. 165K. China Mobile. Shit. China Mobile's low. I just don't remember how low. It might be tied here. Does anyone remember? Or it might be 200K. I just remember it was low. China Mobile or child labor? We're at 25. We're halfway. We're actually going through these so nicely. For those wondering, we're doing we're doing this. 165K or China Mobile. This is a game where you have to guess which one is searched on Google more. So in this case, we have child labor at 165,000 versus China Mobile. You don't remember? He probably wasn't here. Damn it. China Mobile has lower. Oh, it had lower. Oh, thank God. What just happened to my lights? What the hell? Oh, I have a thing that happens so that all my lights turn off at midnight to force me to go to sleep. Lol, I completely forgot about that. Oh yeah, Wonder Woman is high. Sorry, I got distracted. Discord? Let me look at Discord. In celebration of the new, we're giving away how to enter. Oh, cool. I'll try to do that by the end of tonight. Thank you. I appreciate that, Nathan. Shit. Guys, didn't we lose on Victoria's Secret at our high score? Does anyone remember how much Victoria's Secret had? It had a shit ton. But I think it was less than 7 million. 7 million is a shit ton also. We were like, of course, I think it had like 5 million. How much was Victoria's Secret? Imagine it takes us out again. We have against 7.48 mil. I don't know if I watched your last AMV. We lost at a lady. Oh yeah, we lost at Margaret Thatcher. You're right. Yeah. You're saying Victoria's Secret's lower? Yeah. It's the same. Jesus. Zlatan Ibrahimov. Who is that? Is he lower? Please tell me he's lower. Me and my friend did Kakashi Hatake too. If you can find my comment. Oh, cool. You know what? I'll look for it right now. I'm not gonna watch your AMV right now, Nico. But I'll open it for now. It's only 3 minutes. I'll watch it after stream. I got you. Let me see Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll. Wait, I don't see the news where they did that. Whatever. He's lower because I don't know him. That's what I'm saying. Let's go. Miami Dolphins. What the fuck is that? Guys, I want to say lower. What do you guys think? This is for the 30th one. Hopefully we get a streak of like easy ones after this. Are Miami Dolphins that big? We might have gotten them once before, but I don't remember getting them. I get so confused with the football and basketball. You're welcome, Nico. Oh. You might be right with higher. I mean, the reason I stopped is because I'm not sure. The football and basketball ones, though, they feel all over the place. Like, Celtics is pretty high. Cavaliers was high. But then, like, I don't know. It's Football American, so I don't know high. All right. Let's go. Good shit, guys. Good shit. I don't know if I would have guessed that if it weren't for you guys. Kristen Stewart? She's pretty big. Is she 1.5 mil big? She actually might be. This is not easy. Just pretend we're doing one from the beginning, Ping. Pretend we're doing one from the beginning and we're just gonna try to get 20, you know? Kristen Stewart. She's a famous actress in America. But I don't think she's as famous as 1.5. You gotta remember, like, Vin Diesel was like 1.3 or something. But she could be. She was so famous. Oh, was she a Twilight girl? I just remember her name. I don't remember what movies she was in. Was she in anything big in, like, 2017-ish? Because if she was, she could be higher here. You don't know who she is? No worries. People usually get lower. I want to go lower. What do you, Cortez? What do you think of lower? Since you know her. This is so hard. Monka, It is hard, right? I'm gonna go lower. It is midnight right now, 12:05. My gut tells me higher, but my logic brain says lower. I'm going lower. Shit! My stupid ass brain! Oh my god! I should have gone with my gut, like you said. God damn it. Oh. At least it wasn't the 49th or the 50th one that I fucked up, you know? God damn it, bro. What's geocaching? What the hell is geocaching? They gotta stop giving us new ones. It's hard enough as it is. Like, come on. Why did I say 50? You know, I wanted to say, guys, you know, I wanted to say 100 originally. Imagine we were going for 100. Oh my god.
Hello there.
Yo, what's up, Timmy? This game is so hard. Why is Justin Bieber so popular? Cortez. You just woke up? Oh. Bro. This game is goddamn hard, man. KFC was 5 mil. How you doing? Morocco's gonna be lower. Best diets is gonna be real low. Identity theft was 90,000. I don't know how I remember that. SpongeBob was 300K. Beyonce's millions. WikiLeaks was millions, but not that many. Oh no, 823K. Piano's millions. 6 mil. Braveheart should be less, yeah. Door was. Oh, I'm an idiot. Ow, and I hurt my hand. I'm just so frustrated. Bro, the Christians, I mean, I should have gone with my gut, man. City of God, nope. Kyle Field, nope. Do you know this game, Timmy? Car insurance. 1.2 mil for car insurance. Cromwell was popular, but old figure. There will be blood. I don't know what that is. Toronto Raptors is high. Not that high, though. Okay. Business Insider. What? I thought Business Insider would be millions. Who? Julian Assange. No, they're giving us new people again. No. This seems easy. We're trying to get 50 in a row, bro. Help us out. We got 6 mil with Urban Dictionary. Charlotte's Web is 165. I actually didn't remember that. I usually ask for help later. So I'll ask for help soon, Timmy. I'll ask for help soon. White water rafting is like 100K. Timer. If you don't know, let us guess. Oh yeah, that's what we usually do. Teletubbies. We have a lot of repeats though, so it's kind of easier to guess here. DMT. What do you guys think? DMT or algebra? DMT or 368? LSD was a couple 100,000, I think. I think DMT is more popular than LSD. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's higher or lower. What do you guys think? It's only number 6, but you think lower? It's the same. Bulimia is higher. Spa is higher. And the only reason you did it was because you thought you were an idiot. But if you were lucky, you would have ended the stream. But then the reason you also smacked it is because humans exist. And why do they? I don't know. It's a good point. I agree. I agree with pigeons. Oh, yes, we got some easy ones. When the spread is very far, it's beautiful. We haven't gotten this before, but now we have it. So, $500,000. Shit. Michael Bay. Why did I... I should have asked you guys. Oh my god, bro. This is so World War II, no one cares. No one cares about World War II. Miley Cyrus, everyone cares. One event leads to another. That's life. Sure. 70,000. That I actually remembered. SeaWorld, 100,000? 550. Shit. The Russell Brand. Come on, Russell Brand's not more popular than SeaWorld's? Jerry Rice, who are you? Chocolate Cake's higher. Okay, these are easy. Epic Rap Battles is... No, I forgot it's lower. Hanukkah's 450,000? Why are people searching up Hanukkah? The Supremes, lower. We're getting way too many new ones. This is not good. Okay, Nelson Mandela we got before. Reincarnation, I'm going to say less than 1 mil. Lord of the Rings higher. The Jester is like 8,000. We got North Korea's million. 9 million. Jesus, okay. Macau should be actually less than I expected. Powerpuff... Bro! Teletubbies is 1 million, but Powerpuff Girls is 40K, and I always get them confused. Boxing 1.5K. Jennifer Lawrence is pretty cute. Los Angeles was high. This is sad. It's ironic because North Koreans can't Google. That's true. Violin is going to be only 450. That's kind of ironic. Seinfeld was, I think, also 450. I think it's the same. Yeah. China Mobile is 90K. 70K. Okay. Rolling Stones is 1 million. Nope. Sucks ass. No one cares about Rolling Stones. Refugee is lower. No. I don't even know what AFL is. American Football League, 1.5 mil. No one cares about human rights. Let's say someone suggests you a series, you watch it and like it. What if they never told you? What if they died when they were younger? What if they weren't your friend? What if humans... Yeah? I think about that stuff sometimes. I'm not thinking about it now, though. I'm just thinking about how to beat this game right now. Bro, the dog breeds are, like, crazy. Thomas Edison. Can we get to like 30 pretty fast, please? Can we get some really easy ones to get to 30, please? So far, it's going good. We're gonna get to 10 pretty easily, it looks like. You know, we're at, what are we at? 9 here? Sausage Party. Oh, that was a hard one. Because I don't remember when this came out. Snapchat is higher. Zika virus. Oh, wow. That was a while ago. Pablo Picasso should be higher here. Along Bay was lower. And New England Patriots, I'm going to guess, are high. Mad Men lower? TV shows usually don't have insanely high. Bro, Western Union is huge. Okay, good. 4 mil. The Secret should be lower. Oh, shit. I don't know about this one, guys. I don't know about this one. What do you guys think? The Secret or Manchester by the Sea? 301K or Manchester by the Sea? I don't know what Manchester by the Sea is, but it sounds like London stuff. It says it's a headline gala, the film festival. I feel like a film festival wouldn't be searched that much every month, right? I feel like it's lower, or this. I feel like it's tied, but I want to guess lower. What do you guys think? Bro, forget about that, pigeons. What if COVID didn't happen, I wouldn't be streaming. I wouldn't have known any of you guys. Yeah, if I didn't stream Fall Guys at the exact moment that you popped in, I might have never known you also, right? It is. Life is weird like that. Life is random. Life is what it is, you know? First person who invents something also invented inventing. Oh, yeah. I guess that's true. All right, I'm going to go lower here. Fuck my life, bro. Minimum wage. Okay, everyone's looking up half a mil, looking up minimum wage. Jerusalem's lower. Huh? I don't even know about that. All right, we're gonna do good here. Climate change is 600. No, global warming is 600. Climate change is. Born was 90k, 70k. Epic rap battles was virtually non-existent. Trafficking is higher. I'ma stop. No, you don't need to stop. Missed period. It was around the same. Ugh, why are they so close? I don't like this. Oh, come on. Like, skydiving. Okay, we're getting them right, but Golden State Warriors is higher. We need more like that. Dream for a Dream, lower. Budvar is lower. Bro, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours almost. Solitaire should be higher. 13 million for Solitaire. Love Island, I'm 1.5 mil for Love Island, okay. Aurora is lower. Still quite a bit. Cleveland Cavaliers, 3.3 mil. Bro, I didn't remember that, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't remember that. Turkey must be higher. Yeah, 1.2 mil. Psycho is gonna be lower. Israel. There was a war in 2016. I don't know if Israel is gonna be high. I honestly don't know if Israel is gonna be high. I'm gonna say it's high. 1.8 mil. Jesus. Okay. David Blaine's 200k. Bro, I don't remember this. What do you guys think? 12 Monkeys? Bro, I kind of flew through 21 guesses, though. That's pretty awesome. What do you guys think? David Blaine, 200k or 12 Monkeys? We've had 12 Monkeys before. I don't think they were that high. Because I remember seeing the actors, and I'm like, I think those are famous actors. So I think it's high, but I think it was low. Low? Yeah, I'm thinking it's low as well. Someone could be thinking the same thing you're thinking right now, and I'm thinking that you're stressed and just want to beat this so you can edit faster, but you can't because of this, and you'll be tired. Almost right. That's cool. You're almost right. It's more right now. My mind is like, so I could eat. I'm hungry. I'm not even thinking about the editing part right now, but I was before, yeah. But honestly, it's also cool because I don't stream as long as I used to anymore, so I could chill with you guys longer, so it's, lower. Damn, you guys are beast. Nice. Tax avoidance. Or 33. I feel like tax avoidance might be higher. What do you guys think? All the millionaires in the world looking it up. Nah, not even everyone just looking it up. This one's hard. I feel like it could be the same. It could be 20,000. It's kind of hard. I'm going to say higher. $33K versus tax avoidance. I want to see what you guys think first, though. High? Yeah, yeah. 12,000. 12 goddamn thousand. Doctor Who's 1.5 mil though. Selena Gomez. Are there more wheels or doors in the world? What? What does that mean? Oh, more wheels or doors. That's such a random question. Wheels? I guess wheels. Yeah, I'm not sure. Cortez says wheels. I don't know. My brain. Oh, Scabby's was stupidly high. I remember now. Tattoo artist is low. It's a TikTok trend? Oh. I don't know what this is, but we had it before. Harley Davidson is high. Universal Pictures. Universal Pictures or Harley Davidson. I'm gonna say lower. Wow, that's virtually nothing. Rapid eye movement, lower. Wells Fargo is a lot. I don't know who you are. Harvey Weinstein, the man of the century. 12 Years a Slave, nope. Passover was high. No, Passover was not. It was higher than I expected, but it wasn't shit. Why are people searching up Fate? I can't do this anymore. Hey, what's up, Angel? Amazon has searched 277 million. Jesus Christ. I love people. That's cool. I think vandalism is also 450. Rolex is higher. America's Got Talent, lower. I'm like closing my eyes. I'm scared to guess. Lower? Mike, I don't remember how many people know you. You're the zero guy. Come on. What is this? We're getting too many obscure things now. 1.6 billion people. Look up YouTube. You just hung out with people for 4 hours in a sex club? I highly doubt that, but okay. Pokemon goes 25 million? 20 million. Corruption. Oh, and Rec Room. Okay. How was that? Bro, I'm already forgetting. I'm not gonna lie. I'm already forgetting. Was immigration... Oh, it was the same. That's why. UPS was high. I don't know you. Granola. Granola. Lower. Fun, stupid, sexy, romantic. Sounds funny. Oh my god, that's so scary. When they're tied, it's so scary. Ugh, this stupid ass guy. Touch. Separate. I don't know, that's a good question. That's just how it is, I guess. Twitch. Yeah, these are going okay. Right as I said that. We had Moscow Mule like once. I think it was lower. Fuck! Which orange came first, the color or the fruit? The color. Shit, you said higher a bit late. Oh, you did that on purpose. Kenya at 450. Tesco is higher. You can't breathe when you talk. 2K16. Who are these people? Why are you going to Texas? Bro, I don't know what this shit is. Family meetup? Nice. Enjoy. Jesus, FIFA 17, 3 million. Who the fuck is that? Guys, higher or lower? What do you guys think? I'm thinking maybe higher. I don't know. Some of the WWE guys, it looks like this guy has a champion around him. Some of them have like over 300K. I don't know this guy, but if you get out of the shower clean, how does your towel get dirty? It doesn't. I thought of that the other day, actually. I'm going higher. I can't 5 hours. I'm not gonna pass 5 hours, guys. I'm not gonna pass 5 hours. After 5 hours, I'm ending. I don't care. Oh my god. These are like so close to each other. What are these guesses? Oh. Who the fuck are you? Santander is huge. Oh fuck. Does anyone remember how much Home Depot was? Anyone remember Home Depot? Tinder pops up too sometimes here, yeah. Lower? Lower? Oh, I love you guys. You idiots! I knew it was higher. Why do I listen to chat? I was thinking 24 mil, but I was like, oh, maybe not. Oh, I love you guys. Why did the all caps convince me? Don't just think for yourself. Think for yourself, okay? Don't listen to the crowd. Oh, Jaws did it on purpose? Shut up. No, you didn't. Saxophone, lower. Musical instruments tend to be like 200,000-300,000. Musicians tend to be pretty high. I did. Like you knew what it was. Please. 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 Did you read my message? If you get out of the shower, that and higher are the last messages you sent. I don't remember. Does anyone remember KKK? If you sent another message, it might have been blocked or something. Angel, you don't know any of these. You're just talking out of your ass, okay? I'm not looking for your opinion. I'm looking for everyone else's opinion, even if they're talking out of their ass. Because at least they'll say, I don't know, or I think, or something. Or they have an idea. But Angel, you're just an asshole, so I'm not going to listen to anything you say for this game. You don't know? I don't remember either. You're a Jew? I am. Hi? Good shit. 1.2 mil. Oh, come on. Tumblr. I feel like Tumblr might be 1.2 mil. 13 million. Jesus. MI5 is lower. Heineken is lower. They gotta stop giving new ones. They gotta stop giving new ones. There's too many new ones. Like there's too many. Lost to Wheatwater. Caitlyn Jenner, let's go, baby. What is this song? This is already. I don't know. China. I don't. China, you're spelling your name wrong. KKK, let's go. Nocturnal Animals was 1 mil, I think. Let's go. They do have the same tune. The first time I heard that, I was like, damn, that's crazy. D God Lesson. Cool emote. Heart disease. Usher. That's easy. The easy ones feel so easy to press because I'm so confident in them. And then you get some fucking soccer player. The fucking... Thomas Edison's higher here. Faulty Towers lower. San Francisco 49ers. Winnie the Pooh, please be higher. Good shit. Good shit, video games. V for Vendetta. That's a good movie. Anti-Semitism. I think it was like 200K. Yeah. Skin cancer. I always forget what it is, but apparently 300K. Mickey Mouse should be higher. 2.7 mil. New York Times was less than a mil. Reflex to click lower on women's rights. Bro, I'm telling you, almost every time it's lower. The Departed. Ugh. No hate, you know? Mother's Day should be high. That's a new one. Home Depot, 24 million, guys. 24. Missing persons, not that much. We have gotten it before, though. 49,000. I don't remember this. I don't remember. I feel like this could be 20,000. What do you guys think? 49.5k versus Qigong. I think it's lower. Yeah, I think it's lower. Reset. Moses. What the fuck? We've never gotten Moses before. I'm gonna say lower. Damn, no one show love to Moses? Beer. The fuck? Beer. New York Jets. I knew that was lower. I just pressed higher. I just wanted to press higher. I'm not gonna lie, I just wanted to do it. And then no one knows this guy. Fruit Ninja. Any mobile games seem to be very high, so. I'm back, just finished breakfast. Nice. They're giving way too many new ones, bro. This is so not good. We're never gonna make it. Our highest was 40, and we're not. No. I can't do that. Who is this guy, bro? Who are you? Bro, I thought you were an Olympian. You had 480 people looking up your name. I can't, bro. I can't. Should I change the video that it's going for 40 instead of 50? Let's just do that. I'm going to change the YouTube video. Streaming this game until I get 40. No, but then it doesn't make sense because I don't get excited when I get 40. I'm just pressing shit at this point. You were at 40? I hate this. I hate this too. Alzheimer's is high. No one cares about freeing Tibet. T-Mobile's high. We're getting a lot of new ones, which is not good. You're done, GG. Listen, we just got 12. We need to get 12 4 more times. Plus 2. Do I like sneakers? Yes, I love sneakers. I did not do Wordle today. We've only been playing this. I don't know if we will do Wordle today. Fuck this guy. 480 people. Lesbian. Let's go. Coliseum's less. Okay, I don't know about this one. Anyone remember? Anyone? What do you guys think? Coliseum, 368k or 12 Angry Men? I'm thinking 12. I'm thinking lower, but I'm not sure. We're at 18 here. See, it's ideas like this where I have to make sure the idea is not too hard. I was gonna do 100, and then I played the game a bit, and I was like, maybe 100 is too much. Maybe I will go for 50. I should have said 40. Sounds like a Mario Kart lobby. Coliseum is cool. I've been there. Honestly, I think it's overrated. They were doing construction when I was there, so I don't know. All right, have a great night, bro. See you, Pigeon. Thanks for popping in. It was fun. Have a great one. I'm gonna go lower. Yeah, movies. Beagle's gonna be higher. Gotta have some confidence here. Fuck this guy, bro. Does anyone remember how much this fucking guy has? I always forget. I always forget he's doing the stupid he's low, right? He's low. I feel like he was low. My mind is not remembering. Before I go, yes, lower or higher? Pigeons, I know you remember this one. Looks like
400k Andy, but I have no idea. Oh, I'm sad. I'm a sad goddamn monkey. Every day of my life, I spend streaming to like know people. I'm just joking. I appreciate all of you, but the saddest part is that I suck at everything I do, and everyone hates me.
low or same. Oh, thank God, bro. I always forget him, bro. I always forget him. Rugby Union. What do you guys think? I really forgot? No, it's no worries. No worries. We got it. Last night you made a weird AMV. Why'd you make a weird one? I'm thinking low too. Thank God, bro. I thought that was going 700k for a second. George Orwell's higher.
Hello there.
I think he was higher. Yeah. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing? Oh, I don't think we had Michael Phelps before. Michael Phelps is higher, right? What do you guys think? I feel like he's higher. Stream's been draining. It's been a draining stream. Higher? Alright, see ya, pigeons. Have a great one. It's been draining. This game is... He's higher, alright. Ooh, he's the same. Oh, God. I'm thinking Sin City is less. What do you guys think? Weird in Asian society? Why is it weird? We got 40. 40 is our high score. You could see high score in the bottom left here. Let me zoom into it a bit. Over here. We have 40. That sucked, bro, when we're at 40. Hey, listen, if everyone stays in chat and actively like tries to help out, I think we could actually get 50. We're halfway there right now. We're literally halfway. So we just need to do everything we just did past few minutes one more time. I'm thinking Sin City is less. You did a lesbian AMV? Oh. Yeah, that is weird in Asian culture. I could see why you're saying that. I want to see that, though. How are you doing, Jimmy? I want to go lower. Sin City or 450k? What do you guys think? Please, someone. Please tell me what to do. I'm thinking low, too. I'm doing it. Oh, bro, it's so close. You're playing Mario Kart with Dinell and Doctor? Well, I hope they were at least in the stream and in your stream at the same time, so we had the view. But that's cool, that's cool. I think OJ Simpson is higher, right? Whew. Whew. Carpenter's is lower. Okay, we got some good ones here. We never had Aretha Franklin. That's not fair. Guys, I think... I'm actually not sure. I want to say higher, but I'm not sure. I could see this being lower. How was Mario Kart? Higher or lower? High because music. Ah, that's right. Oh, that my heart skipped a beat there. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. Higher. Getting news is the best thing that could ever happen. I think we got Psych once, or Seek. Seek is higher, I think? What do you guys think? That was close. That was scary. I'm happy to hear it was good, though. That's great. I think Seek is higher. I would think higher. I suck at spelling? No worries, no worries. Let's go higher. Oh. Good shit, guys. Deadpool's higher, I already know. We got a lot of repeats before, so. E-cigarettes, I'm really tempted to go lower, but we've never gotten e-cigarettes before. We're at 33 right now. Higher or lower than 2.7 mil? 2.7 mil is pretty high, though. Usually, you don't see that from a lot of stuff. And e-cigarettes is a very... Yeah, it's a hard one. But I feel like no one would really type out e-cigarettes, like cigarettes. I don't know. I'm thinking lower. But, I don't know. 2017, so probably higher than it is now. Yeah, that's exactly what went through my brain. Oh, good shit, good shit. Sexism. Fuck, we had sexism before. And I kind of ignored it because it was like the first one or whatever. I'm actually not sure how much sexism had. Yeah, people were hitting Jules. You see, if it was Jules, I would have thought maybe higher, but you think sexism is higher? What does everyone else think? We've had it before, and I don't think it was in the millions. I think it was like 500,000, but I'm not sure. But I'm taking Jimmy's higher into account. I'm leaning more towards higher. I want to see what everyone else thinks, though. High? All right. You know what? We got 2 highs, and I'm thinking high also. Let's do it. Let's go. Good shit. Good fucking shit, guys. I hate it. Stop giving us soccer people. I'm thinking this is higher. Anything that has Madrid is usually higher, right? This might be tied or higher. I have no idea, though. All I know is Madrid is popular. I don't know what Atletico Madrid is. Oh, this is so stressful. We're at 35. We have 15 left to go. I'm running out of songs. I need to get more copyright-free music. Let's put some chill music. Nah, it's not chill right now. It's scary. Does anyone in chat know what the hell this is? Football, gotta be high. Did you freaking just skip aquatic ambience? Oh, did I? Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped the song you were enjoying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nope. Nope. You have no idea what it is? Could be high unless this is season. I feel like it's high. I'm doing it. Let's go! Bro, fucking soccer, bro. Suicide is 600,000. Don't ask me why I know. Okay, North Korea's 9 mil. Shit! I don't remember this! Find My iPhone had quite a bit, guys. But I don't know if it had millions for sure, question mark? I don't know if it had tens of millions or not. That's the question here. Anime industry has some gay content for some reason. Oh, it does, like Yuri on Ice. Yeah, it is very interesting the way Japanese culture is for certain things. And well, anime is different, I feel like. Find My iPhone. Higher? Does anyone remember Find My iPhone? I don't remember if it was higher or lower. I kind of brushed this one off because it was usually paired with something that was not that high. Yes, I was surprised by how much, but I don't remember what it was. This is literally a 50-50 here. You think lower? The thing is, like, people looking up Find My iPhone, a lot of people look up applications on Google. Bro, we're at 38. We're 2 away from our high score. Oh my god. Higher or lower? Low is my guess? My brain is saying 4 mil. Let's go lower. Good shit, guys. Hell yeah. Jimmy and Ratty. Pampers is 600K. We're at 40, baby. We're at 40. No, I don't remember how much Morocco had. Oh, it might be the same. Morocco might be the same. We're 10 away. We're 10 away. Does anyone remember Morocco? It was usually countries or very famous cities are kind of high, are in the range of like 600 to like 1 million. So I think Morocco was like 673K. I think it's a tie. If not, I think it's higher, like 800K. Haven't seen Morocco? All right, I'm going higher. Or it might be 300 something K. I'm so scared. Let's go, baby! 800K! Hell yeah! Oh, Malala was lower. Let's go. Let's go. Kobe Bryant's higher. Let's go! Dina, we're at 43. Shit. Maldives, I think, was higher than I expected. I think Maldives was higher than I expected. But I don't think it was 823K. I don't think it was that high. It is a PB. Let's go. We have 7 more, though. I think this is lower. What do you guys think? Maldives surprised me, but it might have surprised me on the lower range. When I was guessing lower range stuff, you know? I think Maldives is either tied or lower. Gotta be like 600K. You don't know? Yeah, I'm thinking lower. Low? Let's do it. No! Come on, bro! Bro! Shit! 1 million? Are you fucking kidding me? 1 million? That's some bullshit. Oh. Yeah, of course we go again, bro. Of course. Ugh, we never had UNICEF before, but 673. Temple Run. Yo, that game used to be huge. Bro, I played that game in high school on like the iPhone 3. Mobile games tend to be in the millions. You gonna do this all right, Night? Aww. Thanks for the gift sub, bro. Wait. Gotta...
Yeah, but Jimmy just subscribed.
Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the gifted sub, Jimmy. Yeah. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Hope that makes it hurt less. Nah, it still hurts a lot. But yeah, I guess so. That was beautiful. Aw, thank you. What I will say is, I think we're going to get to the 40s much faster now. Because I remember a lot of these now. Like a lot of them. My brain is like an over... I don't remember cartoons. My brain is like an overdrive right now. Basketball has to be higher, right? Converse was like a mil. Fuck. It was more than a mil. Six Nations. I don't even know what that is. Anorexia was 550. Tax avoidance. They mix it up really well. Saturn, it gets 3.3 mil. We never had Saturn before. Auschwitz probably gets less. President of China gets less for some reason. This should be less. Oh, it's the same. Deforestation was higher, I think. But why are they all the same? They're just giving us the same shit. We never had blueberry wine. Ryan, what is this? Once we get around 10, 15, that's when I need more of your guys' help. Because in the beginning, I don't mind like screwing up and restarting more often, you know? General Electric. Fidget spinner. Blueberry wine. Childcare. Ain't nobody care about that. 1984. Even less people care about that. 911 is a million. That has a million. Lamborghini is over a million. Xizong is 100K. Who cares about deforestation? It's all about that damn blueberry Ryan, right? This is 3 mil. Jake the Snake, I didn't know who it was. This is probably higher. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. Pizza's like 9 mil. Doctor has priorities sorted. Paramount Pictures was much less than I expected. 49K. New York Ranger is higher? Yeah, 300K. They're pretty... What the fuck is this? Lower? Pizza is pepperoni on that. That's not kosher. Victoria Falls, I don't remember. Okay. I kind of guessed that one. Japan. We never had Japan. 2.7 mil. Revenge Poor is definitely lower. Song I use, David Bisbal, Aparter de Hoy. Oh, I've never heard of that song. No worries. Thank you for the gifted sub, and thanks for popping in. I hope you have a great one, Jimmy. Narcotics Anonymous. I don't remember how much they had. Does anyone remember? Narcotics Anonymous might have been more or less than 200K. I don't remember. Lower? A million, bro. God damn, bro. A million. A million. I feel like higher, but I don't know. Yep. A million. It's Spanish? Okay. Sounds like a cool song. Well, I mean, how do I say it sounds? I don't know if it's a cool... Come on. There's not more searches for the Holocaust? Indie. I want to get to like 40. Serena Williams, we haven't gotten before either, I think. Twitch, let's go. Twitch is easy. Oh, shit. Fidget Splinter. I thought it was 18 million for a second. The fake Ronaldo. Hong Kong. Hong Kong's 1.5 mil. Jesus. Istanbul was similar. 1.2. This game is fucking hard. Jenna Marbles shouldn't be that much. I think she's a streamer. Revenge Porn was the same amount, no? Yeah. Hi. Hello, Dino. Beethoven should be more. 1 mil. Good, 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 good. Fuck. I think Harry Potter's 5 mil. Yep. Deadpool is 2.7 mil. We got Seinfeld at 400K, 450. Yeah. Nelly's 1 mil. If they keep giving us stuff from the beginning, this will be good. Electrician, I don't know, but it's probably less. Elvis Presley is more than 1 mil. Santorini sounds Italian. I would guess ooh, 1 million. Jesus, it looks beautiful. Family Tree is definitely less. Still quite a bit, 368K. Epic Rap Battles is like nothing, which surprised people initially. American History X, I'm assuming, is more. I don't think we had that before. We have 2 that we've never gotten. Wolf of Wall Street and American History X. What do you guys think? I think Wolf of Wall Street is more popular. And this is from like 2017, I think, so. This is the last set of rounds, by the way. If we don't win, I'm ending stream. Because, or no, actually, no. No, I'm not. Higher. I think it's higher, too. What year is it? You can't read title? What do you mean? Yo, Superbad is huge. But Wolf of Wall Street, I think, was... Do you guys remember what year the Wolf of Wall Street came out? I feel like if it was around 2017, it would be bigger than Superbad. Superbad is like a classic, though. I think Superbad is lower. Yep. I don't even need to ask you guys for that one. Who remembers Ugly? Ugly was like 4 hours ago. It was really in the beginning. I think Ugly was actually quite a bit. I think Ugly was a bit. I don't remember. We're at 20 though. We made some. It was close to 300K. Wait, Ugly was close to 300K? Are you just saying that, or? I'm gonna go higher. Fuck. I should have just gone lower. Michael Jordan 1.5 mil. Aleppo should be higher. I read that I remember afterwards. I'm sorry. When he said it was close to 300K, I was thinking, okay, so it might have been a bit higher than 300K. It's okay, we're gonna get back into it, baby. No one cares about Jesus, is there? Machu Picchu people care about. Michael Phelps is like 800. No, not even. I only have 3 memorized somewhat. I just remember like Subway is a couple of million. Like that's how I remember. Mel Brown Cricket Ground? We've never gotten that. I'm gonna guess low. Wow, that's really low. Martin Luther King was 600? Whoa. How do I remember that? Kit Kat was lower than I expected. Dallas Cowboys, they're pretty popular. 5 mil. Jesus Christ. Okay. Cosmetic surgery is definitely lower. 50K almost. Recipes is definitely higher. It's in the millions. I just remember. Kellogg's, I'm assuming, is lower because it's not international. 50 cents was in the millions or a million. Ketamine is probably lower than a million. The Dress. Bro, I always forget this one. Does anyone remember? The Dress was... I always forget it. Was it higher or lower than 300K? It was higher? Okay. It was lower. I always forget it. It's okay. Hurricane Matthew. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Winster's... Oh, we've never gotten this one before. Unmatinal? No, it's fine. I'm too much of an asshole to you guys. Oh, I actually... When streams are longer, I feel more chill, I feel like. On VIP Cortez. Fuck. I thought that was a famous movie. Vodafone. David Cameron. British guy. British leadership. Okay, I'll do it. Can you even unmod him? I don't think you can. Un-VIP, I mean. 4 million. I don't know. Ferrari is a couple mil. On viewer Barritos. Aston Martin is 1 million or 3 million. I always forget. I think it's 3 mil. It's fucking 1 million. I can ban and unban. Let's find. Animal rights suck. Bing is high. People looking up Bing on Google. Radiohead's probably lower. So many 550,000. French Bulldog. That's so specific. Are you serious? That's so specific. Oh my god. 45 million people look up Minecraft. Raiders of Lost Ark will probably not be that much. Movies aren't that much. I have to keep that in mind. What the hell is this? Way too many new ones. IKEA is going to be a shit ton. Street Fighter is going to be a shit ton, but video games don't get as much as I thought they would, so. 9/11 is 1 million, so we're going to go lower. Colombian Bulldogs punching the air. I don't know if we got Jupiter. Oh, God. 1 million. Pepsi was lower than I expected. Microwave Wheels was like nothing. Charlotte's Web was 100K? 165, okay. Protein shakes. I don't remember. I remember us putting it as lower than something in the millions, but I think it was actually like 300K or something. Does anyone remember protein shakes? I think Dinell was telling me to go lower against like something else. I would guess higher. Yeah, I think higher. Yeah, there we go. Air hockey. I think air hockey is 201K. I think it's literally exactly the same. Never mind. Never mind. Teenage pregnancy wasn't much. Still 90K though. Uber is a lot. 14? 20K. Unstreamer ping, true. Jake the Snake sucks ass. Blue Lagoon will be higher. Bill Gates is in the millions. Stonehenge is in 100,000? 673, okay. Manchester was millions. That's when we were like really high up in the 30s or 40s. Cocaine is lower. This is lower. STI. No one says that. Smoked salmon was 70K? Yeah. Racism is probably higher. I don't remember, but yeah, there we go. Football is probably higher. London is lower. Yeah, still in the millions though. French fucking Bulldog. Lower. It was 1 million. I almost did cocaine in San Diego. You're crazy. Springer Spaniel, I think, is lower. Yeah. Bankruptcy is slightly higher. Yeah. These were right in the beginning, bro. Sand kiting was like 5 people or something. Yeah. Charlotte's Web we already had, so that's a lucky break. New Zealand we haven't had, but I'm gonna guess higher. Well-known countries tend to be around 1 million. San Diego girls are crazy. Yeah, that is crazy. George Michael. Ooh, famous musician, singer. New York Jets is definitely lower. I've been overplaying New York Jets. Twitter is insane, which means the next one might be very easy. Yeah, China is less than 1 mil. Charles Darwin should be more. Good. Does anyone remember how much flute was? My mind right away went to around 220K, but then I don't remember if it was. I remember thinking that it would be 1 million and that it was lower. I think it's lower. 100K? All right. Since my mind went to lower and you said 100K, I don't know. We're going to go lower. Okay, good. You played it, then picked high and got it wrong earlier. We got it, guys. Good shit, guys. Hinduism. We've had Hinduism as well. I'm tempted to say higher, but my initial thought was like 146 or something. It might be tied. I mean, it might be any of them. 100K. You think Hinduism is less? Low? Okay, you guys are saying low. Let's do it. Oh, it was tied. I was right. Okay, cool. Miley Cyrus is in the millions. Oh yeah, this is the one that it's fucking random person. Oh shit. Oh shit. This one was also like some random low one. Shit. I just remembered both of these things as very low things. I don't know. My initial thought was bombing is higher. You're saying higher? Let's do it. Good shit. Good shit. Facebook. Let's go. 2 billion. The next one's going to be so easy. This isn't 1 million, though. American History X was lower. Movies tend not to get to 1 million. Who the hell is that, bro? Who the hell is that? I'm thinking lower. What do you guys think? It's black and white, so people probably don't look this guy up. The jerseys are not in English, which doesn't mean much, but who indeed? All right, since please be lower. We're at 34. I'm feeling good. Shit, it was lower, but Tommy Cooper sucks ass. He's like at 40K, 49K, I think. Yep. Don't know who he is, but Best Diets was also kind of iffy. My initial thought was like 200K. But now I'm thinking 90K. No, I think it's higher. I think it's higher. Or maybe like, take your time. You're right. You're right. What do you guys think? We're at 36, so we're doing pretty well. Best Diets might be... For some reason in my mind, I was like, is it 20, 25K? But I remember vegetarianism and stuff was around 200K. We had Best Diets a lot, too. I'm thinking it was around 20K, but my initial thought was that it's higher. High is my guess. Definitely higher. There are 40K searches just from me. What's up, Jawad? How you doing? This is very intense right here, so... Even I don't know if this is copyright free. We're gonna change the music here. We'll go more funky. Alright, let's go higher. Fuck, I was right! It was 27K! Ah! Oh my god. I thought lower. I read that after I guessed. You ain't sleeping tonight? God damn it, bro. No, we are. We're getting it this time. I swear to God. We're getting it. Not this time. I don't swear to God on that, but Dallas Cowboys are mad annoying. Okay, they're 5 mil. What you gonna read? Walmart was quite... I want to say 4 mil, but I think it was tens of... Yeah, it was tens of thousands. Recipes was a couple of mil, or 1 mil. Mozambique, no one cares about it. No one cares about African countries or places. Peru, people care about more. Pot noodle sucks ass. No one knows what the hell that is, so that's easy. Shanghai is gonna be higher than pot noodle. 550. Let's try to remember that. 550. You freaking. I'm gonna say either tied or 450. Okay, it was tied. Pot. Pampers is 600 something. Star Trek is in the millions. Dutchland. This was not. CrossFit was in the millions. That was a while ago, though. Cool Runnings was not doing that hot. Chanel should be high. I don't think we've had it before, though. 1.8. Moobs is like 27K. HTC is a mil? No. It was higher than I expected, but it's 550. Bro, Warren Harding is like one of the presidents. Like, who's looking him up? Penis! I can't make my masterpiece of the MV because bad internet connection. Oh, that sucks. Over time, I'm sure you'll make it, though, Nico. I believe in you. Blue Lagoon was 450. Powerpuff Girls. I think I was mad that Powerpuff Girls wasn't high. Was that it, guys? I think I was mad it wasn't high. Yeah. 40,000 lower. Yeah. Allah. Okay, we never had that before, but it's higher. You bought a 3070 Ti for 700? I can't tell if that's a good price or a bad price, but good shit, man. That's awesome. I think South Africa might be higher. Countries tend to be high, and countries that are well-known tend to be high. It might be even here. I need to get into selling drugs or something. I'm going to go... This is risky. I'm going to go higher. Yeah, it was tied. I was right. European Union. Oh my god, we haven't seen this in a while. I think it was like 800K. Yep. Trafficking is lower. Oh yeah, this one was a weird one. It was a couple 100,000. I was surprised because I didn't recognize it. The NRL should be high. It's just not as high as I thought it would be. Faith Healing was very low. So that's out. AFL was American Football League. That's high. I thought it was higher, actually. Smoked Salmon, 70K. 70K here. Car insurance was a couple mil. Or 1.2 mil, okay. Michael Jordan was a couple of mil for sure. Only 1.5. I thought he was higher for some reason. Ooh, I don't think we had motocross before. What do you guys think? I'm thinking less. If I think back to Davidson, Harley Davidson, like the motorcycle, I think it was like around 1.8 or 1.5 mil or 1 mil. I'm thinking motocross has to be lower, right? I'm not trying to pay 1,100 for TI. Makes sense. Bike life. It's big, but maybe less. Is motocross like... Motocross is lower? Is motocross like... I don't know. How big is it? How popular is it for the bike people in chat? Which I know Dinell is a bike person. And Ratty. Bike lifing around. Well, I'm assuming you are because you said bike life. It's big, but maybe less. We're at 34, by the way. We're doing pretty well here. Very fun, but I doubt people Google it. All right. Whew. 1.2 mil. Some Like It Hot is definitely lower. Good shit, bro. Thanks, guys. Good shit. It's fairly popular from what I know, but I don't know if it's more than 1.5. BMX. BMX should be higher. Yeah. No one knows the Cyclone. First time I'm seeing it in this game. Jenga should be higher. There's a lot of new ones coming up, which is kind of scary. Clint Eastwood. What do you guys think? I'm thinking usually the actors are around 100K to a million. If they're older but very well known, I feel like they're around 300K. Or a bit higher. I'm thinking higher also. It's also a song. Yeah, let's go higher. Whoa, 1.2 mil. Okay. Google. Definitely higher. Look at that. 755 mil. Kristen Stewart. We lost a good run to Kristen Stewart. Definitely lower. Oh, that was lucky. I wish I could help, but I'm enjoying this 3 packs of ads. Aw. That sucks. But I appreciate it. Lol. Huh? Oh. Aw, you're such a nice guy, Dinell. Dinell, you're such a nice goddamn guy. No, I didn't lose yet. Bro. You're such a nice guy. Can we just do we'll just do this. Good night, Joad. I didn't lose, by the way. We're at 42 right now. Have a good night, Joad. I love you. I'm so happy you're here, to be honest. Like, no joke. Mwah. Do you know Westlife? It sounds familiar. Dinell, fuck you, but thank you for gifting the sub to Ratty, so Ratty doesn't get any advertisements. All right, we're back. I've got to pee, but I'm holding it in. I got you, Ratty. I got you. Well, actually, no. Dinell got you, but all right, now you could help me, Ratty. We've had General Motors before. I think. I want to assume it was 1.8 mil, but General Motors is huge. I feel like General Motors could be past 2.2 mil. What do you guys think? Single-handedly lowering our average daily ad consumption below 5K. Yo. Nice reference to like yesterday. Don't hold your pee. You think General Motors is lower? I want to hear what everyone else thinks first. My gameplay also gets ads. Oh, on YouTube? Yeah, cause you're monetized now, which is awesome, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. While you guys think. You guys think and I go pee. Think about me peeing. Don't do that. We're at 42. I'm back. Easy tie. I fucking hope. Trust me, lower. Either tie or lower, I would say. How's Twilight Girl so possible? I don't know. Welcome back. Thank you. My pee felt nice. All right, we're going. If I get this, I'm tying the high score. If we get this, I'm gonna press lower. Oh, holy shit, it's so much lower. What the hell? Oh, that's another new one. Mental health. Mental health. A lot of psychology stuff kind of feels all over the place. But I feel like it could be tied here. New PB incoming? I don't know. It depends on this. Dodge that bullet, but this might be a bullet too. You think lower? Mental health, lower. I think lower is a possibility, yeah. It's a bit scary though. Let's go with lower. Oh, it was tied, like I said. Nice. Die Hard. Bro, they keep giving us new ones. Die Hard. Damn it. Movies that are very well known and classic. I think this is higher. We got a PB though, 44. Let's go. Tend to be slightly. They're never a million, but I think it's higher. I think it's higher too. I agree with DNL here. I think it's higher. What month is this though? I have no idea. I think this is 2017 though. I think it takes average monthly searches. They did it in 2017. Cult classic, higher. That's what I'm thinking. There's a lot of cult classics though. I think they were higher than 201. Yeah, I think it has to be higher. Good shit. The Pill. No, we had The Pill before. We had The Pill. I think The Pill is lower. We're at 45 now. We need 5 more to win. 5 goddamn more, bro. Oh. Phew, indeed. I think The Pill is lower. I just instinctually, that's what I thought, but I don't remember. I remember having trouble with this in the past. You have no idea? Well, Die Hard is more popular than The Pill, right? Let's do it. Yeah. Oh, good shit. That scared me. FIFA 17. FIFA 17 is high. I remember getting this. Whew. Okay. Miley Cyrus was like 3 mil. This might be a tie or very slightly different. We have 3 more guesses. We have 3 more to get this. Miley Cyrus might have been lower though. She was. It's close, right? Like, imagine she was 3,370,000, 75,000 or something. I think she was lower. You say higher? Higher and hope for a tie? I think it was lower. This one's off by 50K or less. Yeah. See, the thing is, 337 just feels weird. 3300. Shit, maybe it wasn't though. This one is so scary. Oh my god. You have 0 clue. You do what you think. I say higher. It might have been 3375 or something. I'm saying lower. It might be a tie. Oh, it's a tie. Oh, another new one though. Shit. Gmail. Okay, Google had like 200 billion. So if Gmail is insanely high, I think we won. Because the one after Gmail is going to be low. Higher? Let's do it. Woo! What's the last one? Let's go, baby! Let's go! 5.5 hours. We got 50, baby! Hell yeah! Oh, Gran Torino is higher. Oh, fuck it. Who cares? We got 50. Woo! Let's go. Oh, that felt great. I'm not gonna lie. This was a better stream idea than I thought it would be. Oh, GG's. Yeah. Nice emote usage. Oh yeah, Brady, you could do the GG emote now. Oh, every time I need my Gmail, I type that. You committed. I did. Oh my god, bro. We actually got 50. That's insane. Oh my god. Oh, that feels so good. I want to keep streaming too. Oh. Oh my god. Whew. I honestly like doing like 8 hours. I remember I used to do 8-hour streams a lot, and I really enjoyed that. Because around the 5, 6, 7, 8 hour mark, no matter what, it's even more enjoyment. Yeah, let's just do a few Wordles at least to close out the day, you know? Whew. Oh, that feels good. Let me stop recording the 6-hour video. 5-hour, 20-minute video. I'll also put a... Let me put a... I'm put it so you guys could put music. Oh. Oh, that was cool. That was cool. Media request. Oh, that felt so good. Ryan has a lot of work. I just skipped that because we had that played last time, and I don't think Triple G is here. So you guys can put music if you want now. Oh my god. That was crazy. Okay. Oh, Ryan. Oh, you're saying Ryan, my editor? I think I'm gonna edit this one. I don't want to give him 5 hours to edit. Penis, yes. Oh, not much there though. I think I'm gonna edit this one. Because also since it's fresh in my mind, it'll be easier for me to like go through the footage. Music off? Wait, you don't hear it? Music's playing. Wait, you're right, you don't hear it. Am I not playing this on Bing? Or not Bing? Oh, that's weird. Give me a sec. I'm gonna try to fix it. Oh, that felt really good, guys. That was really fun. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm that's what I'm trying to do more of, you know? Eating the spicy ramen, doing challenges with games. Like, I want to do more of that type of stuff because I think it's good stream content and good YouTube content. So what did I want to say? I want to do it at least a couple times a week. I'm gonna see how long it takes me to edit some videos, Ryan to edit, and do that stuff. Let me fix this though. Yeah, it should be playing. I don't know why it's not. Maybe it's too low? Oh, it's really weird. I don't know why the music's not playing. This doesn't really... I never run into this issue. Anyway, I am back. Kiko and I. Yeah, I could see that you guys can't see it. Thank you for saying that. That felt really good, Pink. It did. Give me some more words, by the way. Oh, you're saying shrub. I read that, and I don't know. This is really weird. I know why it might be. There was an OBS update recently. I just updated it today, so that might be the reason. Huh. That's weird. That's really weird. I'm listening to a nice song too. Whatever. Sloth. Sloth. Oh, Jesus. That's a really good guess. Slosh. Oh, that's definitely it. Good shit. Good shit, Cortez. And everyone. Since I can't put the music, I'm just gonna continue Spotify music, but I'll put songs I actually want to put instead of copyright-free music. Copyright-free music is for the edit. Good stuff. Let's do some more of our dailies, yeah? Easy. GG. Do you watch anime Sono Bisuke Doru Koe o Suru? That sounds funny, but no, I haven't watched that. Argentina. Wait, it's not even working. What's going on today? Not today, but what's going on right now? All right, let's guess this one. Huh, this is weird. A weird looking country. Makes me think of Laos right away. Or Vietnam. Looks like a dragon. It does. It makes me think of like Vietnam. Or a seahorse. Oh, yeah. Creep. Looks like a giraffe kangaroo hybrid. Actually, yeah, I could see that. This is like the pouch. I'm thinking it's Vietnam, to be honest. Oh, that would be crazy. It's west of Vietnam. So it's in Asia. Maybe somewhere near India. Or more to the Middle East. I'm trying to think in my head about the map. Yeah, I don't know. Are those ports in the middle of it? Maybe. I'm not sure. West of Vietnam, though. Oh, I should know this. I think New York's about 20,000 miles away or 28,000 miles away from Japan. So halfway is 14,000. I might be way off with that, though. So if that's 9,800 miles away from Vietnam, then it's in Asia? Or the Middle East? It's not Spain, but can you guess it? Spain. Spain could be a... Oh, yeah, it's kilometers. Wait, you're right, yeah. Spain could be a good guess, yeah. I want to guess somewhere more parallel, though, to Vietnam. Let's just do Spain, since you asked. Holy shit! Great guess. It's right next to Spain. It's not France. It's not Italy. I don't think it's Andorra. Andorra's tiny, right? No, Portugal's to the west of Spain, and it looks very different. I thought Portugal... I thought Portugal initially, too. But this is to the east of Spain. You got France. It's definitely not... Yeah. It's definitely not France. It's definitely not Italy. Andorra. Germany. Romania? No, Romania is bigger. It could be Hungary? No, Hungary is too far away. I'm just going to guess it to see where the placement. Okay, it's between Hungary and Spain. It's not Greece, nah. Greece is just a bunch of islands. I'm a widow. It's like almost like in the middle of Spain and Hungary. Like you got Spain, France, Germany. What else? Austria? Austria doesn't look like that though. I don't think so. Serbia? Is it Serbia or something? No, Serbia's too close to Hungary. Albania. Yeah. Yeah, it might be Albania. No, Albania is too close to Serbia. Shit. What is this country? We're thinking too close. It's more Western Europe, I guess. Wales? Oh! No, but that would be north from Spain, right? Northern Ireland or something? Ireland? Bro, I'm just gonna guess Ireland. This shite looks... Okay, what is it? Monaco. Monaco. How does Monaco look? It looks beautiful, but... World map. Jesus. Where is Monaco? Bro, what? It's such a bad explanation. Why do they do this? I swear. Half of these websites are terrible with maps. It was ports? Yeah, you were right. I wouldn't have guessed Monaco personally, but... Okay, let's look at this map. Oh my god, bro. Are you serious? So this is France, Italy. It's between France and Italy. Let's pull up Google Maps. Oh, you're right. That's a good point. It's actually the best thing to do. I'll just do it on a different browser, not to dox myself. Not that I care that much, but for some reason, Google Maps always goes straight to where you are. All right, so you got France and Italy. And where's Andorra? I thought Andorra was like somewhere here. Whatever. And this is Monaco. Wait, where the hell is it? It shows Is it part of France? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Does anyone understand this? Backstreet Boys, I Want It That Way. Oh, that's a good song. I karaoke that song a lot when I used to go to karaoke a lot. I know it's stuck in your head, but you just reminded me of it, so I'm gonna play it. Where you are. Where is it? Oh, I guess I could just search it. Oh my god, it's tiny. Is Monaco part of France? Officially, the Principality of Monaco is a sovereign city-state and microstate. It's not even like a... Oh, it's bordered by France. So it is its own country. Monaco. I got... You said no? It's a good song, Nico. Such a small country, yeah. It is a country. Damn. Monaco. I've heard of Monaco before, but I never realized. That's interesting. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a... Okay. It's in your head. You probably don't want to hear it. I never want to hear you say... Yeah, it's not part of it, apparently. Alright, apparently this game's not working right now. I like the global game. Come on. Global game. There we go. Music is oh no, so for you guys to request music, you guys weren't able to hear it. I'm gonna assume it was a glitch on OBS or something. If it happens again tomorrow, I'll look more into it. But this is Spotify, unfortunately, right now. I think we'll just do a daily GeoGuessr and then call it a night. This song is called Zot. You can't ! Music for it or a song for it. You spelled song wrong 2 times. It's called Zotto Suru by Sonoko no Mono something like that. All right, see ya, Nico. I guess I could just show it to you right here. Sonoko no Monogatari. Monogatari means like fairy tale or something. Not fair. I forgot, but Zotto Suru. Bro, the music's not gonna work, bruh. I have it turned off now, so. It's okay. This is a good song. It's okay. We'll do the daily and then we'll call it a night, yeah? It's been a long one today, which is nice. India. Damn, Nico just left. He's from Bangladesh. He could have helped us out. Nest spray. DSI. I'm thinking India. Do you listen to Zutto Mayo? Maybe. Zutto Mayo. I'll play them. There. I put the first song on Spotify by them. Okay, it says Del Tota. I don't know where that is. Del Tota? Anyone know where that is? What is this? India? Yeah, I was thinking India. Okay, cool. I guess that confirms it. Unless you guys are just saying India. Alright, we'll go in the middle of India here. You idiots. It was Sri Lanka. I knew it didn't look Indian enough. Close enough. Kind of true, yeah. Original dental. You got some English here, but some non-English here. It doesn't look to be... It's definitely not the US. Usually when you see English and non-English, it makes me think of Nordic countries. Especially if the non-English looks like German. This is a banger? Yeah, that sounds nice. I like it. I'll add it right now to my music. Damn, you could look up her skirt. Mikera. It doesn't look like electronique. It looks like fake Spanish, which makes me think Portuguese. I'm thinking Portugal here. Obviously, it could be Brazil, but... Farmacie. It doesn't look like Portuguese either, though. What side are the steering wheels? Great question. Ooh, I can't tell. Left side. So that's pretty normal. That's most countries are left side, right? Yeah, it's left side. I will say the people look Asian. They look Asian to me. They're not that brown, so I don't think it's near the equator. I'm not getting Brazil vibes, to be honest. Or maybe they don't look Asian. I can't tell. What are these car companies? Does it say Albania? Albanian! It says Albanian on it. Yeah, I knew it didn't... It looks too weird to look like Portuguese. Albania. Where's Albania? I think Albania is like here, right? Yeah, there it is. Easy clap. This is obviously Albania. Let's go! 7 miles from the location. How lucky is that? We didn't do as good as these people, but... Easy clap. Most are left. Those plates look European, though. Well, you were right. Well, if you consider Albania Europe. I think it's like Southern Europe, right? Okay, it's a bunch of brown people. I'm thinking right away Latin America. Just by how not developed it looks. And also by how the people look. They're dark, which means closer to equator, my assumption. This is obviously Africa. It might be, but I think... Oh, I'm a beast! Argentina, baby. Argent-frickin-tina. Where's Argentina? Oh, it's not near the equator, though. I was wrong with that. Argentina's pretty big, though, so... It was Peru. Alright, whatever. Next one. North Argentina. Well, that would have been closer. I should have guessed that. Fletspad. Sounds Nordic or Germanic? It definitely sounds Germanic. Like Germany or Austria or something. The architecture looks German to me. Or like on that side of things. Yeah, that was definitely an ew. That was uh-oh, boo-boo from Ping Pong. Alright, what do we got here? We got a house. This is obviously Dutchland. There's a website, but I can't see the end of the link. It does look like a... Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it could be many things. It could be Germany. It could be like... I don't know. I feel like Germany doesn't pop up much in GeoGuessr, though. I feel like it could be like Denmark. I don't know. I'm getting Denmark vibes. I don't know why. I'm just getting Denmark vibes. Even though I said Germany, I'm thinking Denmark. I'm going to guess Denmark, guys. Damn, Netherlands. I got kind of the right idea. It's really flat wherever it is. Oh, that's a good point. I probably should have guessed somewhere flat. Too late. Oh my god, the sky is breaking. What the hell? Wait, that's actually insane. Wait, that's the car moving, right? I can't tell actually. I can't tell what's going on. What the hell's going on, bro? What the hell? What is this place? Wait, I know. Go ahead. Africa. This is so Africa. Senegal? Rifts in the sky is usually a certain country. Wait, is this actually a thing? That's sick. Are you kidding me? It's Kenya. Well, it seems to be definitely in Africa based off how the people look and the roads and stuff. I mean, the roads don't give it a definite, but there's a lot of like dirt. I don't know. Is Senegal it? Senegal sounds very specific. Bro, that looks insane if that's a thing. Let's just go a little further. We have 2 minutes, so just see what the sign says. Anyone know their maps? Isn't that where the rifts are? Oh, I have no idea. You know what? Oh, I think it says Senegal right here. Yeah, it says Senegal. You're 100% right. I don't know where that is. I'm assuming somewhere in Africa. Where's Senegal? West Africa? Okay. Ah. Bro, that's insane. I did not know that's a thing. It was next to a road and it's some grassy patches, so I'm gonna assume it's right here actually. I'm feeling pretty confident that it's right here. We'd actually look at the map right here. It says premature. Republic of Senegal. Premature. Maybe that's the name of the place. Premature. Linguer. Linguer. Oh, let's just guess it. Oh, never mind. Wait, was there water? I didn't even realize. Okay, there was water. I was wrong. You were right. I think Senegal and one other country usually have rifts. Oh, on Google Maps. Not in real life, right? Rifts in the sky country. Oh, it says GeoGuessr. You get them in every country, but they're just most common in Montenegro, Albania, and Senegal. It's just a GeoGuessr thing, huh? Oh, that's weird. Not in real life. Bro, I'm a dumbass then. I actually thought it was in real life. Alright, let's, even though I'm really tired, let's raid someone. Who's streaming? We got Wheeze in Mario Kart. We got Swift in Mario Kart. We've never, rated Wheeze. I don't know much about him. Yeah, I deserve that IQ minus. I think let's raid Wheeze. With Wheeze. He played in the tournament, the Mario Kart tournament. He seemed very chill. He's playing Mario Kart now. He played in the tournament. Oh, you weren't there for the tournament. You were still in San Diego, right, Dino? We hosted a Mario Kart tournament. YouTube video will come out eventually, but also actually, you could check out if you guys ever miss VODs, I've gotten very good at this. I've gotten very good at updating this. So if you go to Ping VODs, all the VODs are here. You don't need to watch with commercials that Twitch gives you if you're not subbed. So this was the Mario Kart tournament. Oh no, this wasn't. The Mario Kart tournament is comes out tomorrow, I think. But yeah. I was on shrooms. Oh, you saw some of it. Oh, okay. But you were on shrooms. Lol. Alright. I know you guys like. Oh, Paragon is here. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, awesome. Alright, let's raid him. I think it's great to raid him then. Good night to all those going to sleep. And good night to all of you anyway.
Alyssa, oh my god.
It was a fun stream. I'm glad you enjoyed. Yeah. Wait, I forgot to do the most important thing. I'm a dumbass. I'm a bad streamer. I'm a bad streamer. Okay? You know what I forgot, guys? I forgot to say my goodbye credit song. We actually reached the sub goal of 5 out of 5, so we're gonna spin the wheel. Bruh, come on. That was good timing. I'm not gonna lie. That was good. Great use of the emote, Ratty. We're gonna spin the wheel tomorrow's stream. I don't know if we're going to do like a special like thing tomorrow. It might be just chilling with Hollow Knight and Mario 64. It's been so long since Mario 64. I want to play it. But I want to do maybe every other day some like cool streams, like the one today, like a challenge stream, or at least have a collab stream with other streamers. So yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for the gifted sub, Dino. Thanks, Jimmy, if you're still here, and everyone. And bye bye. It already went through.
On him. I don't. Ping pong masters with the rate of 5? Oh my god, I gotta do a dance. Fuck me. Alright. Ping pong. You asked for it. You asked for it. If you gonna do it, then hope I need no to get. Yeah. Everybody just stop. Nobody really do it. I'm not a yard of my dish. Don't feel him to me. Dareka to kaku ni na te fio jibun no jaji da get the break the walls. Don't have to fake. Cool. You know, you prove the wrong. I'm keeping out fight in my life. Cause my life is living for love. I won't give it up fight in my life. Standing over and over on time. Tokyo freeze and going to light your feelings. When times get tough, oh, now they're fading. Ping pong. Bro, literally. What the hell is this song? It's Jujutsu Kaisen. It's like, so Jujutsu Kaisen is an anime that I like, and I just took the credits from it and I put it into my raid animation, and I have to dance the whole time. One day I'm gonna choreograph a dance for it so that I don't have to do random dance moves. But since people like the twerking aspect so much, because like who wouldn't? I'm gonna make sure that twerking is part of it. So don't even worry about it. But thank you so much for the raid, man. I appreciate it. You have inspired me to get better at Mario Kart because I fucking suck. So I do have one. What the fuck? I do have one question. How do I put shit behind me? Like, how do I put something like on my ass? Great twerking, haha. Thank you, sir. Thank you. How's your stream though? You have a good one?